that any such incident would be reason enough for a thorough investigation. We are preparing to make a formal call to the relevant UN agency in The Hague and call on the international community to investigate thoroughly these incidents. And depending on the results of the investigation, to make informed decisions and take meaningful action.
Even so, false flags remain mostly unacknowledged in our mainstream media, which truly has become a straitjacket of conformist thought. Within our own culture and society, the situation is rather like the parable of the emperor's new clothes. Remember that story? No one was brave enough to point out the obvious until an innocent child said what everyone was thinking. And then the whole fake story came crashing down. We live in an ever-changing world, and we can't expect the future to look like today. But for now, let's look at how we got to where we are. With false flags, we have seen continuity and change. Let's first look at the continuity. As I pointed out in our very first episode, there are several key features of most false flags. First, they are usually designed to get our attention, usually in a spectacular and emotional way, and definitely something that induces some sort of emotional trauma. And then when we look at them with some detachment, they seem very, very contrived. Think of the Guy Fawkes escapade from 1605. They simply catch him in the room with the explosives, ready to blow up Parliament. Or the make-believe attack against Sweden in 1788 by guys in Russian Cossack uniforms. Or the spectacular Reichstag fire of 1933, or the Gulf of Tonkin incident, or of course 9/11. These are spectacular events which usually are also heavy with symbolism. 9/11 was especially powerful as the symbols of American financial power, the World Trade Center, and American military power, the Pentagon, were attacked. In all the cases of these spectacular and usually symbolic attacks, we find that in reality, little to no damage was actually done. Even with 9/11, despite the personal tragedy of the day, America's wealth and power were certainly not affected by the attacks. Those two things were affected in a much greater way by the wars which followed 9/11. A second feature of these false flags is that they generally receive instant media saturation. Now, this was harder to do in the very early cases, but with the arrival of newspapers, it became possible. With the arrival of radio and then television, easier still. Now, in an age of total connectivity via smartphones, it is easier still. Your headline comes directly to you, courtesy of powerful, privately owned media conglomerates that work hand in glove with the government. But the media saturation occurs usually with one voice, very early on, with talking points among networks that are entirely interchangeable. Third, we find that the case is quickly closed, at least officially speaking. Guilt is immediately levied, and that's the end of that. No discussions, no arguments, and certainly no nuance. Whether it's the sinking of the Lusitania in 1915, or the Soviet purges of the 1930s, or any of the other examples we've explored, we find that a culprit, some would say a patsy, is quickly found. And even if the culprit does have something to do with the event, there are usually far deeper complexities that remain off limits to public investigation. This is related to factor 4 of false flags. They have convenient scapegoats.
Es ist eine kleine furchtlose internationale Clique, die die Völker gegeneinander hetzt. Ich will, dass sie zur Ruhe kommen. Es sind die einzigen, die wirklich als internationale Elemente anzusprechen sind, weil sie überall ihre Geschäfte betätigen können.
The next characteristic of these false flags is decisive and negative government action, which of course is the point of all of these false flags. The German invasion of Poland, the Soviet invasion of Finland, the American regime change operations of Iran and Guatemala, the escalation of war in Vietnam, the elimination of dissent in China, the passage of government surveillance laws in the US, and the invasion of multiple nations in the Middle East. These were all draconian actions. They would never have been justified without the trauma of the manufactured events that triggered them. The spectacular and frightening events rolled out in smooth media narrative and immediately solved with the appropriate patsies. This is what prepares the public for such dramatic government actions.
May 7th, 1915, Lusitania is sunk. 128 Americans are lost. Now there is a sense of crisis in Washington.
Now, If that were all there were to false flags, we could easily say, well, these are simply examples of governments taking advantage of horrible events. They're examples of opportunism, nothing more. And that is why false flags have another very important feature. That is, anomalies, questions, things that don't fit into the official narrative, problems of explanation. Very often these are simply leaks and confessions that get out, like in the case of Soviet leaders admitting many years later that the invasion of Finland was based on a false flag, or the detailed historical research of someone like Robert Stinnett on U.S. Navy communications prior to Pearl Harbor, from the free-fall disintegration of 16 acres of steel and cement of the World Trade Center, to the lack of response by American air defense, to the magical passport of one of the hijackers being found in the rubble, and on ad infinitum. And finally, something always to look for in false flags. And that is a question that really should always be the first and last question when these events happen. And that is, who benefits? Who benefits? I suppose that just because a government or an intelligence apparatus benefits from these events, that doesn't automatically mean that they were responsible for it. But we would be very foolish if we neglected at least to look at the possibility or even likelihood. Asking who benefits from anything is always a critically important question. And by the way, you'll find that it is never asked in standard establishment media when these things happen. See for yourself, do some research. You'll see the question is just never asked. Not 50 years ago, and not today. So these features of a false flag, they are more or less always going to be there to some extent. They're always important to look for. They require us to be alert as citizens, to pay attention, and not passively to receive the narrative that's being handed to us by the authorities.
On September the 11th, enemies of freedom committed an act of war against our country. Our war on terror begins with Al-Qaeda, but it does not end there.
But there's more than continuity to false flags. There is also change. And that is because our world is in a state of constant change, constant revolution, we might say. It's sometimes easy to forget just how radical change has been over the past generation, to say nothing of the past 100 years. And I'm not just talking technologically, which we can all appreciate, but politically, financially, and culturally. Back in the 1930s, for instance, the nations that were interested in radical changes to the global political structure were overtly authoritarian. Think Japan, Germany, and the Soviet Union. The kinds of false flags that they engaged in would never succeed today because they were just so crude by today's standards. But they were good enough for their purposes. The Japanese false flag of 1931 in Manchuria, the Mukden incident, was so threadbare, so transparent, that we wonder how on earth did they get away with it. But they did because, first of all, there were no satellites above photographing the truth on the ground. That would have stopped it right there in that case. So technology. But also because the Japanese were able to control their domestic propaganda and media so completely. Dissent from the official government position was never an option. Newspapers and radio were strictly controlled, completely heavy-handed, and the rest of the world was not in much of a position to challenge the Japanese anyway, so they simply got away with it.
On September 18, 1931, Japanese troops seized Mukden, Manchuria's most important city.
Their false flag didn't need to be anything more than what it was. It's an interesting thing about lies. The Nazis learned early on that a big lie could work very well. In fact, it could work much better than a smaller lie. The very audacity of the lie can be its strength. People think, wow, that's a major statement. Now, there's no way the government could be making that up. Those buildings were clearly struck by terrorists. There's no way the government could possibly be involved in such a thing. False flags are truly a virus in our world, a dangerous and deadly virus. And like real viruses, they mutate. They change to meet new environments and challenges. They become more sophisticated, harder to detect, and more varied in their application. Well, welcome to the post-industrial, hyper-modern, pre-singularity, globalist, transhuman 21st century. Because this stuff ain't getting any easier. Reality is constantly outstripping our ideas about the world. Talk to people today about modern fascism, and you get quibbles from academicians about fascism being a historically divine phenomenon from the 20th century. You know, the old in-your-face fascism of Hitler and Mussolini. Well, fascism evolves. Nowadays, it tries to be invisible. Same with false flags. For some people, they're still thinking old school, like German soldiers wearing Polish uniforms, or even domestic bombings. That's harder for some people to accept. No one wants to think that their government does such things to them. The bombings and shootings are the kinds of false flags we can sort of understand, even if some people don't want to accept them. But I'm suggesting that false flags are becoming more nuanced, more sophisticated. We've learned, for instance, through Edward Snowden's leaks, that intelligence agencies can do a false flag against you if they think that they need to.
Hear that? It doesn't sound like much, does it? But in the hands of an analyst at the National Security Agency, signals like these can become one of the most reliable and timely forms of intelligence available to America's leaders. Information is power. When we know our adversary's information and they don't know ours, we have the information advantage. And that information advantage is what the National Security Agency, Central Security Service, gives the American people.
We learned that GCHQ, that is Britain's version of the NSA, specifically authorizes false flags against individual targets and teaches operatives how to do it. Glenn Greenwald, the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist who was instrumental in getting Snowden's material out to the world, wrote about the dirty trick tactics used by GCHQ's previously secret unit called Joint Threat Research Intelligence Group, JTRIG. One that he published on his website, The Intercept, was titled The Art of Deception, Training for Online Covert Operations. The title says a lot. Essentially, one of the missions of this group was to destroy the lives and reputations of the people it deemed to be a threat in one way or another. They could engage in a DDoS attack, that is, shut your internet down. Or they could send different types of malware to your computer. Or they might use honey traps against you, that is, using sex to lure you into a compromising situation so that you can be blackmailed. They might also post fake information about you onto the internet in order to destroy your reputation. The document that Greenwald publicized actually uses the phrase false flag operations, in this case against individuals. The main techniques they mentioned were posting material to the web and attributing it to someone else, basically something defamatory. Another was to create fake victim blog posts, in other words, pretending to be a victim of the person they were trying to destroy, and then posting various negative information about you in various forums. Think about how effective that could be. Sure, it's not blowing up buildings, no. Instead, it's a highly targeted method of defanging the opposition. And speaking of cyber-oriented false flags, we've learned something else recently that is important in this regard. In early 2017, the organization WikiLeaks began posting a massive trove of data on how the CIA collects information from citizens around the world. It's known as Vault 7 and was mostly ignored by the establishment media, but it's very important to know about. Not only did we learn that straight out of Orwell's 1984, your TV can be used to spy on you. Oh, yes, it can, even when it's off. One little trick of the CIA is that it collects malware from around the world. Russia, Israel, Iran, North Korea, France, everywhere. Wherever it's made, the CIA collects and keeps it in a kind of library. Undoubtedly, other nations do the same, by the way. The key part of this, such malware can then easily be inserted into a cyber attack, which cyber experts would eventually be able to identify. That's Russian malware, or that's Iranian malware, they would correctly say. What they wouldn't be able to say is that the CIA itself inserted the malware specifically to smear those nations. Because as any cyber expert will tell you, it is fundamentally impossible to determine the source of nearly any cyber attack. The reason is for precisely this reason. Masking one's identity is very easy these days, if you know what you're doing. And inserting code that would appear to be the fingerprints of another nation, that's also very easy. So the next time you hear a claim of some new international cyber attack, and when your government or media claim that they just know who is behind it, it's time to be very, very skeptical. In all likelihood, they don't know, and indeed they cannot know.
What the researchers are doing here, and we're talking about some of the top researchers in the world are looking at the code. In fact, I have an image that I just want to put up comparing the code of WannaCry, this ransomware, with code from another group that's been linked to North Korea. Now, you and I can't make much sense of that code, but if you look closely there, Max, where the red boxes are, it's literally copy and paste this code. So this is what groups like Symantec, one of the top Google researchers, and Kaspersky, we're talking about the top cybersecurity researchers in the world, are going through and looking, and they see that similarity and they say, okay, WannaCry looks very much like code from the Lazarus group, and this is the group that was linked to the Sony hacking attacks. They are being very clear. There's nothing definitive here. We are in the early days of an investigation. It could be a false flag planted by another group, but these are the first days of this investigation of the whodunit.
But now at least we do know for certain, not just hunches and guesses, that faking cyber attacks from other nations is something the CIA does. In fact, it goes beyond that. They have the ability to hack into the software of all kinds of gadgets and appliances in what's called the Internet of Things. That includes modern automobiles. You can reflect on the implications of what that means. Unsurprisingly, immediately upon this information coming out, a number of researchers looked to the death in 2013 of the American journalist Michael Hastings. Hastings had done outstanding investigative work for Rolling Stone on the US mission in Afghanistan and was in the process of writing a major piece on the CIA director, John Brennan. Hastings had become worried for his safety. And at 4:20 a.m. on Tuesday, June 18th, Hastings' silver Mercedes C250 coupe, speeding at a very high speed in Hollywood, jumped a median, hit a palm tree, and exploded. Yes, it exploded. The engine of the vehicle was found hundreds of feet away. Hastings' body was charred beyond recognition, identified only by fingerprints. Military analysts who talked about how modern vehicles can be covertly commandeered were ridiculed by the media, until now, when we learned that this capability is real. This is the nature of the new form of false flag. Highly covert, highly sophisticated, very, very difficult, if not impossible to trace. But false flags can be even more slippery than this. Let me ask you, can health scare be a false flag? Well, let me put it another way. Let's look at a few fundamental realities. Big Pharma rakes in billions of dollars every year selling us drugs. That's what they do. They sell us drugs. Sure. They will gladly tell you that they're saving lives and making people happier, and they have expensive marketing teams and advertising teams and doctors and lawyers and legislators and judges in their pocket to back them up. So when a new virus comes along, which happens all the time, every day, including new strains of the influenza virus, the flu, is it exactly a false flag when the next new health scare hysteria comes our way? Because this happens to us every single year. Yes, we have flus every year and people die from them. But is that why we get these annual insertions of hysteria? All those who make billions on their vaccines, and forgetting for the moment that they need you to be sick. To what extent is each new flu that appears little more than fear-mongering hype? Why worry about oregano oil, olive leaf, ginger, probiotics, honey lemon tea, vitamins, and good hygiene when you or your insurance provider can drop more money into the coffers of Big Pharma? There's no doubt that we are being played. But are these flu scares false flags? Well, let's call it a gray area. There are health scares that I think qualify absolutely as false flags. There are a few things to look for. Like any other false flag, you want to look for instant coordinated media attention to kickstart what's basically a health scare marketing campaign. Now that's pretty common these days since our news media is totally coordinated. But look for evidence of what the disease actually does, rather than hype. In other words, is it actually deadly? Or has it been around forever and actually gives fairly mild flu-like symptoms, which you can treat with honey, lemon, and ginger? Remember the swine flu, otherwise known as H1N1, that hit the scene in 2009. The media blitz on it was unbelievable. People were truly in mortal terror. By the spring of '09, there was a near global panic.
Next, I would like to tell you about medicines that can be used to treat swine flu. CDC recommends the use of oseltamivir or zanamivir for the treatment and alternatively prevention of infection with these swine flu viruses.
Later, a prominent German physician and healthcare official named Wolfgang Wodak stated publicly that major firms had organized a campaign of panic to put pressure on the World Health Organization to declare a false pandemic to sell vaccines.
To discuss this, we're now joined live by Dr. Wolfgang Wodarg, who initiated this probe. Dr. Wodarg, you state that drug firms organized a campaign of panic over pandemic fears when one was not really evident. What made you come to this conclusion?
We didn't judge like this, but I think we see the necessity that we have to do some investigations in the Council of Europe to reinstall the trust and the reliability of such very important organizations like the WHO. And I think we have seen that there are many signs that there is a close cooperation between pharmaceutical companies and the WHO.
He said this campaign began in May 2009 in Mexico City when 100 or so normal flu cases were declared to be the beginning of a new pandemic. In fact, he said there was little scientific evidence for this. Even so, the WHO, working with Big Pharma, redefined pandemic to get what they wanted. They removed the statement that, quote, an enormous amount of people have contracted the illness or died, end quote, from its definition, and replaced it by stating simply that there has to be a virus spreading beyond borders and to which people have no immunity. I'll just say to you that personally I was skeptical the whole time of H1N1 and never did get a vaccination for it. Turns out that swine flu is still with us, by the way. WebMD tells us that after sweeping the globe, it's still a danger. You just don't hear much about it because by and large, if you get it, you get a little sick for a little while, then you get over it. As I see it, there are two aspects of false flags that make it especially hard for most people to challenge them. First is the emotional trauma that these events inflict on us. A big part of the power of the false flag is that these traumatic events become joined early on to our intellect. That is, something awful happened, but then here comes the explanation. From that point on, most of us become emotionally bonded to the explanation itself. It's a very clever and very manipulative form of conditioning, and it works. We become resistant to challenging narratives that we ourselves have become emotionally affected by. Overcoming that is the first and hardest and most important step in identifying false flags. Beyond that, however, is the rest of society. In other words, once we ourselves take the red pill of truth, how do we navigate our way through society when, as far as we can tell, most people have still accepted the official narrative, in which most of us, after all, fear social condemnation? Throughout history, people have lost their jobs and worse for believing the wrong things, and that includes today in our country. There's a tremendous amount of social pressure exerted on all of us to believe certain things. We should not underestimate that. But look at it this way. That can be said about every single transformative belief that human beings have ever held. Visionaries throughout history have faced opposition for their insights. It's nothing new. And we today are indebted to those brave people of the past who have opened doors for us. I think a proper study of false flags helps us moving forward in many ways, but one important way is in teaching us how to evaluate information. We learn to be active in the process of learning, not passive recipients. We learn that digging deeper pays benefits to us, enabling us to look at the world around us with greater maturity and a deeper perspective. False flags are a part of our world, and opening our eyes to them can help us uncover something inside us, strength we didn't know we had, insights that never came to us before, and the courage to evaluate our beliefs and lives in a way that can open the door for positive change, not just personally, but for society. I'm Richard Dolan. Thanks for taking this journey with me.
Hey, Melanie. Can I call you today? I'll call you sometime. Call you now? We're live. It's not important. I just thought, I haven't called Melanie in a while.
I'm Richard Dolan, and this is False Flags. If you are someone who cares about the world you live in and are interested in that elusive thing called the truth, if you're interested in true personal transformation through the truth, And maybe this is the show for you. Our world is filled with violence, bombings, acts of terror, trauma. In watching or reading the news, we almost start to think this is the normal way things are supposed to be. What I think happens is that people watch the news, say CNN, Fox, or NBC, and they get to a point where they can't take it anymore. And then they just tune out. It's too confusing, too violent, too negative. You start to wonder, why put that into my life? Tuning out from the political is part of a larger symptom, the spread of a sense of hopelessness. Many people can feel this, even if they can't always see it or put it into words. It's a loss of control, a sense that the vehicle you thought you were driving is actually being driven by someone else. It comes with this sense of confusion about the world, in which the politics around us don't seem to make any sense. And there doesn't seem to be any way out. But what I am suggesting to you is that this is by design. The confusion, the hopelessness, it's not an accident. Maybe once, long ago, we might have believed that the political establishment was working for the people. Corrupt, sure, but more or less something that worked on behalf of the public. It's what our society still tells us every day, that ever so slowly we're moving toward greater inclusion, greater democracy, right? Well, maybe not. The confusion and hopelessness are no accident, and there is a reason for this. So this is a series on false flags and covert operations. Two questions probably come to mind. First, what's a false flag? And secondly, how do false flags and covert ops relate to what I've just been talking about? Well, let's talk about false flags and what they are. Most basically, a false flag is an action done by a person or usually a group, say a government or intelligence agency, that's then blamed on someone else, like, terrorists, which is then used to justify things that could not otherwise be justified, like passing authoritarian laws or justifying military invasions and financial takeovers of nations.
Melanie does
like
what she wants, but she wants it.
Libya, Ukraine, or Syria. It can even be used for something as straightforward as diplomatic pressure and propaganda victories. For instance, we now know that America's CIA has the ability to conduct cyber attacks and leave phony cyber fingerprints that would implicate another nation. Pretty slick. Undoubtedly, there are other nations with similar capabilities. False flags are genuine phenomena. They are real. Sometimes people will try to tell you that false flags are tinfoil hat territory, but in fact, as you will see in this series, there have been many verified false flags. Now we turn to the pirates. It's from these fellows of history that we actually get the phrase false flag. The term itself goes back to early maritime history, particularly when pirates would use the flags of other countries to lure commercial vessels. Then when the prey got close enough, the pirates would hoist their black flag, board the ship, and steal its valuables. Professional historians tell us false flags were not uncommon during the golden age of piracy, the 17th and 18th centuries. You would think that from a group of people whose activities are the cause of the phrase false flag, that we would have many false flag stories from them. But in fact, we have only a small handful of specific examples of pirate false flags. Well, it turns out that the pirates in those days had more honor than the agencies of today that do false flags. At least when the pirates stole your treasure, you knew it was them. Today's perpetrators of false flags certainly don't make it so easy to pinpoint them. This program will be discussing the history of false flags, looking at the phenomenon in its early history, then really spending time on the 20th and 21st centuries. We'll be examining how false flags went from almost laughably simplistic in their earliest incarnation to the development and impact of the false flags that led to the Second World War, like the German Reichstag fire and invasion of Poland, and the Japanese false flags against China in the 1930s, and several interesting Soviet false flags. We'll also take a special look at the attack on Pearl Harbor and seek to understand to what extent that attack was desired and enabled by certain elites within the United States. Then we move into the Cold War and finally the 21st century. We'll see how and why the United States became and still is the world's leader in false flags, how false flags have become increasingly directed against domestic populations, whether through the FBI's COINTELPRO of the 1950s and 60s, the infamous Operation Gladio, the infamous Chinese Cultural Revolution, or the creation of patsies by intelligence agencies in our own era.
No, they're taking me in because of the fact that I live in Missouri. I'm just a patsy.
We'll also see how false flags continue to be used internationally to justify regime change, to destroy democratic governments, and even enable military invasions. From the operations in the Middle East and Central America in the 1950s and 60s to the wars and new Cold Wars of the 21st century. There is a real art in eliminating undesirable governments based on fake evidence and smear campaigns. Of course, we will be looking at 9/11, still the most important false flag of our lifetime.
On September the 11th, enemies of freedom committed an act of war against our country. Our war on terror
All bullshit.
begins with Al-Qaeda, but
Al-Qaeda.
it does not end there.
The justification for the U.S. war on terror and the abrogation of civil liberties, not merely in the United States, but mimicked in other nations around the world.
And then they
9/11
stole our
transformed the
freedoms
world,
after
and it
that,
was without
systematically
any
just
shadow of
taking
doubt
them.
perpetrated upon us as a
Now I
grand
can
deception.
spy on you.
Now, as we're headed toward 2 decades of post-9/11
Now I can
dystopia,
listen to
it's more
you,
important than ever
watch
to
you
look at that event with a
whenever
cold
I
eye
want,
toward the truth.
because there's
And I can
terror
assure you,
out
we will
there.
be doing just that. Unfortunately,
They're the
false
fuckers
flags
that
did not stop
perpetuated it
with
to
9/11.
begin with.
Indeed, we are now living in an era of them.
And
The
who
bombings, the
knows?
shootings, the setup jobs,
Probably
innocent people,
orchestrated the
and even
whole
the
event.
never-ending health scares, each designed in its own way to induce fear and to expand control over citizens.
Fear.
Something that we will try to alleviate
2.5
through
years
through
speaking
critical
about this.
examination of how false flags are carried out.
2.5 years.
It concludes that Iraq has chemical and biological weapons, that Saddam has continued to produce them, that he has existing and active military plans for the use of chemical and biological weapons, which could be activated within 45 minutes, including against his own Shia population, and that he is actively trying to acquire nuclear weapons capability.
We all believe that weapons of mass destruction were there, but they weren't.
That's a quick overview of what we'll be examining in this series, but I'd like to explore a few interesting things first. False flags as a form of propaganda and as a form of psychological operation, or PSYOP. I'd also like to explain the preconditions necessary for false flags, and as a bonus, offer a quick little lesson in the steps of false flags. First, it's important to understand that false flags are a form of propaganda. After all, propaganda is nothing more than a language of deception and manipulation in order to persuade people to support a particular position. There are many levels of propaganda in our world, from the basic forms of cultural conditioning you get in school, to the incessant cultural distractions that tell you to look over here at the next shiny new trinket, to the news media that's owned by a very few massive corporations that select and spin information in extremely self-serving ways, by which they omit nearly all the genuinely important news developments of our world.
Several people have been killed.
The men who murdered that soldier trying to drive a class warfare bomb crews work outside looking for explosives.
Indeed, those first few levels of propaganda, cultural conditioning, cultural distractions, and news media control, easily account for most of the mind manipulation that allows powerful elites to get their way. The system works extremely well, especially when most of the population is overworked, overmedicated, eating bad food, bombarding people with sex scandals and sports, while tossing in meaningless political platitudes, usually works really well at keeping people off their game. Even so, every once in a while, stronger medicine is needed for elites to get what they want. That's when they might use covert ops, regime change tactics, and yes, false flags. Let's talk about PSYOPs. You might be interested to know that countries worldwide recognize false flags as part of a new form of warfare, hybrid warfare, essentially full spectrum warfare. Hybrid warfare uses the conventional warfare tactics of armies and navies and air forces, but it also adds something more, what it calls irregular warfare. And this can include almost anything you can think of: cyber warfare, media propaganda, terrorist actions, and all kinds of clandestine, secret activities so that you don't know exactly who is behind an action. And if you don't know who did it, you can't really fight back. We're really talking about a revolution in how to wage war, and it's going on right under our noses. It's interesting that when a country or its military talks about hybrid warfare, it's always talking about something that the other guy does.
A computer virus called Stuxnet was discovered lurking in the databanks of power plants, traffic control systems, and factories around the world. Buried deep in the Stuxnet code was a specific target. Without that target, the virus remained dormant. What was it looking to shut down? The centrifuges that spin nuclear material at Iran's enrichment facilities. Stuxnet was a weapon, the first to be made entirely out of code.
One key element of hybrid warfare is psychological operations, or PSYOPs. Nowadays, the military calls it by a different name, Military Information Support Operations, or MISO. But the mission's still the same. In their words, to selectively convey information to influence minds, emotions, and what they call the objective reasoning of targets. In other words, influencing populations through propaganda, spin, and deception. The military and intelligence community practice three kinds of PSYOPs: white, gray, and black. White PSYOPs are straightforward. These are openly acknowledged statements or actions of the government, or at least are attributed to a source associated closely with that government. They would reflect an official viewpoint, like a statement by the president or a government official. That doesn't mean that they're truthful, by the way. After all, presidents can be pretty good at lying. Gray PSYOPs are a bit more interesting. These are statements or actions in which the source is, quote, deliberately ambiguous. In other words, even though the true source would be the government, you wouldn't know that. A classic example of this is government collusion with mainstream media, in which the media spins and misleads, posing as objective journalism, when in fact they're working directly for the government. The best known historical example of gray PSYOPs was Operation Mockingbird.
Do you have any people being paid by the CIA who are contributing to the national news services, AP and UPI? Well, again, I think we're getting into the kind of detail, Mr. Chairman, that I'd prefer to handle in executive session.
This ran from the 1940s through the 1970s and involved the secret collaboration of hundreds of American journalists with the CIA. This might involve journalists conducting espionage for the CIA while in a foreign country. It might involve planting false stories. It might involve controlling editorial policy. Ask yourself what you could do with hundreds of mainstream journalists secretly on your payroll. Mockingbird was manipulative enough. Today, things are far more sophisticated. There are countless whistleblowers, leaks, and investigations that make it clear what passes for mainstream journalism today is little more than the propaganda machine for the national security state. We'll be coming back to that sad reality later in the program. And then there are black PSYOPs. Now things get really interesting. Back in 1954, the CIA defined black PSYOPs as something perpetrated that appeared to emanate from a source hostile in nature. The US government would deny any connection. The policy statement went on to say that, quote, the content may be partially or completely fabricated, but that which is fabricated is made to appear credible. That, my friends, is a false flag, perpetrating something that you blame on your enemy. Now, that statement might be from 1954, but today, in the 21st century, the US Army Psychological Operations Manual uses the exact same definitions of white, gray, and black PSYOPs that the CIA was using in the 1950s, and the very same words. In other words, false flags are in the official playbook of the US military and intelligence community.
Persuade, change, influence. That is the motto of the U.S. Army's Psychological Operations Regiment. They employ specific communication methods, using a variety of techniques, technology, and mediums to develop and deliver messages which will have the greatest impact and influence. These methods often incorporate the use of state-of-the-art multimedia products that convey U.S. policy and national objectives.
What other countries sanction as acceptable operations is not as easy for us to document, but there are enough indications that it's going on in all leading nations. Something to keep in mind next time you're debating politics at a family reunion. Now what I want to do is to give you some tools to identify false flags. It's not that every false flag has all the following qualities, but they usually have many of them. In a sense, then, we can create a kind of false flag profile. Number one, it's a spectacular and emotional event. Now, this sounds like a hard and fast rule, but let's just leave it at it's usually a spectacular and emotional event. The main thing is that the target audience needs to be affected by the event, and the target audience is often the general population. For all practical purposes, it's a good rule. By spectacular and emotional, I usually mean traumatic in some way. We're talking major act of violence, but not any kind of violence. Something unusual that seems designed to attract attention. It's not true, of course, that every violent, sensational act is a false flag. That's why we have other items on the checklist, such as number 2, instant media saturation.
The one I saw was dressed in black. He seemed very young.
Eh bien, moi j'ai vu deux jeunes, pas plus de 25 ans, avec des Kalachnikov.
Just like item number 1, this doesn't mean automatically that we're talking false flag. However, when combined with number 1, that is, when we have a spectacular, traumatic event followed by instant comprehensive media coverage, then we need to start paying close attention to what's happening. Regarding media coverage, it's helpful to distinguish between powerful state-sponsored or state-friendly media compared with smaller independent sources. In other words, when we find the major media organizations all covering the event in the same way right out of the gate in a manner that is clearly friendly to state interests, we need to sit up and pay close attention. If you look carefully, you will sometimes find local or independent news sources that have different information, sometimes critically important information that's different. This will only happen in the immediate aftermath of the event. In the case of a genuine false flag, this happens because they aren't in the club, so to speak, and they're not in on the fix. We should also note that the major media outlets will often be out in front of government action, that is, proposing, or at least opening the door for the very measures that the government apparatus will soon be proposing, typically either new restrictive laws or military action. And that leads us to item number 3. The case is quickly closed.
Sources are telling CNN that there are, quote, good indications that people with links to the Osama bin Laden organization are responsible for today's attacks.
Once this happens, we really need to be suspicious. Because in real life, investigations are messy. They can be filled with false leads and rabbit holes that don't go anywhere. But in the case of a false flag, this doesn't happen. Instead, within days, sometimes one day, think of 9/11 or Lee Harvey Oswald, the official verdict has been rendered, and apparently there's no need to continue an investigation. We're already informed by authorities that we know who committed the crime. In all cases where a false flag has been perpetrated, the major media outlets will refuse to question the authorities, will refuse to question the official narrative. Then item number 4. Item number 4 of a false flag is having a convenient scapegoat.
Es ist eine kleine, wurzellose internationale Clique, die die Völker gegeneinander hetzt, die nicht will, dass sie zur Ruhe kommen. Es sind die einzigen, die wirklich als internationale Elemente anzusprechen sind, weil sie überall ihre Geschäfte betätigen können.
Often the individual or group identified with the attack are well chosen and useful for immediate political purposes. Whether we're talking about the Nazis using Poles or communists in their false flags, Stalin using fictitious reactionaries during the purge of the 1930s, or the use of white supremacists and Muslims more recently, the false flag will use a patsy or a scapegoat that's identified with a group or a nation currently being demonized. This will then directly lead to item number 5.
I do not belong
decisive
to a group.
and negative government action.
Thank
and of
you.
course, That's the whole point of the business.
Terrorism and serious crime are a tiny subset of the possibilities that you could use this information for.
Such an action, always supported by a compliant media machine, will inevitably lead to one of two things, and sometimes both at the same time. First,
false
an
conviction.
erosion of citizen rights in one
Erosion
form
of
or
rights,
another.
yeah.
This is nearly always done in the name of safety and protection, but it inevitably leads to greater police powers or other forms of regulatory power by the state. And then secondly, the false flag, especially
Don't give the RCMP any more power than they already have.
Of another
We have to strip
that
their
could not
power,
ever otherwise
take
be
away their
justified.
guns. Let's do it
This has
systematically. We'll
happened quite
take
a few
away their
times.
guns,
And if not an invasion,
their tasers, their
something
body
perhaps even more
armor.
popular,
Now they walk
regime
around
change.
like
I'll have a
you
lot
and
more to
me.
say about the art of regime change in
Wonder how
future
things have
episodes.
changed.
But for now, I simply want to mention that creating a fake revolution to switch out an undesirable
Oh,
government
no, that couldn't
has
happen.
perhaps
What
become
about the bad
more preferred
people?
than old-fashioned invasion or even military coup. Giving the
The
pretense
bad people.
of democratic uprising always has its advantages.
Have you taken a look
In
at
our
the
time,
RCMP
the goal
lately?
of most false flags come down to three results:
In
stripping away more
particular,
rights,
Penticton?
invasion, and regime change. A good investigator can usually determine if any of these were in the works, or at least actively desired before the false flag took place. And if so, we might just find some leading suspects. Then there's item number 6,
So there's
important
that.
anomalies
I don't
and
feel like
questions.
singing today.
And this one is key.
The latest building collapse in New York,
Right
like
now.
I heard a few months ago, was talking about the Salomon Brothers building collapsing. And indeed it has.
That's
It
something
seems
on
that
my
this was
mind.
not a result of a new attack. It was
What's
because
that,
the
Tom?
building had been weakened.
As you can see behind me,
that you
the
can help?
Trade Center appears to be still burning, completely disappeared now, and New York is still unable to take on board what has happened to them today.
A false flag, no matter how well pulled off, will usually leave behind clues to a smart investigator. When there are serious discrepancies raised in the aftermath of a shocking event that instantly spurs dramatic government action, we need to ask a logical question. Was the government itself guilty of the act it supposedly is protecting us from? Besides, the thing is, no matter how good the false flag profile may look, it doesn't mean very much until resourceful investigators get their hands dirty and investigate. Simple as that.
Get some fucking skin in the game.
Themselves the citizens' commission to investigate.
Do your job, reporters.
They went down this corridor, past the local draft board, and somehow
Tell us the
through this
story.
door into the FBI
Not
office,
a story,
and stole all
the
files,
story.
documents, and correspondence there. Recent events have given more indication of the extent of government.
They're reading it all.
There's always
That's an
one other
indication.
fundamental question we need to be asking about dramatic events that make the headlines, and that is item number 7, who benefits?
Dick Cheney said it would be a bad idea, and that's why the first Bush didn't go into Baghdad. Dick Cheney then goes to work for Halliburton, makes hundreds of millions of dollars as CEO. Next thing you know, he's back in government. It's a good idea to go into Iraq.
He goes on to point out that 9/11 offered an easily exploited opportunity for Cheney to help mastermind an Iraq invasion and make a pile of cash.
Basic questions we must always be asking
During
ourselves.
that presidential
Does this alleged terrorist action
shit
or
show,
whatever it is
do
give a
not
clear
be
benefit
dismayed.
to any government, any corporation,
Dick
or
Cheney was
financial
running the fucking
institution?
country.
We need to look behind the headlines and what we are clearly being pressured to think. If
Bush
there's a major beneficiary, we need to be aware of it. Throughout our history, there have always been a privileged few, but not like today.
Rich puppet.
Today, a very tiny group of people and their corporations are looking to own all the water, all the minerals, all the natural resources, all the genetically modified foods, all the public services that were formerly administered by governments. They are moving to take all of it and manage these for their profit. Today, the 8 wealthiest people in the
Monsanto.
world have as much money as the poorest half of the entire human race.
Did you hear that?
8 people owning as much wealth as nearly 4 billion people. It's really not that complicated when so few people and their corporations are moving so far ahead of the rest of us in terms of ownership of everything worth owning. They will do everything possible to keep us out of the way while they do it. They will influence governments around the world, especially the most powerful. They will ensure the passage of corporate-friendly laws that will cement their position forever. And they will definitely control the television news and entertainment system, making sure
just like the
the
Royals.
messages come through the channels of your TV or your local newspaper are friendly to their interests. If these people are going to take everything we're taking in this world, they can't simply tell you what they're up to. After all, you and I might have something to say about that. So they must rule by deception, by confusion, by spin and propaganda. The truth is, there usually is a benefit to certain interests when these things occur. And it's not anti-government to ask questions about it. Indeed, it's the mark of someone
There
who
you
still
go.
has the ability to think independently.
So if you're
Perhaps
wondering
the
if
most
you're doing a
important
bad
and
thing or
during
not, if
certain
you're
periods of
questioning
history,
things in
the
your own
most dangerous
government,
quality we
that's
might
the
have.
best thing you could do.
Those are the big 7 items of a false flag. And as we move
That means
through
you
this
actually
series,
fucking care.
we'll be looking at the events under review through this lens. But I want to point out that this is not quite the same as a formula. There are patterns to look for, but we need to remind ourselves that this phenomenon is ever changing. In the modern era of false flags, for instance, there are other developments to look for. The existence of multiple drills going on during the day of the false flag, drills that actually mimic the event that occurs. There's also a not uncommon connection of suspects to intelligence organizations like the CIA or FBI in America and their equivalent agencies in other countries, for instance. Then there is the proliferation of slogans, often immediately appearing as if they were cooked up in a Madison Avenue boardroom. Overall, we see increasing levels of sophistication in 21st century false flags, including a seamless integration with mainstream websites, search engines, and even cooperation with so-called alternative websites that maybe aren't so alternative after all. This series will examine many proven and provable false flags that have shaped our world over the past century. Together, we're going to walk through that history and in so doing, gain a perspective that will enable us to understand why we have false flags, and perhaps most important of all, how to identify them as they happen. Because if you can be sure of anything in this world, it's that there will be more false flags to come. Our job as citizens of the world is not to allow governments to have us live in fear. Our job is to see the world clearly without illusion, beyond the propaganda and beyond the trauma. Through awareness, we are empowered. Through honest exploration, we can see through the fear-mongering narrative we're exposed to daily. We've all heard many times that the truth shall set us free. After all, how can we be free if we are shackled to lies and deception? So my friends, remember, reaching the truth means stripping away the illusions around us. Don't buy into the fear. It's about waking up. Join me next time on False Flags when we look at early false flags. How far back do they go? I'm Richard Dolan. I'm Richard Dolan, and this is False Flags. As I discussed in our previous episode of this series, false flags are a specific tool of state propaganda and manipulation designed to achieve ends that would otherwise be impossible to justify. I explained what elements they often contain, as well as why, in my view, they are a specifically modern phenomenon. That might seem strange to you. After all, weren't people in the ancient world just as cunning and deceptive and every bit as power hungry as people of today? And the answer to that is yes, they often were. The ancient world has left us scant evidence of false flags, certainly in the way we understand them today. Now, it may be that there were false flags we will never know about, secret operations that were so successful that they evaded any suspicion and were never detected. Sure, that's possible. But the fact remains that the available evidence gives us very little to go on. There does not even appear to have been a great deal of suspicion of false flags for the vast majority of the ancient world. Even so, there are indeed a few events of our earlier history that do look like false flags, or at least very possible false flags. And they are definitely worth our investigation. As you will see, what is so interesting about them is not necessarily how similar they were to false flags of today, although a few of them were, but really how very different they were, very different. By looking at these early forms of false flags, I would say we begin to gain a better understanding of how this phenomenon, one of the worst forms of manipulation and deception in our world, has developed and evolved over time. Let's start with ancient Rome. Whenever you do hear people talking about false flags as an ancient phenomenon, you often hear them refer to the burning of Rome in 64 AD. A massive fire began on the night of July 18th and burned out of control for 5 days. Nearly 1/3 of Rome was burned to the ground, and much more was severely damaged. There are several ancient sources of the Great Fire, and unfortunately none of them are primary sources, and only one qualifies as a secondary account. In other words, not ideal. Even so, historians feel that they have a pretty good handle on the events, if not perfect. It appears that Emperor Nero wanted to build a series of palaces, which he planned to name Domus Aurea. This structure would have required a large part of Rome to be torn down, and the Senate rejected the idea. Then, luckily for Nero, the fire cleared much of the area that his project required. People knew of Nero's plans for the Domus Aurea, and as a result, rumors spread that he helped to start the fire, either by openly sending men out to do the job or by secretly sending them out where they pretended to be drunk and then set fire to the city. If you read what modern historians have to say about this, they generally discount the idea. Most seem to rely on the most prestigious historian of ancient Rome, named Tacitus, and agree with him that Nero was probably in the city of Antium, about 30 miles south of Rome, when the fire broke out. Keep in mind that fire was a constant menace in ancient cities. In addition, the Great Fire also damaged Nero's own palace, and he appears to have rushed back from Antium to organize a relief effort. He opened his palaces to let in the homeless and had food supplies delivered to survivors. It's also said that in the aftermath, Nero devised a new urban development plan that would make Rome less vulnerable to fire. He also, however, gave himself a huge tract of city property with the intention of building his new palace there. So, with Rome rife with rumors that Nero caused the fire, it does certainly appear that Nero found a scapegoat. This was the new religious cult of Christianity, members of which met in secret, refused to worship the emperor, and looked forward to the end of the world and the destruction of Rome's power. Conservative, patriotic Romans looked at these Christians as something like terrorists. Tacitus tells us that Nero blamed the fire on the Christians, and then to appease the public, or feed his own bloodlust, who knows, he had them literally fed to lions in massive spectacles. Like so many events in ancient history, we will never have complete information about the Great Fire of Rome. That's just the reality of the situation. We can imagine, even after 2,000 years, that Nero might have played a role in it. After all, Tacitus, while a great historian and probably the most reliable voice of that period, was simply one source. So we really will never know. If you think of the elements that go into a false flag, as I discussed in our very first episode, you'll find that the Great Fire has a few of them, but certainly not all. It was a spectacular and traumatic event, and while there was no real media to speak of back then, it is true that Nero seemed quickly and conveniently to blame the Christians.
I wonder what's happening today. Similar. But it's not the Christians anymore. The Christians turned into something else. See, the Christians turned into something other than how it started. The Christian church has fallen so fucking far that, you know, what are we? Are we splitting hairs between the Catholic Church and the evangelicals now? Evangelicals are one of the greediest organizations out there, and they're government funded, and they don't speak out against things that are outright wrong, which is their fucking job. And then you got the Catholic Church that owns everything. The Vatican. It's its own country. The Vatican is a country. And it has its own rights, and it does its own thing, and it ships its own priests all around to rape little kids. Once they get found out, they ship them somewhere else to rape more little kids. And these are the institutions we put so much faith in. And our government backs them. God bless America. What God you talking about there, friend? Oh, the Christian God. Yeah, that one went bad. I'm sick and tired of, telling people to wake up. Okay, let's just talk facts now. Wake up. As if that's going to help. No, I'm going back to sleep because that guy told me to wake up, fucker. Fair enough. I'd probably do the same. Facts. Dear Lord, give me the facts. Who's this Yahweh guy? Yahweh. He likes it his way. His way. That's not a God. It's a created being. Yahweh. God. You try to define God. So now they're coming after people who are saying this. And they did before in the past too. They were called agnostics. If you were to put a name on it, I guess. And that's fucking shitty. Because you can't name God. And if you can't see God when you look at somebody else or look at yourself in the fucking mirror, then you're so far from the fucking truth, you can't be trusted with it. Ain't that right? So I'm just going to hang out in my prison. Not so bad here. Thankful. Roof over my head. Food. Do you hear the birds? Do you hear the cars More and more cars are coming down this road. Big plans for this little piece of land. Big plans, big plans. Well, I'll tell you what. Do you hear those birds? If it's at the sacrifice of that, I don't know, you'll fuck it up somehow. So then you got the Vatican that is backed by the royals. You have these fuckers coming here for vacations in the past, you know. Her and Prince Philip and I don't know who else. Visiting all these residential schools. Having your way. Stealing these kids from their families. What the fuck are you? I know what you are. I've seen you before. I'm uniquely qualified to see it. And that's why I'm feared in my community by those that have power. Tom's lost it. He's lost it. He's officially crazy. He's going over the line now. Fuck you. I have my own opinion, like you and your shitty opinion. Let's see which one wins out. I'm non-violent. Don't believe violence works. I've been saying this for like 2.5 years on Facebook alone. Look it up. Tom Cowell's Facebook profile page. You can go in there. I can't. And then my new one, Tommy Cowell's. What have I been saying? Violence begets more violence. Always. Number one. And if you can't explain compassion to me and look at me in the eye, then you shouldn't be in control of people and or anything. Because we're supposed to be in this together. And you keep saying we are, doesn't make it so. Oh, Tommy, you're on a real roll here. You wanna sing a little bit more? No, I think people are sick of me singing. I don't know. I'm getting too loud. Nah, I just don't feel like singing today, man. I got some things in my mind. Yeah, what's that, brother? What's that, brother? How about some 30 underrated classic pieces on the, just classic pieces. It's not necessarily on a piano. Let's turn that up. Pump up the jam, bud. It's getting hot in here. So take off all your clothes. I am getting so hot, I need to take my clothes off. It's getting hot in here. So take off all your clothes. I am getting so hot, I need to take my clothes off. He's lost it. Live from Penticton, British Columbia, Canada. My name is Tom, coming to you from the Beaumont Motel, room 240. Been here for a while. It's a place I like to call home for now. Got some things to work out with management. Promises made. Things need to be rectified before I make any more moves towards whatever this is. And if we can't figure it out between the three of us, it's no longer between the two of us, it's the three of us, and that's on live. It's the only way it can happen. The three of us, you, live. 1, 2. Who else? I got one problem in my life. 2. It's just a thing to be solved, right? So the RCMP, the police beating, torturing, and trying to murder me is one. And then the other thing is things done in town. And only in the end. Hi there. I'm in a mood. Would you like to join me? Have a seat. Have a seat. I got plenty of chairs in here. Am I too opinionated? Possibly. You talk now. Do you mind if I put the camera on here? Ooh. Friendship with him comes with a price. Yeah, honesty. If you're gonna say it to me, you should say it to everybody. Like, be honest. Own it. Everything. I got so many secrets to keep. Someone asks me stuff, I say, oh, I don't know. Well, do I? You lied. I don't want anything in life except a home, some food, and the technologies that everybody else enjoys, plus some of this. That's not too much to fucking ask for after everything. Caveat. Everybody deserves this. In the next little while, we're going to be going to trade. Many of us will be going to trade. It's a fact. It's inevitable. And the government won't have their hands in it. And that does not mean that we have to sacrifice shit. We don't have to sacrifice the internet or anything like this. All these devices, technologies, we will still have. All we do is get rid of the fucking government. It's not working. Government, banks, federal institute, anything federal. Federal Bank of America. Is that right? Where the government gets loans from? For bailouts? Well, it has to happen, because it's so important for us to do what we do. Without us, well, where would you be? Just some lost sheep looking for their master, which is me. That's what I gotta say about that. I got more to say about that. Hold on. Wait for it. Food bank's not open today. Long weekend. So I just go out without eating. Got lots of tea. Got some pasta if I get hungry. Pasta and whatever. It's just rations, but yeah, we'll make it by. Tomorrow, go get something from the food bank. Cheers. Thank you, food bank. Salvation Army. I know I'm pretty hard on the church, but in this particular situation, this particular church in my town is actually doing one of the only things for homeless people in this town, of people without much or anything. And I'm included in that right now. I'm worth millions, but I can't access it. Do you believe that? I'm worth billions and I can't access it. Long story, and I don't think I'll convince anybody. It's okay. That's a secret I'll probably just take to my grave. And then everybody will find out, oh, really? Fuck. He got shat on. Then you start to question yourself, common denominator stuff, right? In life. And you think, well, all this is happening to me, and all of a sudden, all these people are upset or something, or they got a beef or whatever. And then you do some soul reflection for about 10 years. Yeah? You live in a cave for about fucking 10 years. You come out of the cave, and you realize the whole time, after all that reflection, you should really come back to yourself and just, you know what? It's you the whole time. And I know where I went wrong. Oh, believe me. But for a large part, I found out that it comes in waves of everything. It doesn't have to be this way. We're going through too many big swings, but this is how it happened. Someone steps on you, takes everything away, sees you lose something in your life. They immediately go into survival mode, and they say, or not survival, predatory mode, and they fucking take whatever they want. When they see you down, the wolves come in, the coyotes. Not necessarily wrong. It's the way the system is. So they see someone that is maybe a little on the weaker side. That elephant that can't keep up with its mom. Just big enough to hurt something, but, get 2 lions. Get 3 lions. There's a disharmony. And we do it with each other. Humans. Ganging up. Whether it's right or it's wrong. Normally when it's wrong. People, when they know, when it's an optimal thing, when it serves humanity, you're not going to hear many arguments. You're just going to get a lot of, oh yeah, that makes sense. It's the naysayers. It's the fuckers that pull you down, man. Oh, you can't, personal. You can't sing. You suck. Everything you talk about is nonsense. This guy shouldn't be listened to. Or friends, family, what are you doing that? Putting all that stuff on the internet. I question everything you do in life. Well, then you got to get strong. And you keep moving on forward in a direction that makes sense to you, because you are the only captain of your ship. There's no one else going to run your fucking ship. But you want it that way, most of you. Not the people that are listening and have listened over the course of time. But some people that tune in just now, yeah, 80% of the population, 90, what is it? What are we talking about right now? Well, it's usually about 80 to 20, 90, 10, somewhere in there. And it's getting worse. So either we lose it all, we just go 100% one way, which is like, that's where it's going. Everything negative, one way. We go that way, we lose it all. If we take that pendulum ride back, we better make sure that the next time the pendulum comes up, it doesn't fucking circle over, because then we're going to be caught in a fucking loop. This pendulum, because the pendulum's right here. And it's just about to fucking go over, and we're going to fucking do the same thing over and over again. Fascism, whatever you want to call it. If it comes around, there's things that you can do to make sure that momentum stops and that it's reasonable. And then you could do all sorts of things. You don't have to be on this fucking thing anymore. Oh, you can get off the fucking track. You could do anything. So that's what I have to say today. Get off the treadmill, man. Get outside, go into the woods, go for a walk. Oh, yeah, you saying that to me. You, one who stays at home. Yep. Get outside, go into the woods, have a walk instead of walking on your stupid treadmill. I'm sorry. If you have to be on your treadmill and it's necessary, it's just not as good as walking outside. If you can't walk, get outside. If you can't get outside, open your window, open your curtains, open your door. I'm in a lot of pain right now. I know this because I feel like I'm just drained. I don't feel the pain, but I feel the ramifications of the pain. I'm not complaining. Please don't take it as that. But I do have to continually repeat what happened to me in the park. But let's take it from a different perspective. Did you hear about that girl in the park? 17-year-old girl. She was abused by 2 RCMP officers. Sexually, physically, mentally abused. Did you hear about that story? You know what happened? No one knows this story. Do you know what happened? No one else does either, because that girl went missing. Good times. So that's the kind of world you live in. What are you going to do about it? Christians, what are you going to do about it? Get your head out of the fucking sand. Denounce your fucking church. Do something different. Why stick up for something that only takes? Hey, bud. Hey, comes by all the time, this little bird. Just to check up. Just checking up. I don't know how many more words I have in me. I think I've used all the words I know. I hope it makes sense. This is my life, man. Does it make sense? Now, get a job. To all those people out there that want me to get a job, fuck you. Because you haven't been listening. You really haven't been listening, man. I don't hear that much anymore, though, eh? Not too much. But I don't get a lot of comments. Well, people are just scared to talk to you. No, they're not. No. Something's going on that end. And Melanie and I are allowed to talk because maybe she's the one on the list that's allowed to talk to me. But I know people listen. And even if it's those two, because there's only the number 2 listed on YouTube and on Facebook, I really never fucking know. Unless someone comments. You know, either there's value in what I do or it's not. And then I'm good either way. Because this is what I know. Anyways, enough about that.
The government also took very decisive and immediate action, and Nero certainly did benefit from the fire. However, what we lack is all the important series of anomalies and inconsistencies. There is, in fact, no evidence that has ever been offered, not even a little. The best we can say is that Nero might have been behind it. On the other hand, fires were very common in the ancient world. I think the best guess is that the Great Fire was a case of what we can call state opportunism, in which a convenient victim was offered up as a sacrifice for the benefit of powerful interests. Not quite a false flag, but certainly a case of government treachery. Now let's look at the Inquisition. The Inquisition lasted for several centuries in Europe. It was a major extended effort by the Catholic Church to maintain orthodoxy in a time when more and more people began to question elements of church dogma.
Oh, I wonder what's happening now. And you cannot escape questioning these things. But we're going through the same cycle. We're going to get off the fucking... Are we going to do shit that's different? These fuckers have nothing, no more to do with us, right? Catholic Church. Why? Because God said so. No, he did not. Who's this God you're talking to? Do you have a special connection with this entity that you call God? I want to talk about God with you then. I'm going to ask you a few questions. I want to test your knowledge about God. Is God unknowable? Yes. Unknowable, right? Well, you can have a personal relationship with him. No, but you wouldn't know, right? We don't have the faculties to understand. Do we? Like, if you're just using your fucking head, you don't have the understanding of the unknowable is. You wouldn't even know how to come at it. You know? So you shouldn't be talking about it. These things happen. And it's happening again and again. Small cycles, bigger cycles, cycles within cycles.
After all, we're talking about the Renaissance, the age of world exploration, the beginnings of true scientific inquiry. Clearly, you're going to get new ideas entering the world, and that's disruptive for a hierarchy that existed through what can only be described as mind control. So in this context, in the year 1487, a very interesting book was published. This was the Malleus Maleficarum. Its title means the Hammer of Witches. It was really nothing other than a guidebook on how to identify, hunt down, and kill witches. It was extremely influential and was the cause of a great amount of human suffering. But it was quite effective for the purposes of the church. You create a fake enemy, witches. Oh my God, witches in our neighborhood. What are they doing here?
Yeah, well, in our day, it's like schizophrenic people. People have been diagnosed with all these fucking boxes that doctors need to, or people in your family need to fucking give you a name because you don't make sense to them. Okay? So these are the people that they go after. The police, the governments. When the shit is so fucking bad. Before it was witches. Well, because one believes that we are all connected. You know, what were witches back then? I wonder. I would like to know this. Because it's a name that you gave someone that had a negative connotation, but maybe was not so. Maybe it was the other way around, right? Be aware. So, schizophrenia, bipolar. What are the other ones? Multiple personality disorder, depression, anxiety. What do you want to? Oh, he's an anxious person. She's an anxious person. So she shouldn't be listened to. Oh, he's schizophrenic. So he goes from one thing to another, and he shouldn't be listened to. You know? You know? Those are my connections so far.
Someone has to protect the children. So you terrify the public about witches, but there's a solution. Kill the witches.
Kill the witches.
Or rather, find them and bring them to the church. The church will take care of them. No worries, people. We will keep you safe from the witches. A great benefit for the church in all of this was the money that it made.
Oh my God.
First, through what were known as indulgences. That is, if one of your family members was a witch, you would pay the church money. This could possibly reduce the sentence. If not in this life, then it could help you keep your wife or daughter out of hell and just give her a few thousand years of nasty purgatory. And oh yes, the other thing the church was very good at doing was taking the land of families of witches. The Inquisition helped the church maintain its supremacy
everything
over the minds of people in an era of rapid change, development of scientific
Can't happen
ideas,
anymore.
and exploration of new lands.
We know better,
Keep
right?
them terrified of witches
You know at
and
least
running to the
that.
church for protection. Not a bad strategy. Not good for the people, but you can see why the church thought it was awesome. It's estimated, by the way, that over 1 million European women died as a result of the Inquisition.
Yep.
By shifting the burdens of that terror into other people. By
Women standing up,
and constructing
saying
governments, by
what's right and what's
constructing
wrong. That's what fucking
scapegoats.
happened.
In this case, witches
Can't you
or
see it?
Jews
And they were
or
fucking burned.
lepers who we can, in a sense, blame
You know?
Terrible difficulties
They were
of
burned.
our daily existence,
They were
from
tortured.
the catastrophes
They were
of
the
history.
ones who stood up.
Now I
They
wanna
need to
talk a
stand
little
up
bit about
again.
the famous
They don't need to
gunpowder
be
plot.
burned. All we have
The
to
5th
do
of November,
is stand
young
up.
Britain,
There's so
Guy
many of
Fawkes
us.
Day, commemorates the events of that day from the year
There's so many of
1605.
us.
Known
We
to
can do
history
anything
as the
we want to
gunpowder
do.
plot or the gunpowder
Anything.
treason.
We are
England had
free.
been going through its version of the Protestant Reformation, but there was still strong
But these
support in the country
entities
for
do
Catholicism.
not want
Many
you
Catholics
to be
were still
free.
living
They
in
don't
the
want you
country.
to know
So there
that
was
you're free.
definite religious tension. According to the
They want
official
you to
version of
remain
events,
in your
a
fog.
small group of conspirators.
Oh, it's all about my
planned to
job. It's all
assassinate
about
King
providing.
James
It's
I,
all
who
about
was a Protestant.
the thing
And to
that's going on
restore
over there
Catholic
on the
king to
beach
the
and
throne.
the
Plotters gained access
Did you
to
know
a
you
space
can
beneath the
rent a
House of
bike in
Lords,
Penticton
and one of these people was
yeah,
named
it's
Guy
a
Fawkes.
6-person bike.
Fawkes was a major voice for the rights of English Catholics.
Really?
That's
That's a lot of people on one bike.
Very intelligent, very
How do they
capable,
do it?
and as a good person. Everyone liked Guy Fawkes.
What do you mean? How
He
did
was
they
put
do
in
it?
charge of the
Well,
gunpowder.
how is it
that was
configured?
stockpiled
Is it?
under the House of Lords? And remember,
Never mind. I don't want to talk to you.
gunpowder in 1605 was not something you would see every day. Yes, there were guns and cannons, but there were still many, many swords as well. Gunpowder was a very advanced substance and the most powerful explosive available at that time. So then came an anonymous letter to the authorities warning them of the plot. Soldiers from the king searched Westminster Palace during the early hours of November 5th.
My doors are always
There they
open.
found Guy
Room
Fawkes
240.
guarding the explosives. He also had a pocket watch.
Nothing
which was
to hide.
quite
Never
rare at the
did.
time,
So
presumably to time his actions according to the plan.
everything's public.
Well, Fawkes was tortured and he confessed to treason. The whole event was played up as the
We got you
salvation of
in
the
here
country.
for
After
disturbing
all,
the
if plot had
peace. Do you
succeeded,
understand?
King James
No.
and the Queen would have been
I
dead,
do not
along with the
understand.
members of the House of Lords and the House of Commons.
You disturbed
Not
my
surprisingly,
peace.
The exposure of the plot became a national holiday.
Stand up.
There's a deeper story.
Be
to all of
accounted
this,
for.
which is sometimes been
If you
called
know
an English
something's
equivalent
wrong,
of
if
9/11.
you know it's coming,
There are
and
suspicious
if you don't do
oddities
anything,
about the whole
stand in the
affair.
way somehow,
Researchers have argued that Fawkes was not captured in the basement room as the official story.
then we're
was.
not doing our job.
Instead, it was said that he was
Period.
on a ground floor room.
You're
which the
welcome.
plotters
Have a nice
had easily
day.
been able to
Click.
read. The anonymous letter, well, we don't know who wrote it, but we do know who had it and who used it. That was the Royal Chancellor, Sir Robert Cecil, the Earl of Salisbury.
Hi,
This
Mom.
was one of the most scheming politicians of the age and a leading member
Hi,
of the group
Melanie.
known as the War Party.
Again,
They wanted a war with Spain, and therefore the chance to
I know
make a
Mom's
huge
out there
profit.
sometimes.
Cecil was a
I just don't
bit
know
like a
when.
man who would
I
appear
can't
much
see
later in
anything.
history, J. Edgar Hoover. He ran many spies inside the
you
Catholic
understand?
Christian community. He was in a position to know pretty much
Just sending
everything
it
worth
out into
knowing.
the.
Regarding the gunpowder plot,
I don't know. It's the only
Cecil
thing I got.
told the king nothing
I don't have a radio
except for the
station.
contents of the
It's
anonymous
illegal.
letter.
It's
In other
illegal
words, he
to
kept
broadcast
very close control
without government
over
permission.
information. Interesting.
Is
The
it?
other interesting thing is that even though Guy Fawkes
I should try.
knew a lot about explosives, the gunpowder
That's going to be my
found
next
on the
thing.
scene was
I'm going to
not
have my
very
own radio
impressive.
station
It was low quality gunpowder.
in Penticton, British
Today
Columbia,
it seems
Canada.
impossible.
I'll
that
be
even
playing my
good
own
quality
shit too.
gunpowder could have done
People will
any
probably
real
tune in.
damage.
I bet you
And what
they will.
Found, hardly at all, it would seem.
I bet you they
And we
would.
also have a statement from a
If
Jesuit
I don't do it, it's a
historian
great
at the
idea.
time,
Someone
a
should.
man named John Girard.
Someone should.
This wasn't published for
Get their own
300
radio
years.
station. I'll come in.
Only in
I'll come in. I'll do a guest.
1897
You don't want me?
did it come
Fine.
out.
Do it.
Now, Girard was
And you
obviously
do it.
pro-Catholic.
And you do
but
it.
the main
You
thing
do it. You
is
do
that he
it.
offered
You
a
do
very
it. You
different,
do it. You do
and we
it.
have to
You
say
do it.
logical interpretation of
So
November
now we
5th.
have 10
He
options
wrote, quote,
in Penticton.
when we
This is free.
examine
I can
into the
surf
details supplied
on the
to us
radio.
as to the progress of the affair, we find that much of what the
Good
conspirators
idea.
are said to have done
Information
is well
immediate
nigh
to the people
incredible.
around you.
While it is
Very
utterly
important for
impossible
community.
that if they really acted in the manner described, the public authorities should not have had full knowledge. Girard was essentially saying, if this so-called plot were true, then we are looking at the dumbest plotters in history. He was skeptical, to say the least. Now, King James himself was not particularly anti-Catholic. Most of his advisors had told him the Catholics in England were nearly all loyal, and there certainly was no indication that any Catholic nation had anything to do with the plot. But we do know that Sir Robert Cecil, who seemed to be pulling many strings on this, did want war with Spain. and did take a hardline view against Catholics.
Of course, they always want
Immediately
war.
after the plot was revealed, England's churches, the main
How
avenue of state
fucking
propaganda,
unoriginal are you? The
signed
same
the story
fucking.
to the nation.
Get the fuck
The
out
evil
of town.
Catholics had tried to kill the king and destroy England. Catholics became seen as the terrorists of their day, and persecution against them increased. It also led to a long period of war between Protestant England and Catholic Spain.
That's inevitable.
Like most of the events of early history, we will never know with certainty all the details of the gunpowder plot, but it's fair to suggest that Sir Cecil and the war party either made it happen or else allowed the plot to take place knowing it would play into their hands. This seems very much like later operations of agents provocateurs, in which people are unwittingly coaxed and cajoled into attempting terroristic activity, then nabbed in order to perpetrate the need for authority. Now we turn to the pirates. It's from these fellows of history that we actually get the phrase false flag. Professional historians tell us false flags were not uncommon during the golden age of piracy, the 17th and 18th centuries. During that time, pirates who roamed the world seas would sometimes catch their victims off guard by using the flags of a friendly nation.
All right, so where are we at? I'm not thoroughly convinced that the right people know exactly what happened to me 2.5 months ago. Now, this is my life. My life is online, so I got to deal with this. This is the only way I know how to deal with it because this is the only thing at my disposal. This town, for whatever reason, has taken everything from me, and now I live in a motel. And there's a few concerns there, but my main concern right now is the RCMP. And I want to know who called that day when I was in the garden. So I remember who talked to me. I remember who knew I was there. And I remember who has RCMP on speed dial. And I remember talking about it. So that's easy to find. I have the best documented case of police brutality by the RCMP. You can't refute the evidence. They got their own evidence. No charges. Torture. Attempted murder. So here I sit. My doors are open. My windows are open. Still go for walks in the park. Because you can't live in fear. Still planning a trip across Canada. I'm in pain, but you can't live in that state or else you die. I plan on living a fucking long time, man. This was the time I was meant to be. Because it's so shitty right now that you need to put the specialists in. And I'm a specialist in a number of different things that I could put them all together. Ta-da! So, I wait until someone asks me a question. I wait. Because here's one thing I know in life. You can't force your opinion on somebody else. In fact, if you do that, the hair goes up immediately and they do the opposite. You tell someone to do something, they do the opposite. You say, hey, I got a good idea for you. Unless it's like a really special idea, like just like ...
It was the simplest way to capture an unsuspecting merchant vessel. Before Morse code or electronic signaling, the only way a ship could be identified was by the flag it carried. By the end of the 17th century, national flag designs were well known, and pirates often collected them. British pirates were known sometimes to fly the Union Jack when it suited their purposes. You would think that from a group of people whose activities are the cause of the phrase false flag, that we would have many false flag stories from them. But in fact, we have only a small handful of specific examples of pirate false flags. We're pretty sure they did a number of them, but the details are generally lost to us. Most of them seem to date from the early 1700s.
Go west, young man.
One
Go
prominent
west.
pirate, Bartholomew Roberts, flew Dutch flags and emulated Dutch signals when he captured 14 French sloops, which came to meet him with a lot of money on board, thinking they would purchase slaves from him. In 1723, he performed a classic false flag when he encountered a Spanish merchant ship in the Bay of Honduras. According to one of the leading experts on pirates, historian David Cordingley, Roberts' pirates, quote, hoisted up Spanish colors and continued them till they drew near the sloop. Then they hauled them down, hoisted their black flag, fired a broadside, and boarded her. This shows an important feature of the classic false flag. Before engaging the enemy, the true pirate flag would be raised, and the intended target would then know who they were dealing with. In other words, the false flag was used to lure the victim, but once the true action began, the pirates always revealed their identity. There were two main reasons for this. First, it was simply considered wrong, even perfidious, for a pirate vessel to engage its victim while carrying false colors. Yes, there was a code of honor. But even more important was the fact that the pirate flag was itself an effective weapon, almost always striking fear into the hearts of men on board the target vessel. Generally speaking, though, pirates did not feel the need to use false flags. Generally, they had superior firepower and more men than most other vessels, certainly more than merchant ships, and they were quite confident in their ability to overwhelm their prey. Their terrifying reputation was a bonus. There are a few known examples of false colors being used by the U.S. Navy in its early history, although these are certainly not false flags in the classic sense, as much as they are simply examples of clever disguise being used in warfare.
Can you make her out, Captain Rawson?
One is the story of the vessel, the USS Revenge, from the American Revolution. Already by 1777, American cruisers were across the Atlantic Ocean trying to carry the war to the British. One of them, the Revenge, under the command of Gustavus Coiningham, captured or burned a number of smaller British vessels in British waters. When in desperate need of refitting, Coiningham boldly led his vessel into a British port in disguise. The ship was refit and repaired in a British harbor and then left unmolested to continue carrying on warfare against the United Kingdom. In 1803, during the Napoleonic Wars, the American frigate Philadelphia ran on the rocks in the harbor of Tripoli and was captured by the people there, the Libyans. The Americans then determined to destroy her. Stephen Decatur sailed into the harbor with a volunteer crew in a little vessel disguised as a fishing boat. The Libyans allowed the Americans to come close, whereupon the Americans boarded the Philadelphia, drove off the crew, set the vessel on fire, and escaped.
Decatur stayed until the last minute and was the last American to leave the burning frigate. This daring action deep in enemy territory proved Americans had the will to defend themselves and meet threats to the nation anywhere, a fighting tradition upheld by our sailors and special operators today.
These accounts of audacity and guile can't truly be considered false flags, but discussing them here is instructive. Both of the cases relating to the early American Navy, or even the events of the pirates of that era, the use of false flags was only intended to lure a targeted enemy into a false sense of security in order to accomplish a specific goal. But these types of false flags were always considered to be a temporary expedient. That is, once you no longer need to fool your enemy, it was perfectly reasonable to reveal your identity. The irony about the phrase false flag, then, is that none of the few examples of false flag operations from the 18th century would really qualify as false flags today. The perpetrators were too honest, even the pirates. That time period did have one event for sure that absolutely qualifies as a true, genuine false flag. It happened in the year 1788 by the government of, wait for it, Sweden. Who knew? King Gustav III of Sweden was an unpopular autocrat. Pretty much everyone was sick of him, especially the nobility. Russia, Sweden's main rival, was openly supporting his political opponents, and Gustav concluded that war was only a matter of time. He also believed, like many rulers before and after him, that a short little war would make him more popular. His problem was that, despite being an autocrat, he still needed the parliament to help declare war. He couldn't do it alone. Another interesting aspect to this situation was that, just as today, the major Western powers, in this case Great Britain, the Dutch Republic, and the Kingdom of Prussia, basically Germany, were afraid of Russian power. Back then, Russia was at war with Turkey and doing very well. So the idea was that a war in the north with Russia would divert Russian attention from its war in the south with Turkey. All very complex. So these three nations whispered to Gustav to make an alliance with Turkey, Russia's enemy, which he did. So now Gustav planned for war. The problem was that war was not a popular idea in Sweden, not even among Swedish generals and officers who were not happy with their king. First, he tried to provoke a war. In June of 1788, the Swedish fleet encountered a Russian squadron in the Baltic Sea. They chased the Russians down and nearly started a war then and there, but the Russian commander very intelligently and diplomatically avoided a conflict, and the Swedes left empty-handed. That's when the Swedes initiated their false flag operation. A head tailor of the Royal Swedish Opera received an order to sew a number of Russian Cossack uniforms. With these uniforms, the Swedes staged an attack on June 27, 1788, at the small Swedish outpost of Pumala, near the Russian border. This is actually part of Finland, but Sweden had controlled Finland for centuries. The fakery did not work perfectly, by the way. Several of the king's critics learned of the costume story and declared that the war was illegal, which it was. But their voices were drowned out by the indignation and outrage in Stockholm and the rest of the nation. Gustav always sought to have as strict control over newspapers as possible, and they covered the outbreak of war just as he wanted. Overall, the false flag worked. It was enough to convince the parliament to allow Gustav to declare a so-called defensive war on Russia. Unfortunately for Sweden, and certainly for Gustav, the war turned out to be a very costly mistake. It lasted for 3 years, and Sweden was the big loser. The initial public support for the war didn't last long. About 22,000 Swedish soldiers died. The Finns hatched their own conspiracy to create an independent Finnish state with Russian support. The nobility's hatred of Gustav only increased, and he was assassinated in 1792. But guess what? In a larger sense, the false flag did work quite well. If not for the Swedes, then for the Western powers who stood behind Sweden. I mean Britain, the Dutch Republic, and Prussia. Because the Swedish war with Russia did divert Russian plans to send its navy into the Mediterranean. In other words, the war with Sweden did serve the interests of the Western powers. Ultimately, it didn't matter very much. The Russians eventually defeated the Turks anyway. And then, of course, Napoleon soon overshadowed everything going on in Europe and pretty much redrew the map. Yet the Swedish false flag of 1788 is a fascinating study. Its purpose was to generate domestic and diplomatic support for a war that had no justification, but which served the interests of a small clique in Sweden and abroad. There were multiple layers of deception here, one by the Swedish government, another in the form of strings being pulled by foreign powers. By the 20th and 21st centuries, such multiple layers of deception would develop into an art form.
When Hitler lashed out at Poland in 1939, the German people followed him into war without regrets. This was the day Germany had been building for and waiting for. And with larceny in their hearts, They gloried in the destruction they were letting loose upon the world.
Sometimes facing the truth can be uncomfortable at first. After a little while at it, however, you inevitably feel stronger, literally empowered. Why is that? Well, think back to any time in your life when you had an illusion stripped away. It was painful at first, but ultimately you were glad you learned the truth, because the truth does set us free. Reaching the truth means stripping away the illusions around us, so don't despair, just wake up. I'm Richard Dolan. Join me next time on False Flags when we look at 3 fascinating acts of deception: the sinking of the Maine of 1898, the financial scare of 1907, and the sinking of the Lusitania in 1915.
Absolutely, more than listening is necessary in everything that we do, in anything that we want to accomplish. And if it's really important, we're not doing something, like even in a small way, then we're a part of the problem. We really do have to take action, whatever that action may be. Whatever it is that we're talking about at the time. You gotta be willing to allow for the unfolding of things, to be able to react to it when it comes to you. But we all need to know exactly what is our responsibility. And some of us, we have different responsibilities than others. And maybe we've been laying around in the back and we've been watching, right? Listening, that's our job. We listen, watch. The insanity of it all. But now we have to give it a voice, and not many people can articulate it. So this is power. Like if you have it, do that. Because again, there's not many people who can or are willing to put themselves out. I think everybody should try to articulate, at least with family, friends. I think we're told not to talk about politics or religion. You know, when we get into our family gatherings, we get together with friends. Well, that's bullshit, man. That's where all the good conversation is, because that's what's necessary right now. You can't hide behind a shitty, platform. If nothing's getting done, if the whole system's corrupt, let's talk about it. Maybe you might learn something. And you're always going to learn from someone who has a divergent way of thinking than you. Those are the people you need to talk to, not to the same old shitty people that just say, yes, sir, that's the way it is, sir. Yes, you are absolutely right. Yes, sir, you must know. You're a very, very intelligent businessman. Yes. Intelligent business. Let's say you're a business owner. Do you want to know how to make more? By giving more? No? Oh, okay. I'm talking to the wrong person. I think for some of us, there's some of the twisted joy that we get is seeing people that have less than us. Is it that insidious? Seems to be. Is that our true nature? Absolutely not. And the world keeps on spinning. And we think there's no purpose. Maybe that's true. Maybe our purpose is to find whatever it is that we want to do and then just do that. Paradise. Take me down to the paradise city where the grass is green and the girls are pretty. That's the worst rendition of that song ever. Down the rabbit hole a little further. False flags.
I'm Richard Dolan, and this is False Flags.
All done.
Deception.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Hi, I'm Richard Dolan, and this is False Flags. We start with the sinking of the American battleship, the Maine. This was a major event in its day. It led directly to the Spanish-American War and America's conquest of Cuba, Guam, and the Philippines. But despite its importance in world history, the explosion that sunk this battleship is still a mystery. Not surprisingly, it's often been considered to be a false flag, or at least a possible false flag done by the United States as a way to justify the war. Let's take a look. Cuba had been a colony of Spain for a long time, but by the late 1800s, Spanish power was, well, not what it had once been. The Cubans hated Spanish rule. Many Americans supported Cuban independence, and of course Americans wanted to make some money on that island. So by 1898, the situation was extremely tense. Violent riots were common. The whole situation was ready to explode. In that context, the U.S. sent a battleship into Cuba's Havana Harbor in January 1898. That was the Maine. Now, it's no mystery why this happened. President William McKinley, who wanted to avoid war, saw that the Spanish had lost control of the island. The Spanish governor was a man named General Weyler, who was a brutal despot, only making things worse.
McKinley sent the Maine to protect the American citizens on the island. That's what he said, along with the American sugar industry located there. He called it a goodwill mission. Just 3 weeks later, on February 15, 1898, an explosion rocked the Maine while it was docked in the harbor. 266 crew members were killed, only 89 survived. The entire forward third of the ship was destroyed, mainly where the ammunition was stored, more than 5 tons of powder charges for the ship's big guns. What remained of the ship sank to the bottom of the harbor. So what caused the explosion? That's been the question. Was it caused by some accident within the ship, or was sabotage involved? And if so, who did it? President McKinley immediately ordered an official investigation. It was known as the Sampson Board. The Sampson Board concluded that sabotage seemed the most likely cause, probably from a mine in the harbor, which would have triggered a larger explosion in the ship's forward magazines. Witnesses had heard 2 explosions, and part of the keel was bent inwards as if from an external force. The Sampson Board did not assign the American press, on the other hand, immediately pointed fingers at Spain, especially the tabloids, the so-called yellow press, which was cheap, widespread, and very influential over national opinion. Now, it's interesting. These newspapers were very sensationalist. They had more money and more resources than establishment papers like the New York Times. The New York World, for instance, owned by Joseph Pulitzer, and the New York Tribune, owned by William Randolph Hearst. Both of these newspapers sent more journalists to the South, provided more information about the event than did the New York Times. To this day, their information is invaluable and has been used by naval investigators ever since. They also studied Jimmy and that did this on Spanish treasure. There was a slogan for everyone's lips. Remember the Maine to hell with Spain. Before long, America was at war with Spain, quickly drew back and not right. Spain had its own investigation. They didn't want the war with America, that's for sure. Now, surprisingly, they concluded the explosion was an accident. An explosion in the Maine's hull, which then ignited ignition. Too bad for the Spanish investigators couldn't really get too close to the ship since the American left. In 1911, the U.S. got another look at the Maine, the neighborhood of Havana Harbor. A new investigation came to the same conclusion as the Sampson Board. In the external exposure, turns out, was 11 was really the Spanish government in behind it. It really never made sense. Spain knew nothing from the war, good before they had no chance to So for years, this was where matters stood. It was easy, it was probably fine, waiting to stay for something else. In the 1960s, there were a few more studies that supported the sabotage theory. The best researchers could do was to guess at who it began. We sent Cubans and got American from Spain. They were the extraction of Spanish officers who went to General Wiley. Well, one study in the 1970s concluded that the explosion was an accident caused by an internal fire and explosion. In other words, what the Spanish investigators had originally concluded. This was known as the Rickover study, after the retired U.S. Admiral William Rickover reported it. Ever since, this has been more or less the dominant theory regarding the sinking of the Maine. But is it true? Well, in 1995, the Smithsonian Institution published a study which strongly supported the sabotage theory. By this time, they actually had new information, long-lost testimony from what they described as unimpeachable evidence. This was Elizabeth Rice, the American diplomat. Rice had given testimony in 1911 that was basically ignored. He had been in Cuba for many years as an American diplomat. He had an extensive network of informants. One of these informants was a former Spanish officer told Bryce, just days before the explosion, that the fanatic officers loyal to the rule of Governor General Weiler were planning to blow up the mainland. We didn't have details, and knew it was going to happen soon. This is basically where we stand today. I have looked into this as carefully as I can, including reading some of the technical studies. My assessment is that the main was the Nicholas sabotage. That is, the mine planted in the hole. If we were simply to look at the strongest evidence, we would have to conclude that the so-called Wilds, named Spanish officers, were behind it. If so, what a very, very bad decision to make. But here's the thing. For the sake of the way to get across the line, we have to reach the the Americans. And there's never been any evidence of otherwise. Accusations of shortness of fuel. The government of Cuba, for example, still blames America. In the late 90s, an official at the Havana City Museum stated as the U.S. was using pretexting Cuba. There's even a plaque near the site that describes the dead sailors as victims of the imperialist dream to take over Cuba. Some Webnews researchers also accuse the U.S. of being behind ships sinking. One person accused Theodore Roosevelt, then Assistant Secretary of the Navy, of ordering the Navy to Havana to find his losses.
You sunk my battleship!
Sorry. Oh yes, we sunk Roosevelt later ordered U.S. battleships to
Daddy Roosevelt, insatiable power monopolies was a staunch advocate of military preparedness and of a foreign policy which he called speaking softly and carrying big sticks.
The sinking of the Maine did play perfectly into the hands of American imperialists eager for conquest. They manipulated the weather for their purposes and learned that it was those really shocking events. That is, very obedient. But they got those lost. Even though we can't call the sinking of the Maine false flag, it offered good training material for the future. It contained several key elements that became important for future false flags. First, the dovetail and the state roles with media propaganda. Second, the immediate identification of a culprit and call for violent action, not by the government though, but by the press. Also, we see the creation of slogans as a way to control and energize the public. There were no covert officers here, and no direct control over the media message. Those developments were still new. Now, false flags don't have to include explosions and dead bodies. They do include fear and money and power. In this case, I'm talking about the financial scare of 1907. In mid-October of that year, financial panic shook Wall Street investors. The stock market dropped 50% from where it had been the year before. All this led to the creation of the Federal Reserve Bank. According to conventional history, the panic was triggered by a failed scheme to corner the stock of United Copper Company. When it became apparent that the attempt would fail, banks that had lent money to the scheme suffered a loss of public confidence, which led to large cash withdrawals. The bank runs quickly spread to affiliated banks and trusts, which, within a week, led to the downfall of the massive Knickerbocker Trust Company, that was New York City's third largest trust. The collapse of the Knickerbocker was a major financial event and spread even more fear throughout the nation as regional banks withdrew reserves from the New York City banks. The panic extended nationwide as people withdrew deposits from their regional banks. Many bankruptcies happened. Historians add that it was only the direct intervention of financier J.P. Morgan that saved the day. Morgan injected liquidity with money into the system. Now, because there was no official central bank of the United States, Morgan essentially fulfilled that role. This gave strong impetus to an unpopular idea, something that powerful bankers had wanted for years. A strong central bank. And this led directly to the creation of the Federal Reserve Bank in 1915. That's the official interpretation of that. There are arguments This interpretation is very misleading, and that the Panic of 1907 might be one of the earliest important false flags of the modern era. The basic claim is that the panic was engineered to create a central U.S. bank. The claim is that New York bankers artificially inflated the stock market with easy loans. When lending was then tightened, the bubble burst, with stocks crashing nearly 50% and all the various loans of the banks. The Main Street press used the financial to make a case for establishing a European-sized central bank. Within a few years, the Federal Reserve Bank was created, fulfilling exactly the law. The question we must ask is, what is the truth in this claim? Well, there's no problem finding money, that's for sure. Immediately following the Great Depression, J.P. Morgan, John D. Rockefeller, and other giants of the world financial scene, including Jacob Schiff, Paul Warburg, and Nathaniel Rothschild, all declared that the lesson of the game was that the U.S. needs a central bank. Conveniently, only the most powerful financial players in the world all happened to agree. Actually, less than a year before the panic, Jacob Schiff said in a speech that without a powerful central bank, the U.S. would experience, quote, the most severe and far-reaching money panic in its history. Well, it soon is, at least up to that point. After the panic, President Theodore Roosevelt appointed a National Monetary Commission to study the causes of the panic and to make suggestions. The chairman of the commission was Senator Nelson Aldrich, father-in-law of John D. Rockefeller Jr. It was Aldrich who set up a
Hi, Jerome.
a few years later.
Who are you?
1913.
Who are you to have such a strong opinion?
They were in secret at a train station in New Jersey, only using first names.
I'm interested now.
With Aldrich were the true masters of the universe of their day. Financier Paul Warburg, as well as representatives of J.P. Morgan, Rockefellers, and so on. They then took a private rail car.
So we're diagnosing people online, eh?
Jekyll Island, Georgia.
So are you a professional doctor?
Knowing that Americans hated
Jerome?
of a powerful central bank, something that we had too
I'm
much
interested
control
now.
over.
Who are you,
Came up
Jerome?
with the idea of creating many smaller central banks scattered across the country. Eventually, this idea, the Federal Reserve Act, was passed in Congress when many members were home on vacation and signed into law by President Woodrow Wilson. At the time of the Fed's creation, and during the early years of its existence, there were a number of individuals who stated that the Panic of 1907 was specifically engineered to create a pretext for the Fed.
Give me a call, Jerome. Give me a call and then we'll talk. We'll talk live. Give me your phone number. How do I get in touch with you, Jerome? You seem to have a lot of information at your disposal. Would you like to talk to me about this perfect example of schizophrenia? Oh my God, really? Jerome just diagnosed it here, right here on YouTube. I guess it's true. Get a job, man. Get a job. If I had a dime for every time someone said, get a job, I'd have a lot of dimes. You know what? I've come to the conclusion that no one's going to take care of me. So don't worry. I'll do fine. You see, we don't take care of each other. A society that doesn't take care of their own, their family, their mothers, their fathers, their sons, their daughters, their brothers, their sisters. Oh, is it about getting a job, bud? I guess that makes me schizophrenic, eh? It doesn't work. But I'm not going to convince you of anything, am I? Jerome. Yeah, I want house, food, and tech. Because that should be free for you, too, Jerome. Good golly, Miss Molly. Have you not been hearing anything that I've been saying? You like to pick bits, eh? We'll get them. We'll stump them. I'm watching everything that you do right now, Jerome. Believe me, I know exactly what's going on here. I haven't heard anybody who disagreed with me until now, Jerome. So thank you. Thank you for stepping up, man. Now you got skin in the game, man. So good for you. Stop saying we. What should I say now? Jerome, you tell me what to say. I don't think that works. This is my fucking show. I say whatever I want. And when I think it's we, it's we. I'm the only one with these problems, eh? Well, I represent a few people. I'm not the only one. And the problems, the solutions to those problems, very simple. Very simple. You want to hear it? I don't want to tell you, unless you want to hear it. How do you know I fucked up my life, Jerome? What do you know that I don't? Because I know my life pretty good. I don't believe I fucked up at any point. In fact, I played a perfect game. I'll tell you why. I put a number of fucking agencies, a number of different things on fucking notice. Checkmate. And I won by using a single pawn. I didn't have a queen at the beginning of the fucking game, man. That's true. What's your situation, Jerome? I'd like to know more about your situation. Are you, did you work really hard for your money? Come on, man. Joe Biden, come on, man. Did you vote for Joe Biden or Trump? Are you an American or Canadian? Conservative or liberal? They're both the same thing. And I know Jerome would not agree. He would not agree. This person is very ill. Someone's making a case against me, eh? It's a whole fucking government making a case against me. It's my federal government, man. What? RCMP? Yeah. And then you get people like Jerome here trying to make a case that you're insane because you're good at what you do. Yes? Now we know. Now we know. He needs shock therapy. Oh my God. So these are the people we deal with on a regular basis, Melanie. People like this. He needs shock therapy. shock therapy. If he actually believes this, is he a person? He is aggressive? Wow. I've never been aggressive in my fucking life. And violent? Where do you get your stories from, sir? The only time I have ever been a part of anything violent is when someone came at me, you shithead. So now we know. But thank you for your comment. Kudos to you for bringing it to the table so we can fucking talk about it. Incapable of caring for myself. Well, I think I did pretty good with nothing. Oh, you don't exactly have nothing. Maybe not nothing. Next to nothing? I mock no one, huh? Oh, boy. Well, you sure judge, don't you? By the way, BTW, if anybody's wondering what that stands for. Hey! Hey! Tea in Space, welcome. This is Space coming to you live from the Beaumont Motel, room 240. My door is always open. Please.
I try to close my
Come in when invited. If you're not invited,
just listen to the
just stay there for a bit.
Such whispers on the breeze, they don't come easy now.
Yep, he just mocked an entire community of disabled people. An entire community! Good for you, bud. God, this hole's getting bigger and bigger as I go. Keep talking, friend. Put it down. Comment. Wow, thank you. Thank you for this. I couldn't have asked for a better day.
And all their all began to rust.
Oh my God.
No bending.
What makes you say that? What makes you say that?
That ancient dance walk.
You misdiagnosed. You're not a doctor. You're a shithole. And you're just trying to create some kind of controversy because someone has a different opinion than you. Did I nail it? I nailed it! Oh, I nailed it! Oh, you fucker! Nailed it! Hiya! Oh, God!
Well, someday I hope to find that land of honey wine where the coffee
Keep talking, Jerome.
on the white oak tree.
If that is indeed your real name, do you have a picture to go with that? You want to send me a fucking picture so I know who I'm talking to? Jerome
Each night the starlight and the sea.
Levy Levi.
Form eternity.
It's Jerome, isn't
And the
it?
wind moves like an echo.
Can mental illness be encouraged or discouraged? Well, let's talk about what mental illness is. The true mental illness is not being able to form thoughts on your own. The true mental illness is conformity. The true mental illness is knowing something, convincing yourself that you know something, and you really don't. No clue.
count stuff off too
But
fast.
you need
I'm
to know
nervous, so I'll let
to
him
keep your
do it.
job, keep your status, keep your fucking whatever.
Very well lit in here. We're not used to that one.
And now we get to, things like autism, and we get to things like schizophrenia, what that is. Like, was it a good thing for us to put all these things into all these nice, tight little boxes? Okay, I hear voices, let's say. What's that about? Well, you should only hear your own voice. Who says? Who says I should only hear my voice?
My gate I'll always greet you.
Because that doesn't really stand to reason. There's so many voices to listen to. And they're in your head too. They're all around.
On the wind, the wolves are howling. Open arms are closed in fear. Helping hands.
Do you open yourself up to that? Or do you just kind of rely on your own intelligence? Because you're so smart.
Makes me want to cry. But I go out now. At the moon tonight.
Well, that guy's got an edge. Why is he so angry? When did you become so angry, Tom?
There she stands so tall and mighty.
Is it legitimate to be angry?
And watchful eye. In the heart
Can mental illness be encouraged or discouraged? Can you beat the schizophrenia out of someone in the park? Does it help when you got badges and guns to do it? Does it help any of us? Regardless of what you think? Let's say I'm schizophrenic. Let's say all day long I say I'm schizophrenic. Does that mean now you don't listen to me? Because I don't have an opinion? Now I gotta speak louder? Oh God, that puts us in a shitty position. So I'm gonna listen to music from now on. And I'm gonna take questions and comments. So thank you.
There she stands.
Thank you, Jerome. Thank you, Melanie.
Her gaze facing the east. At her back, our doors are closing.
Anytime someone has an opinion of somebody else and they don't know them and they haven't followed her or him for an extended period of time, has no right. I guess he has a right to say it. He's going to be called on it. Too much at stake. There's way too much at stake. The government is coming after all of these people, and they're trying to label people these things to put them in prison. Do you understand now? So people that are actually legitimately labeled and have been diagnosed, and they say, yes, this is me, they will be susceptible to the same shit that came down on me. Jazz hands. Checkmate. Right? It has to be. Oh, God, it has to be, right? No more, right? I don't want to play anymore.
Well, not every song can be happy. We'll do one about the loss of my mom here. Continue down.
You have to do a lot more thinking there, Jerome. Actually, you got to do less thinking. You got to unlearn all the shit that you've been taught, all the things that you think you know. You got to unknow them and then relearn it. Because it is very apparent to me that you're part of the problem. But if you've got these views, not going to turn out very well for those schizophrenic people, eh? Or those multiple personality disorder type people, or those depressed people, or those anxious people, or those angry people, right? It's not going to go too well for those people. You know, the ones that speak the truth, or at least what they think is the truth. You going to put the handcuffs on me? Are you going to be the one, Sharon, to put the fucking handcuffs on me? Are you RCMP? Are you RCMP? My door's open. I don't know who you are. I know Melanie because I spent time with Melanie. Who the fuck are you? Jerome?
Gave our girl a ride.
Right? You get my point? Delusions. Every time you point that finger, remember there are 3 fingers pointing right fuck back at you. Oh, you got 2 fingers pointing? I got 6 fingers now pointing back at me. So I must be the delusional one. I must be the paranoid one.
You can help me in our time.
I got a question for you, Jerome. Explain compassion to me. You explain compassion to me. Okay? Then I talk to you. Until then, fuck off.
I miss the old hymns.
Thank you for your comment.
She used to sing. Sparrows spread their mortal wings. But now they've all lighted the silence of the stream, like notes on the pages. She breathed life into all things. You could help me share the trouble.
Now we know what's going on, Melanie. Now we know who the targets are, right?
You can help me.
It's been this way. It's happened this way. But there's not much we don't know on this subject. There's shitty philosophies out there, though. Shitty isms. And no one wants to accept in Canada that they're living in a socialistic society. Socialism. Everybody's afraid of that communism. Well, socialism is pretty close to communism. And guess what? You got fuckers. They're telling you socialism is good or capitalism. Oh, both of them are shit. Right? Both of them are shit. You got a choice between Republicans and Democrats. Both are shit. Today's show is brought to you by the number 9 and a new friend I met just recently. So I'm thinking about him right now. Did a painting. I got some paintings to do for people, but some people are going to have to wait. I only got so much time. So important. By the views that you hold and how it affects the ripple effect along the way. If people thought ahead or knew what the ramifications were, they would not do the things that they do.
The only one we brought today.
Putting our old people in homes, our parents in homes for them to die in. Oh yeah, it's okay if I say bye to my grandmother behind a glass and she really wants to see me. No fucking way, the fucking really, glass is coming down.
Here tonight. It's really
suction cups.
And hear a lot
come on,
more about
let's go, Grandma.
That, the North Carolina
let's go.
Is doing this year to honor so many
let's go.
Musicians, a lot of whom
no.
Been honored.
No, you don't do that to my grandmother.
We were both born and raised
Right?
here. and
That's what
we're
we
just
should be
about
saying.
trying to
We don't
fix
do
it.
that to our family,
And,
but we've been
I
fucking
think being
told
North
that this is
Carolinians,
fine.
we've also
You think people at the
written
top
our fair
do
share
this
of
to the people they
religious
love?
songs, which we're gonna do a few of
No.
tonight.
They convince you it's okay, though. And they want them to die. Turnover. Did you hear about that? Turnover. In the restaurant business? In and out. That's kind of what they want now. They want you congregating, so all these rules. Hey, I'm in a restaurant, or I think I can actually make this fucking work.
Our secret safe,
Half a life.
but I hope the world will learn.
Half a life.
Go tend to
Half a half a half.
Cry. Pay attention to these words. If it ain't fear that holds us, it's fear that tears us down. Down and I have.
So the crazy people are telling you not to fear. The crazy people, the people that
Our Father loves.
they're being segregated. The people that are telling you to love, to define what compassion is. Jerome's going to have a hard one with this. Jerome's going to have a very hard time with this question. It might never come. Because I don't think it's a possibility for him to understand it that much.
Calling our love sin. Many flames are rising. And many hearts slow down. Well, I am lying in your shadow, but I know you'd rather.
What happens to a schizophrenic person after he's been beaten in the park by 6 RCMP officers and 2 bylaw officers watching broad daylight? What happens to that guy? You farm him out, you ship him out, you put him in a mental institution? Is that what you do? Don't cross my line if you're not invited. You know if you're invited.
Some grow weak in anger.
Some people I know, they come in and out because I know them and they have permission. Don't cross that line if you don't have permission. It's very important that we understand exactly where the line is. I don't require much. And this rule that you got, 6 feet, well, it's not because of COVID-19, but I really like this rule. Stay 6 feet away from me, you prick. Right? Thank you. Because there are pricks in the world, eh? And they got guns and badges. I've said it all. So, I guess what you have to understand is I've been doing this for 2.5 years. And my message has been the same the whole way on down the fucking line. Hasn't changed. Hasn't changed since I was a little kid. And no one should ever be put in a situation where they have to prove their sanity to you. Full stop. Full stop. Thank you. Thanks for coming out. This is Tia Space.
But we thought if we're supposed to be representing North
We got,
Carolina, we should play a fiddle tune too.
I think this is Mandolin Orange. Yeah, for sure it is. It's definitely Mandolin Orange.
One we learned from a great North Carolina fiddler named Raina Gillett. And she does a better job of this than me, not in the movie.
I had a guy come to my door yesterday. Two big burly guys. It was on video. They go, "Are you gay?" Fuck, what is... So what you say to a guy, like, is that what we come down to? Okay, I'm gay, you don't like me? Or I am gay and you do like me? How about I'm both? Can I be both? Okay, I'm both. Now how do you like me? Hey, I'm gonna come out. I'm gay. I'm not really gay. I'm coming out. I'm a bisexual. Well, not really. I don't like the labels. I've done things. What? I don't know. I don't really want to talk about them right now. Okay. How you doing on that compassion thing there, Jerome? It's not a really hard question. Just write a paragraph on it. What you know. Sentence? Dictionary? You can look at the you want? I'll look it up. I'll look it up. Fuck it. Jerome's too slow. Let's just see what the dictionary says about it. Compassion. I don't know, man. Compassion motivates people to go out of their way to help the physical, mental, and emotional pains of another and themselves. Compassion is often regarded as having sensitivity, an emotional aspect to suffering. Though, when based on cerebral notions such as fairness, justice, and interdependence, it may be considered rational in nature, and its application understood as an activity also based on sound judgment.
For the record. We'll do
Compassion motivates people to go out of their way to help the physical, mental, and emotional pains of another.
I grew up hunting and could never
How about
find a
that?
deer.
And themselves.
And then I moved to Chapel Hill into the city limits. And there's just like
Let's go with that for now.
some deer always in my backyard. I don't know why I could never find them. They were all here in Chapel Hill.
Coming to you live on Facebook and YouTube. I appreciate the comment. Jerome and Melanie. Jerome, I have to be hard on you because you're dead wrong. And I don't need to be right. So coming from a person who doesn't need to be right in most situations, if you're dead wrong, ugh.
In a land in spring, no scavenger, so she is free. Somewhere in the field, she waits for me. As the cars roll by, highway hums a lullaby, and she's sleeping on the side of the street. But somewhere in the field of hope, she waits for me.
these hills alone.
Well, delusions can mental illness be encouraged or discouraged? Delusions can. Paranoia can. Agreeing with incoherence, yes, it can.
After
Well, you have to ask yourself, am I being incoherent right now?
sunlight,
Again, really hard argument to make with someone like me. What you call incoherence is really, and let's just call a spade, nine of spades. What you call incoherence is me having a different opinion than you. Simple. You can't handle it. So someone's got to be crazy in that situation, right? Okay, how about I don't say you're crazy anymore? Maybe you're not mentally ill. I think you use your mind too much. I don't think you're connected to your heart. That's why you don't know what compassion is. I can help you. I can help. Hi, how can you help there, Tom? I'll just redirect you to yourself. Have you met yourself? Have you met yourself? Yeah. It's a good talk, everybody. Thank you so much. Mandolin Orange, tea in space.
I know how old this house is. It's like, I would say so. I'm having a ball. That sounds very 1891. That's so 1891. All right, we'll continue down the heartbreak trail. Here's the one about divorce.
It happens.
I showed up to your wedding wearing black and blue and red. Wouldn't it seem fitting as I'm as bruised and angry as I've ever been? There was a time when I called you. There was a time when I called you mine. This old house, it's cold and empty. Even these old walls have been. I lay down, and you're not with me. Waking up just sitting. There was a time when I called. There was a time when I called you mine.
undercover mental health care worker gets fucked over by the police for standing up for the people that he
There's no gold on either side.
dedicated his or a portion of his life to.
No silver
Beaten and tortured
left to
for
find.
this.
It's precious.
And then made out to be a shitty version of what's going on? I was on a roll there. Oh, it'll come back. Don't worry. Get that music going. You still there? Yes, I'm still there.
Slip away from
I guess it wasn't that important. Just listen to the music.
There was a time.
Don't tell me what to do. All right.
There was a time when I called you mine. There was a time when I called.
So I'm taking comments all day. Comments, questions, concerns. Requests. If I was a rich man. If.
Thank y'all so much.
Can't
I think
touch
we
that.
just got time for one more song, and there are a lot of our music making peers here, and we're gonna get one of them up here to play this last tune with us. This is John Gia from Chatham County Line, and he's one of our one of the first North Carolina musicians that we looked up to.
This next song has one word in the chorus, so if you catch on, feel free to sing along. If you feel like you can sing, if you're not very good at singing, maybe just sing quiet. It'll throw us off. No, I'm just kidding. That's not the point of singing.
Welcome to my sing-along. Wildfire by Mandolin Orange. Live.
Brave men fall with the battle cry. The tears fill the eyes of their loved ones and their brothers in arms. So it went for Joseph Warren. It should have been different. It should have been easy. This rain could have saved him. But a country unborn needs break, and it spread like wildfire. When the ashes grew to sweet liberty, like the seeds of the pines, when the forest burned, they opened up to grow and burn again. again. This should have been different. It could have been easy. Too much money rolled in to ever end slavery. The cry for war spread like wildfire. The Civil War came, the Civil War went. Brother fought brother. The South was spent, but its true demise was hatred passed down through the years. And it should have been different. It could have been easy. Pride has a way of holding too firm to history, and then it burned like wildfire. Well, I was born a southern son in a small southern town where the rebels run wild. They beat their chests and they swear they're gonna rise again. Well, it should have been different. It could have been easy. The day that old Warren died, hate should have gone with him. Here we are, caught in a wildfire.
I agree. I agree. So let's start from scratch. Now that we got all that out in the open. And if I raised my voice and I was offensive, I apologize. But let's have a real conversation, not based on what we believe we know, but and not put each other down, and not use these terms. These terms are so fucking powerful, and it's being used against a whole population of people. It's not just for the people that were diagnosed as schizophrenic, bipolar, all those fucking names they put to mental illnesses. I'm not just talking about this. Now, we come into a situation where they're diagnosing this on media, social media, and that's not acceptable. Like, all I know is what comes at me, right? And from that conversation, this is what I got. Just another case of a schizophrenic person trying to live off a fucking system or live off of others and expecting others to do something for them. Okay. I think I don't expect that, by the way. So it doesn't apply. It doesn't apply. So many fucking other cases. That's why it's highly offensive. Someone says, "You're crazy, Tom." I've nailed my mom on this a few times. She doesn't notice it. She didn't know how much that affected me until, a few times, right? And that she doesn't do that again. If it slips out, it slips out. But that's not the point, right? Words damage. The meaning of words need to be understood. But if you're using words to hurt another, to bring another down, to defame them somehow, devalue them, devalue their opinions, as if they have no right to speak at all, I take exception. Because what if I was schizophrenic? I am schizophrenic. There, he said it. I am schizophrenic. Okay. Now I see this comment. I've been following this guy. I don't really want to talk about it too much. I'm getting fucked around in my own life. So it's very hard for me to put myself out there in any real tangible way. Listening is all I got right now. Yeah, I lived 10 years in a cave. Maybe the diagnosis that you were given is not the diagnosis that you should live with for the rest of your life. Maybe it's something other. Maybe it's a gift. Maybe some of these things that you think are irrational are actually the most rational things. But it's civilization, society has bought into the illusion that might equals right. Take, gimme, I want now. No, it's not. Oh, God. It's a fucking half-life. Right? It's good to go through these things, emotions. Anger. Let's take anger for one. Never underestimate the value of, and I'm going to say it, righteous anger. Righteous anger. It's the only way I can actually express it. Is there another way? Because most of the time when we express anger, it's out of this fucking selfish motivation of just being right or something, right? But there's sometimes where you gotta fight for your fucking life. And you should be angry about it because civilization has done you a fucking wrong. So that's where I get sometimes because my situation is different than others. I was just beaten by 6 RCMP officers 2.5 months ago, tortured, brought to their prison with a bag on my head, bloody, mangled meat. No charges. Why wouldn't I be angry? Why wouldn't I want to shout it from the top of the fucking mountain that fucking happened? Why wouldn't I? I'd be stupid not to. Because that just happened to an innocent person. And it's had to happen before. I know it's happened before. I know it continues. I know it continues. Because no change is made. So you got to shout it from the mountaintop. So I take it on the internet, YouTube, Facebook. 2.5 years working on it. My long game's pretty good. I hope it works out. Because this change that needs to happen, it's within your own self that you need to change, right? So if you don't know what compassion is, you got to understand, well, what is it? Because now you're just using this fucking thing up here, this computer. But you're not hooked up to everything else. So your computer is like, you know what you're doing? You're not hooked up to the internet. How valuable is a computer if it's not hooked up to the internet? It's just doing its own thing. And solitary. How much impact does that really make? So why wouldn't you shout it from the fucking mountaintops and send your message out to 3.5 billion people? Why wouldn't you? This is the biggest. Facebook has the largest amount of subscribers, probably 3.7 billion by now. Instagram was like, what, 2? YouTube. Well, it's pretty big little base there too, right? Okay, I'll start from the bottom. Nobody watches it. Nobody sees what I'm posting anyways. Okay, in time, maybe. Well, no. I might be in prison by then. At the rate this is going. Well, why would you be in prison? Oh, I fucking don't know. You got to ask them. I have not been charged with anything. Ever. In my life. Right? So from now on, I don't see comments. That's number one. It has to be this way. I'll read the comments maybe later. Maybe. I'll take Melanie's lead on this. She's better suited to it because I'll just piss the guy off. I won't make it any better. She's the one in this situation we got here for sure. I got too much invested in it. Got to bring a third party in. Speak some logic to the fucking situation. Calm it down a bit, right? My part's done. My part's fucking done. I've done everything that I can do. So yeah, I sit and wait. And if, you know what, food doesn't come, I'll find it. I'll fucking find it in the fucking garbage. Whatever I need to do. I go to the garbage, I go out in the fucking woods, I trap something. I'll do that, I guess. Don't wanna. kind of like Civilization. It's a little easier, but you guys make it fucking difficult. Opinions. So we bring in the Top Gun. My Top Gun is Melanie. Go, for sure. Talk to the experts, right? Oh, she's the expert. She's got a lot to say. She has some good knowledge on this. I know. Why? Because I've talked to her. I don't apologize for anything. I can't afford it. Sorry. I'm sorry I raised my voice. I'm sorry I fucking did this. I'm sorry. No. I can't. I'm so far gone, so far past this. You know what I'm sorry for? The fact that I continually have to raise my voice and nobody hears. I have never done this. How important is this then? How important is this? These conversations to happen in Canada. Well, you're getting a taste. You're getting a taste of how it is. People setting other people up. Setting other people up. You know what? In my case, I had a few friends, right? They wanted me to go to their doctor at one of these fucking walk-in clinics, you know? 5 minutes goes by and he goes, "Hey, have you ever heard of Ritalin?" Are you fucking kidding me? You shithead, you know nothing. I bring my friend in the next time. My friend says, "You know what? I don't think you were very kind. I don't think you were very good to him." Why would I be? He's a fucking hack. You know how many kids I took off Ritalin? Do you know how many medications I have had the fortune of being a part of, having people off those medications? That's where we were going. Off medications completely? Do you know what I know about schizophrenia? Bipolar? Do you know what I know? No one ever asks me what I know. How do you know that? Well, got some experiences.
The guy, he was painting at one time. He's a painter. Now he thinks he knows something.
You fucker, I can be a painter and know something too. Shithead. You know? Not you, Jerome. Sorry, I got off of you. I apologize for all the things I said. All the things I said, I apologize for. But they were true. Honest. No fabrications, no lies, no hiding behind someone that you're not. Yeah, I think it's all in check. 2.5 years. Going strong. Live from the Beaumont Motel, man. It's home right now. It's not a nice place right now to live. Oh, you should be happy that you got some. I am. Do you know what I did for it? Oh, God. The stories I could tell. The work that I've done for other people. For free. Or a really good deal. What if I can't use my back anymore? What if I just had a heart attack? What if I need to slow down? What if I just got beat by 6 RCMP officers in my own town? What if I can't move anymore? Now I have nothing to say? What if I have no more money? Spent it all on fucking medical bills. Not in my case, I didn't have any money. What if? What if my kid came down with cancer and the only treatment that was available to me by the doctors was this fucking medication that costs, what, 10, 20, 30 grand? When there's the cure the whole time sitting on someone's fucking shelf? The system doesn't want you better. I have nothing to prove to you, Jerome. You just happen to be in my sights right now. And tell me when I speak negatively. Negatively. Is there a room? What's negative? What's positive? Can we discuss this? So much more to discuss. Is there an opposite side? Is that considered to be negative in this case? Right? So what's your definition of negative? Me having a different opinion? Go help at a shelter. You think the shelters are doing anything? They do what they can. But that's a fucked up situation. Do you know anybody living in these fucking shelters? Huh? Stop being such a prick, man. Have you been in one of these shelters for an extended period of time? Do you know how many opportunities you get in one of these shelters? Do you know how much privacy you get? Do you think you can form your own opinions, your own thoughts? You think you get fed in one of these shelters? Get a job. Do you think there are jobs in my fucking community worth getting? I can't speak any other way. Help a shelter. Donate your time. Yeah. Did you follow me 2.5 years ago, you shithead? Sorry, Jerome. Did you follow me 2.5 years ago? 2 years ago? 1.5 years ago? 1 year ago? 6 months ago? 2 months ago? You just pick up now? You just pick up now? Do your fucking research, you shithead. Oh. Sorry, Melanie. Oh, God. I thought I'd let you take it, and I went out of control there. So it's just people, they don't know. They don't know of which they talk about. They form opinions. They have no concept of what mental illness is. No concept, man. And I shouldn't call you a dick. But you were one. So I'm having a hard time with that. Because you made assumptions. You should do this, assuming that I have not. And then setting me up so that now I have to be on the defensive and I got to say, hold on a minute, this is what I did. I did this and this and this and this and this. And that's what makes me an expert. Fucker. So are you a doctor, Jerome? Are you a doctor? Am I offending your community of doctors? Where are you? What do you do for a living? Does that define you? Like it does everybody else? It's a valid question. Say, man, you got me at a disadvantage here, dude. I'm doing this live. You want to hook up with me some other time? We can have like a split cam or something. I'd love to do that. That sounds like fun. Then I can see your face. Then I can judge your intent. But so far, it just seems like you want me. You're making me into something that will fit your storyline. Do your research. Due diligence. That's what that's called. Silly. Silly. Are we adults here? Are we human beings? Fuck the adults in the fucking crowd. Are there any kids in the crowd? Because I'd like to talk to them now. They're the only ones that make sense. They're the only ones that make sense. I am a psychologist. I know. Make yourself happy. You're a psychologist, are you? Wow. So you just diagnosed me? I didn't give you permission, right? I never gave you permission to diagnose me. And side note, happy? Let's define what happiness is first, but I will tell you, I am content. Does this look like a face of a content man? I'm fine. I don't think you're very good at your job. How does that? Are you a psychologist? I don't think you're very good at your job, Jerome. I think I'd be better at your job, and I don't have a fucking certificate that says so. I know I am. How does that strike you? Does that make me crazy, or does that just make me smarter? Being smarter, does that get you ahead in life? Not necessarily. It depends. If your civilization, the one you live in, the planet you live on, if it's on the bad side of shit, it's not that good. I don't know. It's not that good to people like me. People like you. Who? People like me. People like-minded that think that compassion is actually the key to fixing everything. Love. The trump card. The Joker in the deck. Right? Did that make any sense there? Or was I just rambling? Again, like a madman might. So, from what I can see here, I'll just go with what I can see. I don't have any access to anything else. This is the conversation so far. Melanie says, I would rather we not judge each other based on what little we actually know about each other. That might be a good place to start. And I agreed with this. Then Jerome comes back with a compassion answer. And he says, compassion motivates people to go out of their way to help the physical, mental, or emotional pains of another and themselves. True, but you have to go out and do something tangible. Okay. Tangible. Really, you gotta do. What if you can't do something tangible, right? That's the question I have. Who have you helped in the last year? What the fuck is this guy? I'm gonna show him all the people I helped now. No, I'm not gonna do that. Why would I do that? That's a stupid question. If you followed me, you would know. How did it feel when you helped them? Oh, it made me feel really good. No, it didn't make me feel good. It made me feel shitty because the world is fucking shitty right now. But it needs to happen. You know, equality. Having the same fucking options as everybody else. So I give to them, but they don't have the fucking same options. Just fucking a little leg up. Makes me sad, actually. Go out and help at a shelter. Donate your time in a productive way. Sorry. Go out and help at a shelter. Donate your time in a productive way, and you will see the world. You will see the world will brighten up, and you'll feel better. I am a psychologist. I know. Make yourself happy, Tom. Well, I'm not happy. And I don't care if you're a psychologist or if you're fucking the king of Switzerland. Right? Because there are shitty psychologists out there. There are shitty doctors out there. There are shitty fucking professionals out there. Shitty lawyers, shitty politicians. Brighten up and you'll feel better. Well, I didn't really feel that bad, actually. Pretty much the same, but assumptions. You know what happens when you make assumptions? It makes an ass out of you and me. Full stop. I learned that in grade 5. What else did I learn? What else did I learn? I learned throughout life that the people who claim to know, they don't. Like, how much can you fucking know? There's more that we don't know than what we do know. Oh, you're a specialist in your area, are you? Well, that's a problem too, eh? Because you're not talking with the other people that might be able to help your little specialty. You're not connecting the dots, are you? Ankle bone's connected to the shin bone. Shin bone's connected to the knee bone. Knee bone's connected to the femur bone. Hip. Spine, ribs. Ah, man. RCMP kicked the shit out of me, man. You don't seem to be hearing that too much. Why? Do you work for the RCMP? I'm just guessing. Do you work for the RCMP? Jerome? Do you work for the RCMP? You're a psychologist. Are you a psychologist for the RCMP? Are you a politician too? Who are you? Who do you work for? What organization do you work for? What's your real name? Is it Jerome? Can I look you up on Facebook? You can look me up on Facebook. Can I look you up on Facebook? Find out. Jerome Levy. You want to be my friend? There's no Jerome Levy. no one that says they're a psychologist. Is that your real name? Jerome? Jerome, is that your real name? Who are you? Where can I look you up somewhere else so that then I'm not at such a disadvantage? Are you out there, bud? Jerome Levy. So I'm kind of waiting on that. You got a lot to say here, and for fuck. How long has it been, Melanie? And we haven't had any comments come in, and then we get this guy. How did this guy come in? Are you part of the RCMP or the federal government? Are you part of the federal government? Do you work for the federal government, Jerome? Jerome? Coming to you live from Facebook, on Facebook and YouTube, from the Beaumont Motel, my home. My door is always open, room 240. Do you work for the federal government, Jerome? Very important for you to answer this question now. This is an easy question. It was like, you do or you don't. Yes or no? Yes or no? Ah, we got a trickster, don't we? We got a trickster online. Do you work for the federal government, bud? You guy or a girl? Where are all my comments? Why can't other people comment besides Melanie and Jerome at this point in time? Why are my comments turned off on Facebook? I wonder. Good thing we got backups. Right? Good thing we got people looking out for us. Right? Good thing. Jerome. You still there? I know you are. You work for the federal government? Trying to paint a picture, aren't you? First of all, the picture's shitty. You're a horrible artist. Do you know who I am? Jerome? What's my name? What's my social insurance number? What's my birth date? Melanie knows. Do you know? Federal government. If you're a part of the federal government, I told Melanie. You'd know. Come on. Or I told you online several times. Go back, look, find it. Oh, I got it here because I... No, yes or no question. Federal government, are you a part of the fucking federal government? Am I talking to a fucking wall here now? What, I'm not allowed to ask questions? Who the fuck do you work for? Right? You're a psychologist, are you? And you work for the government. Must be a shitty one. Whatever your government tells you to do, eh, bud? Am I wrong? If I'm wrong, then I got to apologize. Just say. Yes or no? 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 Is this an interrogation? Internet style? What's going on here, man? I can't get this guy to talk. He was so talkative. And I read out his comments, too. Fascinating. By Jerome, I guess. On the unicorn. Fascinating. I can see clearly now the rain has gone. I can see all obstacles in my way. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. Pit neighbor against neighbor, friend against friend. And then what are you left with? You're all by yourself. And that's how it's designed. But we can change it. So that's what I'm up to today. Up to changing it. Thank you, Gaia, for providing us with the great selection of interesting conversation dialogue shows that are not a part of your mainstream media. Necessary, for sure. The modern age of deception. What's going on here?
They then took a private rail car to a private club in a place called Jekyll Island, Georgia. There, they devised their plan. Knowing that Americans hated the idea of a powerful central bank, something that would have too much control over the nation's economy, they came up with the nifty idea of creating many smaller central banks scattered across the country. Eventually, this idea, the Federal Reserve Act, was passed in Congress when many members were home on vacation and signed into law by President Woodrow Wilson. At the time of the Fed's creation, and during the early years of its existence, there were a number of individuals who stated that the Panic of 1907 was specifically engineered to create a pretext for the Fed. One was Senator Robert Latham Owen, one of the first two senators from the state of Oklahoma, who called the Panic of 1907 a deliberate conspiracy for enrichment of those who engineered it. This dovetailed with the attitude of Minnesota Congressman Charles Lindbergh Sr., yes, the father of Fed Xavier. When debating the Federal Reserve Act,
imagine there's no heaven
that it would establish, quote, the most gigantic trust on earth.
It's easy
the worst
if
legislative
you
crime
try.
of the ages is perpetrated by this bill, end quote. He pointed
No
out that
hell
the Fed isn't
below.
public, but privately owned. Conducted, he said,
No hell below
for the
us.
sole purpose of
Above
obtaining
us only
greater
sky.
profits from the use of other people's money, which actually is
Imagine all the
to this day, very
people
hard to get data on specific shareholders of the Fed.
living for the day.
J.W. McAllister stated that 80% of the ownership
Imagine there's no countries.
is owned by just 8 families.
It isn't hard if you try.
We're talking Goldman Sachs, Rockefellers, Lehman's, and Kuhn Loeb's.
Nothing to kill or
And the
die
European
for.
contingent named Rothschilds, the Warburgs, and 2 other names. Maybe
No religion
in Paris, and Israel Moses sites in Rome. And by the way, other
Magic
series
all the people
when you see a financial pattern
living
instantly used to create the most powerful private banking power
you.
elite the world has ever seen, you have to ask.
You may
So what does
say
it mean about
I'm a
jobs?
dreamer,
I think the smart money is on.
and I'm not
Personalities
the
of the
only
day. John D.
one.
Rockefeller enjoying his 94th year with 3 holes of golf for Army.
I hope someday you'll join us.
Senate investigation for making headlines. J.P. Morgan on the grill, telling the senators, yes, his banking house had $250 million in the deal, and no, he has not paid an income tax in the last 2 years.
Now let's talk about the
Wonder
Lusitania.
if you can.
In August 1914, war broke out in Europe.
No
This
need
became
for
known as
greed
the
or
Great War,
hunger.
later to us World War I. This was the most awful,
The brotherhood
bloody war
of
we've
man.
ever seen up until then, causing so much death and destruction that the
Imagine
phrase
all
lost
the
generations
people
to describe it. It pitted the United Kingdom, France, and
sharing
Russia,
all
known as
the
the Allied powers, against what we call
words
essential
you
powers. That meant Germany and the Austrian
You may say I'm a dreamer,
across the Atlantic Ocean, the
but
great
I'm
United
not
States
the
just
only
gaze at the
one.
carnage without overtly taking sides.
The United
I hope
States
someday you'll join
in fact
us.
as well as name. Most Americans
And
agree. This is Europe's
we'll
swamp.
live as
And from the time of
one.
George Washington, we have been warned to stay out of Europe's conflicts.
America had people from all the combatant nations living there. Why get involved in a terrible war on the other side of a huge ocean when you didn't need to? Nearly a year into that war, a German submarine sunk a British passenger ship, the RMS Lusitania. off the
Let
coast of
me
Southern
take you down, 'cause I'm going to strawberry fields. Nothing is real, and nothing to get hung about. Strawberry fields forever.
For 3 years, the
Living is
Wilson
easy
had
with
compromised
eyes
with
closed.
compromise and brought new
Misunderstanding on the sea. It's getting hard to be someone, but it all works out. It doesn't matter much to me. Let me take you down, 'cause I'm going to strawberry fields. Nothing is real, and nothing to get hung about. Strawberry fields forever.
For all nations involved, and not just in the trenches where most of the
No one I think is in my tree. I mean, it must be high or low. That is, you can't, tune it out, but it's alright. That is, I think it's not that bad. Let me take you down, 'cause I'm going to strawberry fields. Nothing is real, and nothing to get hung about. Strawberry fields forever.
In fact, what it was doing was violating.
Always know sometimes think it's me, but I know when it's a dream. I think I know, oh yes, but it's all wrong. That is, I think I disagree. Let me take you down, 'cause I'm going to strawberry fields. Nothing is real, and nothing to get hung about. Strawberry fields forever. Strawberry fields forever.
50 U.S. newspapers warning civilians not to sail on the Lusitania.
Careful.com.
The U.S. State Department made sure that most of the notices were not published. At least one slipped through, however, in the Des Moines Register, which carried the German ad warning Americans not to get on the ship.
May 1st, 1915. The luxurious British liner Lusitania sails from New York. Aboard are hundreds of Americans. They ignore a notice published next to the announcement of the ship sailing. A warning inserted by the German government.
Travelers sailing in the war zone do so at their own risk.
It was very upfront. There was a state of war existing between Britain and Germany, the ad said, and that zone of war included the waters next to the British Isles. Any vessels flying the flag of Great Britain or her allies were, quote, liable to destruction in those waters, and that travelers sailing in the war zone on the ships of Great Britain or her allies do so at their own risk, end quote. Okay, so the Germans gave fair warning, but where's the false flag in all of this? Well, one thing we can do, as always, is ask the question, who benefits? Well, there are two main beneficiaries. One was the British government itself, and more generally the Allied powers. After all, Britain was on the ropes and really needed America to enter the war on its side. But another beneficiary, with just as much motivation, were the major bankers, specifically J.P. Morgan. It is not outrageous to think that they could have acted in concert, or at least with some sort of loose understanding. First, let's look at the bankers. During the war, England and France didn't just throw millions of men into the fight. They had to pay for all of this, which was incredibly expensive. To do so, they borrowed heavily from American investors. That is, Americans would purchase British and French government bonds to finance their war effort, and those bonds would be paid back with some interest. To sell their bonds, the British and French governments had a go-to guy to sell them, J.P. Morgan, one of the most powerful bankers in the world, and incidentally, a key partner of the Rothschild banking dynasty. Not only that, but Morgan also acted as a purchasing agent for those governments in buying weapons and munitions from the U.S. Very nice for J.P. Morgan, to be sure, which, by the way, he was also doing, not simply for Britain and France, but with business in Russia, Italy, and Canada. But it gets better. J.P. Morgan controlled countless holding companies, and through these owned many of the manufacturing firms that had contracts for military production. If you want to know the origin of the modern military-industrial complex, look no further. Morgan and his companies were making a fortune literally every single day off the war, and were doing it in every possible way, purchasing, selling, and producing.
But is America truly neutral? Germany sees that the vast resources of the American industrial machine, the food, the munitions, the loans, are keeping Germany's enemies fighting in the field.
But by early 1915, things were looking bleak for Britain. The constant loss of its shipping fleet from German U-boats was a major crisis. What would happen to the British government? There was a real concern that the Brits would lose the war. By spring of 1915, Morgan wasn't able to find new buyers for the Allied war bonds. Because if Britain lost the war, the Allies would default on their bonds, and all that big money Morgan was making would end. Not only that, but his investors would suffer losses estimated as high as $1.5 billion, which in 1915 was an unbelievable amount of money. And of course, all of Morgan's war production companies would stop making weapons and maybe go out of business. So this was an urgent situation.
Yes, that was me.
Bizarre, twisted.
We
but
got
from
things
Morgan's point of
happening
view,
in our community.
urgent. So on May
where we
1st,
got
1915, the
mean-spirited
Lusitania
people
left New York City for a week-long voyage to Britain.
calling the RCMP for no fucking reason and ruining people's lives, keeping them in fear. That's what's happening in my community. So we got 1 or 2, 3, maybe at most, but it's not the whole community. It's these people that are dividing a community, one small community, mine. So this is what's happening. Listen. got someone with their speed dial with RCMP and threatening people for no reason. For no reason. No fucking reason. She's just there to create some shit. No, fair enough, man. I wouldn't want to get into it. Anyways, that wasn't where I wanted to go with that. Fuck. Last thing we need is the RCMP to come here for no reason. That puts everybody on guard. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it? Grown people calling the government to settle issues that they can't settle for themselves because they've dug themselves such a fucking big hole that now all that's left to them is to create dissension among everybody. So they go around and they infest people with their fucking lies. And if you don't say something, then they continue to do it, and it makes it worse. It makes it worse for everybody. This infestation, that's the real, it's the real sickness. It's the real virus that's going around here. That's the stuff that actually kills, and we're not focused on it. We should be. Threats. That's what I heard out there. I can call the RCMP anytime. Fuck you. Because I disagree with you. Because you're being a shithead to me. And I voice my... You know, that's the guy next door, right? And I get it. Nope. I got to stick up for my neighbors. The innocent people. Innocent people are getting hurt by all this. Yep. That's what I know. Good talk.
Some serious researchers now believe that Morgan realized something important. If the Germans were to sink the ship, the Americans would be furious, perhaps so furious that they would enter the war on the side of the Allies. And if that were to happen, not only would Allied bonds be in great demand again, but Morgan's war companies would be busier than ever because now they would have millions of American soldiers to prepare for the Great War. Problem solved. 6 days later, on May 7th, the Lusitania approached within 12 miles of the southern Irish coast. The Lord of the British Admiralty was 41-year-old Winston Churchill. Churchill knew all about what the German U-boats were doing, obviously. In fact, he knew in the past 2 days that 3 ships had just been sunk right where the Lusitania now was. Did Churchill make sure that the Lusitania had the protection of her escort? Or perhaps knowing there were hundreds of civilians on the ship and knowing that the Lusitania was illegally carrying both civilians and weapons at the same time,
that he would at least do his best to protect the ship as it approached the UK, especially since the Germans had already issued their warning? You'd think so, but in fact, Churchill did the opposite. He actually ordered the assigned escort to the Lusitania, a destroyer named Juno, to return to harbor. The Lusitania was even ordered to shut down one of its 4 boilers, supposedly to save coal, but of course this reduced her speed considerably. She was just sitting out there, totally exposed, and Churchill knew it.
May 7th, 1915, the Lusitania is sunk. 128 Americans are lost. Now there is a sense of crisis in Washington.
With all of these early potential false flag cases, we have to recognize that evidence comes to us in little pieces here and there. But it's always worth asking who benefits, and in this case, without a doubt, the bankers and the British government. Moreover, the actions of the Royal Navy under Churchill are highly suspicious and not easily explainable. They are exactly the kind of anomalies we look for in false flags. It's true that the United States did not immediately enter the war after the sinking of the Lusitania, but not everything goes according to plan. Within 2 years, however, the non-stop anti-German propaganda barrage had seriously altered public opinion, and the House of Morgan, the House of Rothschild, and all the other major banking houses could then be delighted by America's entry into the war. The slaughter and misery meant huge profits and power for them.
Huge war orders send American factories working overtime. More and more workers are needed. Higher wages result. Europe's war is making America prosperous.
When we look at these events of a century ago, several of them genuine false flags, we find that the world back then operated very much as the world operates today. What appears on the surface is very, very different from what goes on beneath. We're all wiser when we realize this because such patterns never change. Join me next time on False Flags when we look at how, with total control of the media, skilled covert operatives, and no scruples, the Nazis helped to pioneer the modern false flag. You know, some people might think that all of this talk about false flags and nasty government activities is upsetting. What I would say is this: the art of personal development for each one of us requires us to shed the many illusions that have surrounded us all our lives. Illusions are painful to shed, but once they're gone, we enter a truly higher reality. So don't fear the red pill, because if you seek transformation, you need truth as your constant companion. I'm Richard Dolan. Until next time. Hi, I'm Richard Dolan, and this is False Flags. We start with the sinking of the American battleship, the Maine. This was a major event in its day. It led directly to the Spanish-American War and America's conquest of Cuba, Guam, and the Philippines. But despite its importance in world history, the explosion that sunk this battleship is still a mystery. Not surprisingly, it's often been considered to be a false flag, or at least a possible false flag done by the United States as a way to justify the war. Let's take a look. Cuba had been a colony of Spain for a long time, but by the late 1800s, Spanish power was, well, not what it had once been. The Cubans hated Spanish rule.
Listen to your mom.
Many Americans supported Cuban independence. And of course, Americans wanted to make some money on that island. So by 1898, the situation was extremely tense. Violent riots were common. The whole situation was ready to explode. In that context, the U.S. sent a battleship into Cuba's Havana Harbor in January 1898. That was the Maine. Now, it's no mystery why this happened. President William McKinley, who wanted to avoid war, saw that the Spanish had lost control of the island. The Spanish governor was a man named General Weyler, who was a brutal despot, only making things worse. McKinley sent the Maine to protect the American citizens on the island. That's what he said, along with the American sugar industry located there. He called it a goodwill mission. Just 3 weeks later, on February 15, 1898, an explosion rocked the Maine while it was docked in the harbor. 266 crew members were killed, and 89 survived. The entire forward turret of the ship was destroyed, mainly where the ammunition was stored, more than 5 tons of powder charges for the ship's big guns. What remained of the ship sank to the bottom of the harbor. So what caused the explosion? That's been the question. Was it caused by some accident within the ship, or was sabotage involved? And if so, who did it? President McKinley immediately ordered an official investigation. It was known as the Sampson Board. The Sampson Board concluded that sabotage seemed the most likely cause, probably from a mine in the harbor, which would have triggered a larger explosion in the ship's forward magazines. Witnesses had heard 2 explosions, and part of the keel was bent inwards as if the The Sampson Board did not assign guilt to any person, not the Spanish government. The American press, on the other hand, immediately pointed fingers at Spain, especially the tabloids, the so-called Yellow Press, which was cheap, widespread, and very influential over mass media. Now, it's interesting. These newspapers were very sensationalist. They had more money and more resources than establishment papers like the New York Times. The New York World, for instance, owned by Joseph Pulitzer, and the New York Journal, owned by William Randolph Hearst. Both of these newspapers sent more journalists to the scene, provided more detailed coverage of the events than did the New York Times. To this day, their information is invaluable and has been used by terrorists ever since. But they also had an agenda. And that agenda was war. And that meant focus on Spanish treachery. Tabloids whipped the public into a frenzy. There was a slogan on everyone's lips: "Remember the name, to hell with Spain." Before long, America was at war with Spain, quickly defeated them, and gobbled up many colonial prizes. Spain did its own investigation. They didn't want a war with America, that's for sure. Not surprisingly, they concluded the explosion was an accident. An explosion in the Maine's coal, which then ignited the ammunition. Too bad for the Spanish investigators couldn't really get too close to the ship since the Americans wouldn't let them. In 1911, the U.S. got another look at the Maine when they were moved from Havana Harbor. And the new investigation came to the same conclusion as the Sampson external explosion off the China. This was 1911, not the war-crazed atmosphere that was in the Maine. Turns out that by 1911, no one was really believing what the Spanish government had been behind us. It really never made sense. Spain did nothing from the war before they had no chance to the Americans. What would they do? So for years, this was where matters stood. In this hazy, it was probably a mine, maybe it was Spain, maybe someone else. In the 1960s, there were a few more studies that supported the sabotage theory. What researchers could do was to guess who was behind it. Maybe some Cubans who wanted America to fight Spain. Maybe a crazed faction of Spanish officers loyal to General Weyler, the brutal governor. But one study of the 1970s concluded that the explosion was an accident caused by an internal fire and explosion. In other words, what the Spanish investigators had originally concluded. This was known as the Rickover study, after the retired U.S. Admiral Hyman Rickover, who organized it. Ever since, this has been more or less the dominant theory regarding the sinking of the Maine. But is it true? Well, in 1995, the Smithsonian Institution published a study which strongly supported the sabotage theory. By this time, they actually had new information, long-lost testimony from what they described as an unimpeachable witness. This was Alexander Bryce, an American diplomat from Washington. Bryce had given testimony in 1911, but was basically ignored. He had been in Cuba for many years as an American diplomat. He had an extensive network of informants. One of these informants was a former Spanish officer who told Bryce, just days before the explosion, that the fanatic officers loyal to the rule of Governor General Weyler were planning to blow up the Maine. He didn't have details, but knew it was going to happen soon. This is basically where we stand today. I have looked into this as carefully as I can, including reading some of the technical studies. My assessment is that the Maine was the victim of sabotage, all right. That is, a mine planted in the harbor. If we were simply to look at the strongest evidence, we would have to conclude that the so-called monarchs, the crazed Spanish officers, were behind it. So, a very, very bad decision to be made. But here's the thing. For the sinking of the Maine to be a false flag, it would have to have been caused by the Americans. And there's never been any evidence offered to this. Accusations? Oh, sure, yes, maybe. The government of Cuba, for example, still blames the Americans. In the late 90s, an official at the Havana City Museum stated it as the U.S. just using a pretext to intervene in Cuba. There's even a plaque near the site that describes the dead sailors as victims of, quote, imperialist greed in its effort to take over the island of Cuba. Some web-based researchers also accuse the U.S. of being behind the ship's sinking. One person accused Theodore Roosevelt, then Assistant Secretary of the Navy, of ordering the Maine to Havana, screwing his losses back. Sorry, oh yes, Roosevelt wanted one question, but McKinley ordered the Navy to harbor. Roosevelt later ordered U.S. battleships in action in the Philippines.
Teddy Roosevelt, implacable foe of monopolies, was a staunch advocate of military preparedness and of a foreign policy which he called thinking costly and carrying the big stick.
Sinking of the Maine did play a change eager for change. They manipulated public opinion. They were public response to shocking events. That is, very obediently. Don't think that lesson was lost. Even though we can't call the sinking of the Maine a false flag, it offered good training material for the future. It contained several key elements that became important for future false flags. First, the dovetailing of state goals with media propaganda. Second, the immediate identification of a culprit and a call for violent action. Not by the government, though, but by the press. Also, we see the creation of slogans as a way to control and energize the public. There were no covert ops teams here, and no direct control over the media message. Those developments were still in the future. Now, false flags don't have to include explosions and dead bodies. They do include fear and money and power. In this case, I'm talking about the financial scare of 1907. In mid-October of that year, a financial panic shook Wall Street investors. The stock market dropped 50% from where it had been the year before. All this led to the creation of the Federal Reserve Bank just a few years later.
The Federal Reserve.
In conventional history, the panic was triggered by a failed scheme to corner the stock of the United Copper Company. When it became apparent that the attempt would fail, banks that had lent money to the scheme suffered a loss of public confidence, which led to large cash withdrawals. The bank runs quickly spread to affiliated banks and trusts, which within a week
led to the downfall of the massive Knickerbocker Trust Company that was New York City's third largest trust. The collapse of the Knickerbocker was a major financial event and spread even more fear throughout the nation as regional banks withdrew reserves from the New York City banks. The panic extended nationwide as people withdrew deposits from their regional banks. Many bankruptcies followed. Historians add that it was a direct intervention of financier J.P. Morgan that saved the day. Morgan injected liquidity and money into the system. Now, because there was no official central bank of this business, Morgan essentially fulfilled their will. This gave strong impetus to an unpopular idea, but something that powerful bankers had wanted for years: a strong central bank. And this led directly to the creation of the Federal Reserve Bank in 1913. That's the official interpretation of events. There are arguments that this interpretation is very misleading, and that the Panic of 1907 might be one of the earliest important false flags of the modern era. The basic claim is that the panic was engineered to create a central U.S. bank. The claim is that New York bankers artificially inflated the stock market with easy loans. When lending is then tightened, the bubble bursts, then stocks crashing and all the loans on banks. The mainstream press used the to make a case for establishing a European-style central bank. Within a few years, the Federal Reserve Bank was created, fulfilling exactly that role. The question we must ask is, what is the truth in this claim? Well, there's no problem finding motive, that's for sure. Immediately following the Great Panic, J.P. Morgan, John D. Rockefeller, and other giants of the New York financial scene established small corporates and made them all together. And the lesson of the panic was that the U.S. needs a central bank. Only the most powerful financial players in the world all had to agree. Actually, less than a year before the panic, Jacob Schiff said in a statement that without a powerful central bank, the U.S. would experience, quote, the most severe and far-reaching money in its history. Well, the truth is, at least up to that point. After the panic, President Theodore Roosevelt appointed a National Monetary Commission to study the causes of the panic and to make suggestions. The chairman of the commission was Senator Nelson Aldrich, father-in-law of John D. Rockefeller Jr. It was Aldrich who set up a secret meeting just a few years later, in 1913. He brought the world's most powerful bankers together. They arrived in secret at a train station in New Jersey, only using first names, supposedly for a duck hunting trip. With Aldrich were the true masters of the universe of their day. Financier Paul Warburg, as well as representatives of J.P. Morgan, Rothschilds in Europe, Rockefeller, and so on. They then took a private rail car to a private club in a place called Jekyll Island, Georgia. And there, they devised their plan. Knowing that Americans hated the idea of a powerful central bank, something that would have too much control over the nation's economy, they came up with the nifty idea of creating many smaller central banks scattered across the country. Eventually, this idea, the Federal Reserve Act, was passed in Congress, and many members were home on vacation and signed into the At the time of the Fed's creation, during the early years of its existence, there were a number of individuals that were stating that the Panic of 1907 was specifically engineered to one was Senator Robert Nathan Owen, one of the first two senators from the state of Oklahoma, who called the Panic of 1907 a deliberate conspiracy for the enrichment of those who engineered it. This dovetailed with the attitude of Minnesota Congressman Charles Lindbergh Sr., yes, father of organization. When debating the Federal Reserve Act in Congress, Lindbergh warned that it would establish, quote, the most gigantic trust on earth. The worst legislative crime of the ages is perpetrated by this Fed. He pointed out that the Fed isn't published but privately owned. Conducted, he said, for the sole purpose of obtaining the
greatest possible profits from the use of their money, which actually is true. To this day, it's very hard to name a specific shareholder of the Fed or why the oil industry decided to draw the connections to House of Salt. J. W. McAllister stated that 80% of the ownership of the New York Federal Reserve branch is owned by just 8 families, 4 of which live in the U.S., 4 in Europe. We're talking Goldman Sachs, Rockefellers, Lehmans, and Kumlodes in the U.S., and the European contingent being Rothschild, Warburg, 2 other names, maybe less known from the Tsars in Paris, and the Societies in Rome. And by the way, other series corroborate this. You see information being instantly issued to create the most powerful I think the smart money is.
Personalities of the day. John D. Rockefeller enjoying his 94th year with 3 holes of golf for outing. He left business and his multi-million-dollar philanthropies to younger hands. Senate investigations were making headlines. With J.P. Morgan on the grill, telling the senators, yes, his banking house had $250 million in the till, and no, he had not created income tax in the last 2 years.
Now let's talk about the Lusitania in 1915. In August 1914, war broke out in Europe. It soon became known as the Great War, later to us World War I. This was the most awful, horrible, bloody war the world had ever seen up until then, causing so much death and destruction that the phrase lost generation was accurate to describe it. It pitted the United Kingdom, France, and Russia, known as the Allied powers, against what were called the Central Powers. That meant Germany and the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, basically Central Europe, against the peripheries of Europe. Across the Atlantic Ocean,
I was
the
born
great United
ready,
States
Mo.
just
I have to
raised
say,
carnage
while we've been
without
setting
need
up
for
the shot, I've
executive
been wanting
signs.
to compliment your
The
team.
United
They've got that
States
Genesis
must be neutral in fact as well as name. Most Americans agree. This is Europe's war. And from the time of George Washington, we have been warned to stay out of Europe's conflicts.
America had people from all the combatant nations living there. Why get involved in a terrible war on the other side of a huge ocean when you didn't need to? Nearly a year into that war, a German submarine sunk a British passenger ship, the RMS Lusitania, off the coast of Southern Ireland. 1,195 people died, including 128 Americans. Children and babies died. The shock was terrible and greatly enraged the American public opinion. Americans nearly entered the war then and there, but President Wilson held off the pressure until 2 years later, when America finally did enter the war.
For 3 years, Woodrow Wilson had compromised with Germany, and each new compromise had brought new indignity. Now his people wanted war.
Even then, the Lusitania was one of the major reasons. But what was the truth behind the sinking of the Lusitania? At the time, the American public saw this as pure, unmitigated German treachery. Killing innocent civilians, including hundreds of women and children, didn't go over well with the public, especially when they were whipped into a frenzy by the newspapers of the day. But, as is always the case, reality is a little more complex. By May of 1915, the war had become a nightmare for all nations involved, and not just in the trenches where most of the soldiers fought, also on the high seas. Germany had declared the seas around all of Great Britain to be a war zone. German submarines, known as U-boats, were taking out huge amounts of British shipping.
Striking without warning, German submarines began to sink Allied ships.
Every single week, 300,000 tons of British shipping were being sunk by German U-boats. 1 out of every 4 steamers leaving Great Britain never came back. This was a major crisis. So back to the Lusitania. In the first place, it wasn't just a huge passenger ship. The Lusitania was doing a bit more than just carrying passengers. In fact, what it was doing was violating the rules of warfare at the time by transporting war material for the Allied armies, including large amounts of explosives. The Germans were well aware of this, and indeed, the Lusitania was registered with the British fleet as an auxiliary military vessel. This status meant, in fact, that it could be fired on without warning. So the Germans were mired down on the Western Front with the British and French troops, and here was the Lusitania delivering ammunition to the enemy. The Germans also knew that not just British subjects, but Americans also regularly sailed on the ship, and they didn't want to stir any needless trouble with the Americans. So the German embassy in Washington actually placed an advertisement in 50 U.S. newspapers warning civilians not to sail on the Lusitania. Incredibly, the U.S. State Department made sure that most of the notices were not published. At least one slipped through, however, in the Des Moines Register, which carried the German ad warning Americans not to get on the ship.
May 1st, 1915. A luxurious British liner, Lusitania, sails from New York. Aboard are hundreds of Americans. They ignore a notice published next to the announcement of the ship's sailing. A warning inserted by the German government.
Travelers sailing in the war zone do so at their own risk.
It was very upfront. There was a state of war existing between Britain and Germany, the ad said, and that zone of war included the waters next to the British Isles. Any vessels flying the flag of Great Britain or her allies were, quote, liable to destruction in those waters, and that travelers sailing in the war zone on the ships of Great Britain or her allies do so at their own risk, end quote. Okay, so the Germans gave fair warning, but where's the false flag in all of this? Well, one thing we can do, as always, is ask the question, who benefits? Well, there are two main beneficiaries. One was the British government itself, and more generally the Allied powers. After all, Britain was on the ropes and really needed America to enter the war on its side. But another beneficiary, with just as much motivation, were the major bankers, specifically J.P. Morgan. It is not outrageous to think that they could have acted in concert, or at least with some sort of loose understanding. First, let's look at the bankers. During the war, England and France didn't just throw millions of men into the fight. They had to pay for all of this, which was incredibly expensive. To do so, they borrowed heavily from American investors. That is, Americans would purchase British and French government bonds to finance their war effort, and those bonds would be paid back with some interest. To sell their bonds, the British and French governments had a go-to guy to sell them, J.P. Morgan, one of the most powerful bankers in the world, and incidentally, a key partner of the Rothschild banking dynasty. Not only that, but Morgan also acted as a purchasing agent for those governments in buying weapons and munitions from the U.S. Very nice for J.P. Morgan, to be sure, which, by the way, he was also doing, not simply for Britain and France, but with business in Russia, Italy, and Canada. But it gets better. J.P. Morgan controlled countless holding companies, and through these owned many of the manufacturing firms that had contracts for military production. If you want to know the origin of the modern military-industrial complex, look no further. Morgan and his companies were making a fortune literally every single day off the war, and were doing it in every possible way, purchasing, selling, and producing.
But is America truly neutral? Germany sees that the vast resources of the American industrial machine, the food, the munitions, the loans, are keeping Germany's enemies fighting in the field.
But by early 1915, things were looking bleak for Britain. The constant loss of its shipping fleet from German U-boats was a major crisis. What would happen to the British government? There was a real concern that the Brits would lose the war. By spring of 1915, Morgan wasn't able to find new buyers for the Allied war bonds, because if Britain lost the war, the Allies would default on their bonds, and all that big money Morgan was making would end. Not only that, but his investors would suffer losses estimated as high as $1.5 billion, which in 1915 was an unbelievable amount of money. And of course, all of Morgan's war production companies would stop making weapons and maybe go out of business. So this was an urgent situation, bizarre, twisted, but from Morgan's point of view, urgent. So on May 1st, 1915, the Lusitania left New York City for a week-long voyage to Britain. Some serious researchers now believe that Morgan realized something important. If the Germans were to sink the ship, the Americans would be furious, perhaps so furious that they would enter the war on the side of the Allies. And if that were to happen, not only would Allied bonds be in great demand again, but Morgan's war companies would be busier than ever because now they would have millions of American soldiers to prepare for the Great War. Problem solved. 6 days later, on May 7th, the Lusitania approached within 12 miles of the southern Irish coast. The Lord of the British Admiralty was 41-year-old Winston Churchill. Churchill knew all about what the German U-boats were doing, obviously. In fact, he knew in the past 2 days that 3 ships had just been sunk right where the Lusitania now was. Did Churchill make sure that the Lusitania had the protection of her escort? Or perhaps knowing there were hundreds of civilians on the ship and knowing that the Lusitania was illegally carrying both civilians and weapons at the same time, that he would at least do his best to protect the ship as it approached the UK, especially since the Germans had already issued their warning? You'd think so, but in fact Churchill did the opposite. He actually ordered the assigned escort to the Lusitania, a destroyer named Juno, to return to harbor. The Lusitania was even ordered to shut down one of its 4 boilers, supposedly to save coal, but of course it's reduced her speed considerably. She was just sitting out there, totally exposed, and Churchill knew it.
May 7th, 1915, the Lusitania is sunk. 128 Americans are lost. Now there is a sense of crisis in Washington.
With all of these early potential false flag cases, we have to recognize that evidence comes to us in little pieces here and there. But it's always worth asking who benefits, and in this case, without a doubt, the bankers and the British government. Moreover, the actions of the Royal Navy under Churchill are highly suspicious and not easily explainable. They're exactly the kind of anomalies we look for in false flags. It's true that the United States did not immediately enter the war after the sinking of the Lusitania, but not everything goes according to plan. Within 2 years, however, the non-stop anti-German propaganda barrage had seriously altered public opinion, and the House of Morgan, the House of Rothschild, and all the other major banking houses could then be delighted by America's entry into the war. The slaughter and misery meant huge profits and power for them.
Huge war orders send American factories working overtime. More and more workers are needed. Higher wages result. Europe's war is making America prosperous.
When we look at these events of a century ago, several of them genuine false flags, we find that the world back then operated very much as the world operates today. What appears on the surface is very, very different from what goes on beneath. We're all wiser when we realize this because such patterns never change. Join me next time on False Flags when we look at how, with total control of the media, skilled covert operatives, and no scruples.
Well done. Sorry about that.
Gentlemen, may I bid you all welcome here and say one word before I start speaking. I am starting speaking, and that is the translation. Button number 2 is French and number 3 is English. You may wonder why I have asked you to come here. I have in mind a completely frank and open exchange of views, and this is ensured to you, and it is essential for our success. There is no verbatim quotation of anybody, and there's no press, so you're quite free to let yourselves go, if I may say so.
My name is Daniel Oschilin. I'm an investigative journalist. I spent 12 years, beginning in the mid-1990s until about the year 2002, 2003 in military counterintelligence. Then I got burnt out, and normal. It's what basically happens to all of us. We all burnt out. I realized I had a lot of information that I've accumulated over the years, and I thought it would be a good way of getting some of this information out. And one of the subjects that I thought would be of interest to the general population would be this very secretive, not secret, but secretive organization calling themselves the Bilderberg Group.
So we're seeing a chicken factory. All these chicken carcasses on their way to being processed. Bilderbergs should be interesting. What do you know about the Bilderbergs?
Even before I joined the service in 1992, I'm in Toronto in a Spanish restaurant called Segovia with a friend of mine who was in the service in the KGB. And over steak and potato lunch, this man, let's just call him Vladimir. And according to him, Canada was going to be split up into English and French-speaking Canada through a referendum, which was going to be put together from behind the scenes by these allegedly very powerful people. Now, the reason he said that this was going to happen is that the powerful people who ran the United States needed to balance their budget. 1995 comes around, that's 3 years into the future, and suddenly all these characters, all these people, all these politicians that I've never heard of begin to appear front and center in front of television, screens. And all the things that this man told me about 3 years earlier, in 1995, were front and center. And then I suddenly realized that if the presidents and the prime ministers were powerless about the body politic itself, about moving the events forward into a certain direction, if they were just bit actors playing their part, then my question is, who the hell runs the world?
Imagine a private club where presidents, prime ministers, international bankers and generals rub shoulders, and where the people running the wars, the markets, and governments say what they never say in public.
Facebook's not allowing me to share my screen anymore. That's a problem.
Simplemente que estamos en los inicios de la Guerra Fría. Es una guerra que no sabe cuánto va a durar, le durará
Guess we'll have to go with sound.
1989. Pero en 1954 eso está todavía muy crudo, muy incierto.
But in 1954, things are still very raw. So the United Nations has started up.
Y se vislumbran la necesidad.
And there are indications of the defensive need for NATO. Meanwhile, in Europe, European monarchies feel the need to defend their own interests.
Necesidad de defender sus propios intereses estatales,
Social status interests, economic interests, and also defense interests against outside threats.
Estados Unidos asume
U.S. takes upon a common position, but takes over leadership. Takes up that common. You get the point. Amsterdam, the Netherlands. I better get on this. This is Gerard
The
Alders,
real reason
Dutch historian,
for the
writer, and publicist.
interference of the CIA with Bilderberg was actually the Cold War that was coming up at that time, and they tried to use all the institutes they could get to steer the public opinion in Europe. And
CIA
actually also in the
financier
rest of the
arrested
world, where they had
Bilderberg,
influence.
Central
And Bilderberg
Intelligence
was one
Agency,
of them, and that was the reason
involved.
that they financed Bilderberg, the first meeting. Not totally, but for a great part. Anyway.
What today is called the Bilderberg Group,
Venice, Italy.
you could take it way, way, way back to about, the period just after the Fourth Crusade, 1200, 1204. And what's today is called the Bilderberg Group, or Bilderberg Society, back then already existed, and it was called the Venetian Black Nobility.
No, they're absolutely a continuation of Venice, because basically you had a migration of the Venetian system of oligarchical power over Europe into the Low Countries,
Jeffrey
back into the
Steinberg,
Netherlands, where
counterintelligence
Bilderberg was really
editor.
founded. And it's an absolute continuity of the Venetian system of power. And in fact, if you do some tracing of some of the family lineages, you'll find in many instances the Tornantaxis family, for example, migrated from Venice into Northern Europe and still remain a mainstay of the Bilderberg oligarchical structures. You have a Bilderberg meeting taking place once a year, beginning in 1954. The first meeting took place at the Bilderberg Hotel in the Netherlands. And the host of that conference was Prince Bernhard, the Dutch royal consort, who was a card-carrying member of the Nazi apparatus during the Second World War period.
The people who actually come to Bilderberg meetings, they're the people who can move forward the agenda of these societies. So you have President of the International Monetary Fund, President of the World Bank, President of the European Central Bank, of the Federal Reserve Board. You have key presidents and prime ministers and all these individuals on the political level, also on the empresarial level, and also in the media.
Paul
They all work
Wolfowitz,
together.
David
with people in the
Rockefeller,
military. They all work
Shrimp.
together with representatives of the banking cartels. And again, if you're a corporation, you don't need to control every person in the company. You just need to control one person who controls the policy of the entire corporation. You can say the same thing about countries. You don't need to control the entire country. You just need to control enough key decision makers, be it president, be it prime minister, be it key senators and congressmen, people in the Federal Reserve, people in the European Central Bank, and people in the European Commission. You control them, and through them you control the rest.
Every year, Bilderberg has a gathering. They'll bring together 100 to 200 people, many of whom make up the core of the transatlantic financial and political oligarchy. And they'll bring together a core group of powerful individuals, government people, the media, finance, and prospective young recruits, people in the political realm who are up and coming and who are going to be seduced and controlled by these oligarchical interests. And very often these meetings serve as a kind of a testing ground for whether or not certain people will be advanced in their political careers, including a number of individuals who've been elected president of the United States have been put through this
Mayor
kind of
Buttigieg.
Bilderberg finishing school process.
The Bilderberg Conference comprises
House of
about
Commons,
130
London.
of the world's, or Western world's, top decision makers, from the banks, the multinational companies, the EU Commission. I'm coming to the politicians, also from WTO, IMF, World Bank, and of course, leading politicians from the US, Canada, Eurozone, and the UK. And I think, though they were clearly discussing some of the biggest issues confronting the Western economies at this time, why have we had no statement either from the Prime Minister or from the Chancellor or indeed from the Minister without portfolio, all of whom intended in an official capacity? Why did they offer no statement, even though such decisions may well have a significant effect on UK government policy or the livelihood of future UK citizens?
In May 1973,
That was a lion taking
met
down
an exclusive
a
resort
wildebeest.
at Saltsjöbaden, Sweden. The key point on the Bilderberg meeting agenda was the oil shock of 1973, the 400% targeted increase
Oh,
in
yeah?
the price
Oh,
of OPEC
fucking
oil.
full-grown
in the near
elephant,
future.
man.
The oil shock, the hoax, it was in fact
I'm
the
a
hoax
fucking grizzly
of
bear.
1973, continuing into the late 1970s. And the whole point of the oil shock was to create a nominal flow of money into the hands of the Saudis and other Persian Gulf wealthy nations. The oil hoax ultimately created an enormous volume of wealth transfer nominally into the OPEC countries, the so-called petrodollars, but all of that money went right to London and Wall Street to be managed. So the financial oligarchy in its major centers used the oil hoax to establish an absolute domination over world credit to make sure that it no longer went for any development.
Brussels, Belgium.
You have the charisma of a damp rag and the appearance of a low-grade bank clerk.
European Parliament, Brussels.
The question that I want to ask, that we're all going to ask, is who are you? I'd never heard of you. Nobody in Europe had ever heard of you. I would like to ask you, President, who voted for you? And what mechanism? Oh, I know democracy is not popular with you lot. And what mechanism do the peoples of Europe have to remove you? Is this European democracy?
Well, I've tried very hard not to believe in conspiracy.
Nigel Farage.
I've been here now for over 15 years, and I can see there is a move towards supranationalism. Just look at the IMF. In Washington, it's supposed to be independent. Effectively, it's become a branch office of the European Commission. And I've got to know over the years the Van Rompuys, the Schultzes, the Barrosos, even the Junckers, the Timmermans, and completely clear they actually want to destroy the nation state as a unit. A few years ago, the Greek Prime Minister said, I'll give you a referendum. He was removed and replaced by a former Goldman Sachs director. And whenever the project goes wrong, whether it's the euro has a crisis or the asylum crisis with the borders, every single time there is for these guys an opportunity. It's known as the beneficial crisis.
Asteroids. The moon. Satellite. Earth's atmosphere. City. Recession. Inflation. Bankruptcy. Oh, look at this fucker. Oh, this poor fucker on the street. This fucker, Israel. That fat fuck. You can see it in their eyes, eh? Look at how much shit. Yeah, remember him? Puppets. And then the kids are behind cages. These shitholes. So we got a monkey on a chain.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society.
That's what we got.
And we are, as a people,
a monkey on a fucking
inherently
chain.
and historically opposed to secret societies.
That's what they think.
To secret oaths and to secret proceedings.
Nah, how do you feel?
We
So I'm
decided
just
long
trying to
ago that the
create
dangers of
maybe a
excessive
little
and
bit of
unwarranted
an argument
concealment
here, you know?
of pertinent facts
Not like
far
an
outweigh
argument
the
where we...
dangers which are cited to justify it. The facts they deserve to know.
You get what I'm saying.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means
JF
for
Kennedy.
expanding its sphere of influence.
I wonder why
On
he got killed.
infiltration instead
I
of
wonder why
invasion,
he died. I
on
wonder why he was
subversion
murdered.
instead of elections, on
Murdered
intimidation instead of free choice,
for saying these
on guerrillas
things.
by
Free
night
choice.
instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the
This
building
guy.
of a tightly knit, highly
This guy
efficient
was one of the
machine
only ones
that combines military,
that
diplomatic,
spoke the truth.
intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its
All the rest,
preparations
war
are
crimes.
concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned. No rumor is printed. No secret is revealed.
You get killed for it.
As in a television soap opera, there are actually secret spin-off organizations.
You get a bullet in the
similar to
back of the
Bilderberg
head.
Group, who play a vital role
That's what you
in
get.
the New World Order scheme to use wealth, concentrated
How many
in the
more
hands
people
of
have to
few
die?
to
Tesla.
exert
How many more
world
people
control.
have to die? These entities need to
In
go.
1968, George
Rothschilds.
Ball
Fuck 'em.
and the Bilderbergers met and
Bilderbergs.
determined that they had to
Bilderbergers.
restructure the entire
Fuck 'em.
world along the lines of a corporation. They decided that the idea of the nation state was outmoded.
Strip them of all their wealth,
archaic,
all their properties,
standing in
just
their
a
way,
few of them, all
and
the,
that therefore
the
they wanted
Bilderbergs,
to
the
have what they called
Rothschilds,
a world company based upon
Vatican,
the idea of a
fucking.
corporate identity.
This goes on for a bit, but it's not that many. It's not as many as you think. Few people in comparison to the population of the earth, and they're fucking everybody around. Credit, putting you in debt. Well, they want you in debt so you can do their bidding.
Well, what this is actually is
Go
part of
to
what's called
war for them.
globalization. You had in the 60s and then continuing
Fight on their behalf.
expanding form. in
If
the
you're an
70s and
RCMP
80s,
member
a
and you
rash
find
of
yourselves doing more
which,
calls for the bank and
corporations
protecting the
merged,
bank
agriculture
and
corporations
the
merged,
RCMP and
financial
City Hall and
institutions
things
merged,
like this,
and you had
find yourself
a general
not doing your
takeover
job?
of the world economy by
Get
these
out.
huge mega firms.
It's time to get out. Don't stay in a fucking
the
dying industry.
corporate
It needs to die.
banking
The whole
mergers
industry.
tended to control
Banking,
the
same
corporate
thing.
industrial mergers and the agricultural
All
mergers.
connected.
So you
Federal
had basically
government.
a world run by this financial, these massive financial institutions.
Take these fuckers off the table. Bill Gates, one of them. Take them. They don't matter anymore. Their influence does not matter.
Corporations that have
Their money doesn't
a
matter
hell
because
of
we
a
don't do
power
this
in
anymore.
government.
Their currency is no good
And
anymore.
You're seeing it right now that
Guess what?
governments,
We're doing
don't
something
govern,
different.
presidents don't do
And
anything.
you're not
other than
involved.
to do what people who put them in power tell them to do.
Yep.
And so the idea is that all of these corporations, the
Banking,
Goldman Sachs of
insurance,
the world,
pharmaceutical
JP Morgan, et
industry.
cetera, they're the key people
Fuck
and
y'all.
all key institutions around the world. And it's through them that the power base is exercised. So again, it's not one world
You know, the
government,
shitty
it's
ones.
one world company, limited
Well, which ones aren't?
corporations.
Well, we could talk about
with a lot
that.
more power than any government on the planet. In fact,
What do
this
you
was
think?
discussed at the Bilderberg conference in
Think
1968,
aspirin's good?
where George Ball,
Blood
Undersecretary
thinner?
for
You're
Economic
having a heart
Affairs with
attack or
JFK
something like
and
that?
Johnson
Take one of
said,
those.
and I quote,
Is it aspirin?
loosely quote, how can
Tylenol?
create
Well,
corporations
that's
that can
debatable.
actually
I think
give
all these
orders
ones, if you
to
take too
governments?
much, man.
And this is what you have today.
Sleep medication? Well, fuck, maybe. And,
Ci vengono
but
presentate
no.
delle soluzioni. Una
In
dice
general,
che giorni fa
I know a
rinchiuse
better
nel
way.
segreto delle riunioni del club Bilderberg molti
I know a
esponenti
better way.
della dell'alta burocrazia e delle leadership politiche europee.
Senior members
si
of the
sono
bureaucrats
riuniti
elite,
probabilmente per dare
probably
le direttive
to work out instructions for the
direttive
directors,
che
eventually
poi
to be
verranno
presented in the
presentate al
European
Parlamento
Parliament,
europeo.
which will have
Che
no
non potrà fare
alternative
altro che
but to examine
esaminare.
these
Anche ho
instructions.
sentito questa mattina
President Barroso
il
was taken and helping our Greek
Presidente
friends,
Barroso
talking
invito a
and
portare aiuto
helping
agli
our
amici
Greek
greci. Non
friends.
vorrei che l'aiuto
But I
fosse
hope it isn't
soprattutto
mainly to help his Greek shipowner friend, Spiro Latsis. This is clear conflict of interest here. Usually is. Usually is. Rome, Italy. Good clarification.
L'Europa oggi è sotto il dominio dei poteri
Try to be on
forti
top of that.
e purtroppo anche dei poteri occulti. L'Unione Europea con l'euro e la Banca Centrale Europea ha espropriato i nostri popoli
Has expropriated our peoples of our precious whatever. We no longer own our currency and thus our future. This is very serious. Instead, we believe in a Europe of the peoples, of the regions, there for freedom. Hidden powers, hidden behind faceless
personaggi che
bureaucrats.
vengono imposti con le loro decisioni sulla
Like that
pelle dei
fucker.
popoli, sulla
Forced
testa
upon us by
dei nostri
decisions made
popoli. E sono sempre i
by
banchieri.
our people, by the
It
bankers.
is about the building of an empire.
They're
And the
fucking
paradox
everything up.
of this project, of this supranational European project, is the least popular it becomes with the people, the bigger mess it creates, the more power they get at the center.
Yeah, so they can clean it up, right? They get the contract for cleaning up their own fucking mess.
Well, with the Lisbon Treaty, European nations have
This
lost
is Helga
almost
Zepp LaRoche.
their entire sovereignty. And we are now back to a pre-nation state condition, meaning feudalism.
We see a bunch of chickens in this huge building. No room to move, just room to feed. Now we're on the street.
We're living on
in
a very small planet
in a city,
with
in a
limited
mall,
natural
outdoor
resources
mall.
and never-growing population base. If you extrapolate that into
So
the near
many
future, in one generation, we're going to go to about 10 billion people. Then we're going to go
We're
to
doing
14,
all right.
18, 21. It's going to get to a point
These
we're always
fuckers
going
don't
to have
want you
enough
to succeed.
space. Because 7 billion people, space-wise, is not a lot. But we are running out of food, and we are running out of water, and we're running out of natural
We're not
resources.
running out of water. There's so much water.
So for the elitists, for the Rockefellers of this world to survive, and I say Rockefeller
They
not
think
because he's
we're
important,
running out.
but because he's well known, he's popular, which is not the same as being important.
So much food.
For the Rockefellers of this world to survive, most of us have to die.
Did you hear that? For the Rockefellers to survive, a fuckload of us have to die. And then there was I think it was a needle and an injection. Now we're looking at a carcass of a possum, and now a carcass being eaten by ants, another insect, bigger insect. Slow motion, walking
It was
down
an
a street.
absolutely willful act on the part of precisely this Bilderberg
Good commentary.
apparatus.
You're really good at that. Facial recognition. Can't wait. Get your masks on. Fuck you. I'm not wearing a mask. Plain sight. Rim 240. My doors are fucking open. See, the thing
It's
is,
not good, the idea of capitalism.
you can
because
use their
in
own
the
system
end, when
against
these
them.
people
It's
have
easy.
or are, they already
I'll show
control
you.
90% of the planet. Every aspect of society.
Wendy's, Domino's,
Everything
Burger
you
King,
eat,
Denny's,
everything
Applebee's,
you
Papa
look at,
John's.
everything
Fuck you.
touch, mostly is in the private hands of these billionaires today. But the idea is, again, the whole idea of deindustrializing the world, it's a gradual process. You can do it, via armed conflict, but it's costly and it's also dangerous because you can take everything off the chessboard, them and you at the same time.
Yeah.
But the point is, if you can do it gradually, start dismantling, the different service industries, the different sectors of society. Before long, you have a Detroit, and before long, you have a Greece. Before long, you have Spain, which is 70%.
And then they say,
population
see?
or unemployment for kids.
Well, you didn't act fast enough.
This is
You were listening to the
it's a
real
gradual
experts,
process
true
of
experts.
deindustrialization, demand destruction, and zero growth.
No, you
If
said
talk
they
about
were
zero growth,
crazy.
The whole concept itself came out of the 1972 study put together by the Club of Rome.
Role of the Club of Rome back in the 1970s.
Nikola Tesla,
was
crazy.
to popularize the big lie that man
Van
could not
Gogh,
continue to develop
crazy.
because resources were supposedly limited.
How many other
And they
crazy
used
people
a
are out there
ridiculous modernized version of
that
the
fucking
old
changed the
argument
world
of Malthus and
and
Aristotle
we're fucked for it?
to simply state that based on mathematical equations, we would exhaust the resources.
These
Fast
people,
forward 40 years, and look what we have today. We have a Detroit. And another 40 years into the future,
Eating
we have
at the
entire
fucking
world,
trough.
which is going to look like Detroit. And Detroit is going to look like paradise.
Yep, they just keep flip-flopping it. They've given up on Detroit. All the buildings. What did the government do for Detroit? They give up on areas like this. They shit all over it. This is in direct relation to the people that own governments. They're responsible for this. People die all the time because of this. And then they write stories about COVID-19, how many deaths that has taken. Well, fuck you. The Rothschilds probably came up with that story themselves. Prince Philip is quoted saying that he would, in his next life, he wants to come back as a fucking virus so he can wipe out all of mankind. Something like that. Did I misquote him there? Look it up.
Well, yes, there was another reason, and that is that the bailout was a scam, a fraud. It was under the guise of saving banking institutions, which they saved temporarily. They were effectively taking unpayable debt, huge quantities of unpayable debt, and transferring it from private corporations to governments. This didn't make the debt any more payable.
So
they basically absorbed huge quantities of worthless paper, speculative derivative
I like
paper,
my country,
which
the
could
place
not
that
be
I
paid
live.
off
You know,
in
the
any
people that
period
are
of
around
time
me,
anyway,
for the most part.
i.e. the government.
It's only a few people that are pissing me off
You
lately,
see this
but for
in
the
Europe
most part, I love
over the last
everybody. I really
years,
do. I really
where each country is being
fascinated
forced
by
to do the same thing that was done in the U.S., take on the massive debts of these banks.
What the hell's going on
effectively
here?
leaving them bankrupt. What you have is the growth of corporate dictatorships under the banking institutions that run the government. Corporate
and the banks,
fascism. And in
and
fact,
everything's
you see
coming
the
down
world
on you and making
increasingly
you the
coming
bad
under the
guy.
control
So you
of
have to take the
corporate
fall.
fascist governments under the control
And I
of the
say
banking
no.
institutions.
I say no, right?
You know, if you kind of go back in history,
I'm
6,000
allowed.
years or so, and you look at who controlled
Right?
society 6,000 years ago in ancient Egypt, this weren't the pharaohs, you know, the high priests, who basically gave us knowledge one little droplet at a time, just enough knowledge for us to survive and get by as we do today, just enough for us to get by day to day to day to day with what meager salaries we earn.
Slave
So on the one
earnings.
hand, what you had back then, you had the high priest giving us.
How much
this,
did
you know,
your master
droplets of
give you
knowledge.
today?
But on the other
Oh,
hand,
he gave me
in the last
$200.
6,000 years, especially now, with technological revolution.
Oh yeah,
with
what's he
information
asking for rent?
revolution, Information technology. People have
Same guy,
computers
right?
and have access to
What the
internet.
fuck
And
is
suddenly all
happening
this
here?
information, which for thousands
Oh,
of
I
years,
know.
which was only available to secret societies and very private organizations who passed it on
Seen
from
this
generation
fucking
to
story
generation
before.
in very small,
Somewhere.
you know, tightly
Let me
groups,
recall.
behind the scenes, you know, underground, grandfather to father, father to son, son to grandson, grandson, you know, to great grandson, etc. Today, 99% of that information is available through Google, and anybody sitting in the middle of an Amazon rainforest, you know, with computer, a laptop, an internet connection, almost has the same access to the information which the secret societies have tried to protect or hide from us for thousands of years. So the dilemma for them is, what do we do? Because we must have the upper hand. So on the one hand, what you're seeing right now is they're destroying the world's economy on purpose.
Yeah, of
Because
course.
again, progress and development is directly proportional to population density.
They
So if
destroyed
you have
economies.
technology
They
on
blame it
board,
on
you
something.
don't
They
have
blame it on
technology, you can destroy
COVID-19 right now.
technology on purpose. If you can go to zero growth, deindustrialization, demand destruction, there's going to get a point in the development of society where you're not going to have enough technology to support this rapid population growth, and the base of population is going to collapse.
Well, the primary goal is to defend the status of a unipolar world, even if that means to prepare a preemptive global first strike. The oligarchy want to defend their privilege to be a superior species, and they want to keep the rest of the population deliberately backward and stupid, and that is why they promote such banal entertainment, which is only aimed that people stop to think.
In the councils of government, we must guard against
the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together.
That's J. Edgar Hoover. I'm not sure.
Look at Google, Apple,
I
Microsoft,
think one of the good
IBM.
guys here.
These Bilderberg-affiliated
But
mega corporations form an integral part of the United States security apparatus.
All these agencies,
Behind
all these
technologies,
different fucking
enormous streams of capital are being expended and, more
long-term
importantly,
portfolio
invested
dividends, money invested.
Now we're at
Short
a point where that entire system
diversification
is at a breaking point where it's hopelessly bankrupt. The debt is impossible to pay.
If you're
The
invested in oil
derivatives,
right now,
which are purely speculative,
get out.
unregulated gambling bets on top of the debt bubble
Because I
itself,
promise
is
you,
estimated at
it will
$1.5 quadrillion.
Pharmaceutical industries,
of
get
even the
out.
most optimistic idea of global GDP that's completely
Buy
off the
something that
charts.
helps
So
humanity.
this entire system is doomed, and we're quite frankly
If
at
that's
a point
even
now
a system
where
anymore.
it would be no surprise
You got money in the
if
bank,
on any
get
given
out.
day you woke up and found out that the entire
doing something different. We
transatlantic
gotta.
financial system
Doesn't
has
work anymore.
evaporated.
You may as well get out, you know, like what, continue being in it, and then you give them exactly
a lot
what
of
they want.
people
Your
think that the
time, your
British
money,
Empire
your
no
everything,
longer exists.
your life.
But this is an illusion. Just ask yourself, why is it that after the big financial crash of 2007, 2008, there was absolutely nothing done by the G20 or anybody else to re-regulate the banking system? And they kept quantitative easing, they kept zero interest rate policy, which is really expropriating the majority of the population. And now we are in front of an even bigger crash than 2008, and there are no so-called tools anymore to do anything about it.
No.
So the reason is that the oligarchy controls what is called globalization. And globalization is really only another word, another notion for the British Empire. It is the combination of central banks, investment banks, hedge funds, private
British
equity
Empire.
funds,
How long do you have
insurance
to
and
rule
reinsurance
fucking
firms
world?
who control what
Shitheads.
is generally called the global financial system. And in
You
reality,
can see it,
the
man.
EU
You can
is
see it.
only
They've been in power
the
for a long
continental
time. They had to hide
sub-entity
for a
of
bit.
that empire.
They're nasty. Absolute power corrupts absolutely, and these people have been
Well,
corrupted beyond.
the British
Some
Empire knows
beyond
that in the long run it
repair.
cannot survive in a world which is based on science and technology and development.
Or
And
compassion.
therefore, their policy is to stop that kind of technology and development. That's why they target nation states. That's why, for instance, that they are adamant against the BRICS and the emergence of the BRICS, which is nations which have the strength and the power and the commitment and the
So I am
mission
taking
to
comments,
building
questions,
nations
comments,
through science
concerns.
and technology. That has to be stopped
Later.
in their view. Therefore, their target is the idea of the
I'll read
nation
them
state
later.
itself. Destroy nation states in order to preserve and maintain the power.
On YouTube and Facebook. No,
There is absolutely a plan to depopulate
I
the
don't know if
world,
anybody's
and you
listening.
simply have to listen to or read the writings
Melanie
of people
is.
like
That's
Prince
who I do it,
Philip of
'cause
Great
the-
Britain.
I know
who
there's
has
at least
stated
3 people listening at any
explicitly
given time.
that we should reduce
But
the population
Melanie's
of
not
the
my
world
audience.
from
She's my
7
producer,
billion
right? So
people
as long as she's
down
listening,
to
then
1 billion. He has
He's
stated very charmingly
still faith in it,
that he
right?
would like to be reincarnated as a virus to try to reduce the world's population.
Obi-Wan, you're my only hope. Oh no! Really?
If you
Shit.
kind of play with the numbers, you realize that, I've had almost 7 million people who've read my book. Maybe another 20, 30 million people are aware of what Bilderberg is. But my question is, how many millions of people watch the Oscars? How many millions of people watched the Super Bowl? How many hundreds of millions of people
Bilderberg
watched
Group.
the finale
Bilderberg.
of the Big Brother? So the point is that when you play with the numbers, you realize it's easy to sway people's attentions. And also, because of everything we've been taught and how we've been, taught to behave as people, the media, which forms part of
these
this
jokers
conspiracy,
Gupped
they've been
up.
able to convince the people that unless something is on the cover of the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Le Monde, the Economist, Wall Street Journal.
Yeah, if it's not
it
on
doesn't
these, then it
exist,
doesn't
which is why
exist.
so
Oh
many
my
times
God.
people say to me, "Yeah, what you say is true and it is
Alternative
shocking.
media.
Why is it not on the cover of the New York Times?" Because again, the New York Times is of the
Very
world.
necessary.
They form part of the Bilderberg organization. They form part of all these other societies. They're part of the elite. Their job is not to tell the truth, but to sell a particular vision of
A
reality which the elitists need to move their agenda forward.
Yep.
We're in a lot of trouble because you people and 62 million other Americans are listening to me right now because less than 3% of you people read books. Because less than 15% of you read newspapers. Because the only truth you know is what you get over this tube. Right now, there is an entire generation that never knew anything that didn't come out of this tube. This tube is the gospel, the ultimate revelation. This tube can make or break presidents, popes, prime ministers. This tube is the most awesome goddamn force in the whole godless world.
Special news. Another shooting. Another terrorist attack. Another staged terrorist attack. Ha, 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 ha.
No, no existe esa
They
libertad.
laugh
Sería
about it.
inocentemente
It'd be naively stupid to
creer que
believe
un
that a
periodista
journalist is
es
free
libre de escribir
to
lo que-
write what he
lo que
knows
él
to be
sabe
the
que es
truth
en un periódico,
in a
en una
newspaper,
televisión que
television,
no
and
es
radio that are not even his.
periódico o el medio que
The
sea, ni
newspaper,
siquiera
whatever
el
media
director.
is, not even the
Periódico
directors. The newspaper
es de un
belongs to
grupo
the
de
group of
empresarios.
businessmen.
Y esos empresarios,
And
a
in
su vez,
turn, these
dependen de un
businessmen depend on the
entramado
political
político,
and
un entramado
economic
económico,
network
para tener papel,
to have
para
printing
tener
paper,
publicidad,
publicity, to
para
avoid
evitar
problems
problemas de
of
censura,
censorship,
para tener
to have
libertad.
freedom.
No existe esa libertad.
This freedom doesn't exist.
Media is often altered to convince the public that something is happening that is not happening. There was a movie once made called Wag the Dog about a president who was involved in a scandal, much like Bill Clinton with
Seen
Monica
it.
Lewinsky. And the way they get out of the scandal,
Yeah,
the
now
White
you're an
House
expert?
concocts
No.
a war against
Seen it. I've
Albania.
seen it.
During George W. Bush administration, there was a quote from Karl Rove, who was Bush's major political advisor.
Yeah, remember that guy?
Rove said that the White House can create its own reality, and if they don't like the reality they have created, in 30 minutes they can change it because the White House has total influence over the way the media reports the news.
So there you have it, folks. NBC, ABC, 1, 2, 3, CNN, BBC, CBC.
C'è
Did
una
I mention
cultura del
CBC?
silenzio. Non si vuole far sapere all'opinione pubblica
They don't want
chi
public
veramente
opinion to know
comanda
who really rules.
i poteri
To
forti,
vested
le
interests,
loro
their
riunioni,
meetings, the
Bilderberg,
Bilderberg,
la
the
trilaterale
Trilateral
che si
Commission,
riuniscono a porte
who
chiuse,
meet behind
senza
closed
che
doors
nessuno
with no
possa
outsider
sentire,
who
nessun
could listen.
estraneo e soprattutto
And especially
riferire
report to
ai
the people
popoli cosa si è
what has
deciso
been
sul loro
decided on their
futuro.
future.
Noi
We are
combattiamo
fighting
questa
against the
dittatura dei
dictatorship
poteri
of
occulti
occult
e
powers.
riteniamo che il potere
And
debba
we
essere
think that the
restituito
power
ai
must be
nostri
given
popoli.
back to our
Questa è
people.
democrazia.
This is
E
democracy.
perciò quando
And
qualcuno di
therefore,
noi
when some of us
riesce
succeed
a
in
farle
getting to
comunicare
be
all'opinione
communicated to
pubblica
public
queste
opinion,
verità,
sorry
si
about
cerca
this,
di
they try to
screditarlo, di
discredit you,
chiamarlo
calling you a
cospirazionista.
conspiracy theorist.
Mr. Speaker,
It's the best I
this
could
is
I
the
do.
first
I
occasion
had about
for me, as
50%
I've
there.
never previously answered a question
I'm blind.
in the House of Commons on behalf of a private
Hey, man.
organisation for which the government has no responsibility. The Bilderberg organisation exists for the purpose of holding meetings once a year in various countries. It exists for no other purpose. And this year the meeting was held at a large hotel near Watford in Hertfordshire. I didn't receive adequate notice of this question as it happened, because I wasn't found in time to put to hand the list of those who participated and the agenda which we discussed, but we always circulate those before the meeting, and they're readily available, and I can certainly put any honourable member in touch with a source of the list of those who took part. Each year we invite something over 100 people. It was about 140 this year, drawn from both sides of the Atlantic, from Europe, including Turkey, and from the United States and Canada. The people who attend are drawn from the worlds of government, politics, academia, defense, journalism. We all attend the people who attend change slightly each year. There's a core of those who regularly attend. Different people come. Well, I'm trying to guess at what on earth people are asking a parliamentary question about before and what they're interested in.
Well, some chosen journalists are admitted to the Bilderberg conference, but they are not allowed to write about it, what they hear and what they say, and it's actually completely forbidden. They don't swear an oath, but they just promise that they are not allowed to. And that's
Robert
why,
Pritchard,
actually, you never see in the paper
Martin Wolf, Adrian Wooldridge.
Articles about the Bilderberg meetings and what is happening there, because journalists who are allowed to enter, they are forbidden to write about.
No, in absoluto. No es
No,
normal
it is
que
not
periodistas
normal
o
that journalists or media directors or media owners attend a
asistan a unas
meeting
reuniones donde se
where
están
they're
elucidando,
elucidating,
debatiendo
deciding, or
asuntos
discussing
muy
global
de
issues of
importancia
great
en la
importance,
actualidad,
a
o del
great
futuro
current or
inmediato,
foreseeable
y que
future to
no
themselves,
informen de
and
ello
then
con el
keep
sentido
the
clásico de la información,
not
de
report in the
noticias,
classic sense of the
texto,
information that is
titular,
headline and text and
reportajes,
television exposure,
pero hay que
but
decirlo,
report
si informan
otherwise, report
subliminalmente,
subliminally,
indicando,
indicating,
dirigiendo lo que se
directing
debe decir
what they
desde
should
esos
say in their
medios,
media,
creando la
creating
moda
a particular
opinativa.
point of view.
Podemos decir que
They
asisten
assist
como
as mere
convidados de pie.
observers,
Pero luego
but
van a
afterwards
ir a
they
orientar la
will
opinión
steer public
pública
opinion
hacia
toward
los intereses
it's
que se
established
hayan
at the
establecido
Bilderberg
en esos
conference, something like this. 50%? I'll get better. She's a very good speaker. I am not. Citibank, Coots, United States of America Foundation, the Masons, Greenpeace, the Heritage Foundation, HSBC, JP Morgan Chase, M15, Rand Corporation, Shell, World Bank, WWF, little panda on there, Rockefeller Foundation. Oh, you want to donate? I tell you what, we can redirect that money to a super PAC. Do they control the world? Global elite gathered for Bilderberg conference.
Arrived here for a top secret hush-hush
The buried
off-the-record
lead,
conference in the
CNN.
English
Oh,
countryside.
they're on the
How's
lead.
this for a
They're
guest
not
list?
anymore.
The head of the International
Someone fucking
Monetary
owns them.
Fund, former Treasury
Timothy.
Secretary Tim Geithner, the heads
Oh,
of
yes, that's right.
Amazon.com,
Jeff,
Google, and
Eric,
BP Oil,
Robert,
former General and CIA Director
General
David
David
Petraeus.
Petraeus,
And what's a top secret cabal of puppet masters without
Henry
Kissinger?
Kissinger.
All
Oh
of them
my
came here
God!
today
Just
for the
all the.
Bilderberg Conference. That's Bilderberg.
I wasn't invited.
Bilderberg. Participants are tight-lipped about discussions, other than to say topics will range from the economy to jobs to U.S. foreign policy. What the organizers call megatrends and the major issues facing the world. Reporters and outsiders are not allowed in, and everything is off the record. Organizers say that so participants can take time to listen,
And reflect and gather insights. Innsbruck, Austria, 2015. Some sheep in a field.
I got in
Many
early
sheep in a
October
field.
from someone in the Austrian Ministry of the Interior
BMI.
an official document which was handed out
Oh,
to
it's
all the
in. No,
personnel
I can't
in the
speak.
Ministry of the Interior as well as special forces and the police departments, basically canceling holidays for the first 2 weeks of June as a result of the Bilderberg conference, which is being held right now in a hotel half an hour from here.
un grupo de poder,
a group of decision makers,
un grupo de poder,
a group of powerful individuals who do not belong to any one government,
pero sí son
but rather
parte
belong to
de
a supranational world government.
Ellos no adoptan
Bilderberg
decisiones,
doesn't make executive
pero sí
decisions, but decide, influence, and design beforehand what will happen
ellos diseñan los futuros
on the world stage in the area of the economy,
en el escenario
in
económico, en el
quotes,
escenario político, en el
politics,
escenario de
defense.
Well, we're in a hotel in Innsbruck, about 35 kilometers from the hotel where the Bilderberg conference is actually taking place.
Driving up in their Audis, or was that Mercedes Benz? I don't know. Fuck.
Just getting the information
Sea of them.
from my sources inside the Bilderberg group on the
Same
key
color.
points, which are being
These are the
discussed
people who run
as,
the world.
as we speak.
Get to know them. Get to fucking know your new friends, your new world leaders. Oh, they were in charge before. You didn't know that, but
Genuine
now you know.
pasting for you some of the key discussion points which shall be taken up at this year's meeting. As you know, the world is in dire shape and the financial system can blow out at any moment. There are a lot of very worried, or should I say freaked out people who will be attending this year's conference. Their only saving grace is that most of the planet is completely oblivious to what is going on around them. Good luck to you, and as always, put this information to good
Ain't
use.
that the truth? The
Instead of,
ignorance is
going to the
so
hotel,
fucking
you can't get anywhere near the hotel. There's a
deep.
5 kilometer, security perimeter, and actually, from what we're hearing, it's actually has gone over to almost 8 kilometers. So, when you're 8 kilometers away, you can't get anywhere near the hotel. And
This guy's a
so
fucking
as I get the
reporter.
information anyway,
This
because
guy's a reporter.
my sources are inside the conference. From what we're seeing, it's absolutely impossible to get anywhere near the hotel. And I hope somebody does, but
2016. This guy
I don't think so.
is a hero. Who is this guy? Austria. In their lederhosens.
And there's some very, very heavy points. Artificial intelligence. That's the future of humanity. Transhumanism, the change from humanity to transhumanity to
Yep.
post-humanity.
They have to. They gotta put their
Cybersecurity is one of the
consciousness
key issues
into
which
some
the
kind of
Bilderbergers have been talking
fucking
about for a very long time. And that has to
machine.
do with controlling the internet, obviously don't
They don't care. They don't
threats,
feel anything.
current economic issues, which is, the world is going to hell in a handbasket. This is the information which he sent me, and I'm just downloading, all the stuff on the subject of America.
Perfect.
And
Perfect.
in the first 2 pages of this extract, 7-page extract, I'm seeing this like the 5th time. I'm seeing perpetual war, okay, multi-generational threat. Now, give me a second just to see what else is there. Now, one of the things about perpetual wars require perpetual funding. Non-ending war, non-ending funding, which means that you throw as much money as you want into a particular situation, which is this, war on terror. How long? We don't know. Forever. How much money? As much as you need. So the idea is, again, you control both sides of the equation. You control the left and the right. You control the dialogue through the media, and then you push the idea of perpetual war.
I'm here live. It's the Paris terrorist attack, November 2015. Live right now.
L'état d'urgence
Tea and
sera
Space.
décrété,
Monday,
ce qui veut dire
3:51
que
p.m.
certains lieux seront fermés,
August
la
3rd,
circulation
2020.
pourra être interdite
Some places will
et il y
be
aura également des
we will
perquisitions qui pourront être
undertake legal
décidées dans
investigations
toute
that we
l'île de
decide
France.
within the
L'état
entire French
d'urgence,
territory.
lui,
The
sera
state of
proclamé sur
emergency will
l'ensemble
be
du territoire.
implemented
La seconde
The second
décision que j'ai
decision I've
prise, c'est la
made
fermeture des
is
frontières.
closure of all borders.
Immediately
Yeah, you
after
fucker.
the terrorist attack against Charlie Hebdo at the beginning of this
These
year,
fuckers.
the former
Open
US
the borders,
Senator
please,
Bob
so I can see
Graham
my friend
said,
Melanie. I got a lot to
"If the
discuss with her
famous 28
because we're
pages
friends.
of the original
And other
September
people.
11
My
report
aunt,
would have been
my
published,
cousin.
this attack would not have happened." Now,
People.
what this
Can't
means
open the
is
border.
that the original September 11 Commission of the Congress published a report, and 28 pages are classified to the present day. But we more or less know what's in it. It pertains to the role of Saudi Arabia financing terrorism and Wahhabi Salafist attacks around the world.
Yep. And
Now,
then U.S.
this
finances
has
Saudi
another dimension,
Arabia,
and that is that the
becomes friends with all the princes.
instrumentalized radical
we got a lot in
Islam
common.
since Brzezinski in 1975.
We don't mind killing people to keep our jobs. Khashoggi. Everyone forgets these stories. It's like it didn't happen. It happened at the U.S. Embassy, I believe. Wasn't it? In Saudi Arabia? A journalist, Khashoggi, was murdered inside the U.S. Embassy? Is that true? Beautiful. Art, people, creation, colors. Different people. Different style. Different country. Waterfalls. Beautiful.
Humanity has almost
Now we're at
destroyed
the city.
itself a number of times. Immediately before the Golden Renaissance, there was the New Dark Age. There was the Black Death, where about half of the population of Europe was destroyed not only by a disease, the bubonic plague, but destroyed by the fact that men were convinced that they could not solve the problem. But fortunately, there was
I'm
a
blind
new
here.
paradigm then. There was
You
a
realize
renaissance.
this,
There
right?
was the
I
Golden
can't see a
Renaissance
fucking thing.
of
Ah,
Leonardo da
yes.
Vinci in Italy, of Miguel de Cervantes in Spain, of Shakespeare in London.
I remember what
which
everything looks
developed
like,
the
though.
concept of man, a new paradigm in which we organized our business as human beings based on the concept of man's morality, creativity, and free will. We cannot have a situation where, as in Greece, 60% of the youth have no jobs. That is killing the future of society. Or Spain, where it is almost at 60%.
They
That is
want it to
killing
die.
the
They
future
want
if
people
youth
to
don't
kill
have
people. They
a
want.
mission and a purpose to fulfill.
They don't want them to
Almost
survive.
halfway through the second decade of the 21st century, I asked myself
Too many
something
people.
over and over again, making
We
an
do it
attempt to
different.
understand
You know
what
we
is
can do it
happening to
different, huh?
us. Where are we going
It's
as
so
nations,
easy.
as a world?
Put me in, coach.
What will happen to us if
No.
the Bilderberg Group and their cohorts
I'll wait.
finally win?
Just
What is the
mooching off
destiny of the
society
human
here.
race? What does it mean to be immortal?
That's a very interesting question because
Lyndon
There are two ways of
LaRoche,
talking
7
about
times
immortality.
presidential candidate,
We
founder,
all
and
die.
contributing
No one
editor,
so far
whatever.
has discovered a method by which we can live eternally as in
Who
our
is this
biological
fucker?
So therefore,
LaRoche.
the meaning of the human mind and the human body may not be quite the same thing. For example, people like Einstein, for example, who over a century ago defined matter antimatter progress, which we're now going into today.
Yeah, but he
So
missed
some
out
people
on
are
so many
immortal
things.
because of the consequences of their having existed. And the
He
best
didn't
we can do as
understand
human
spooky
beings,
logic
which
at a
no other
distance. He
animal
named it like that because he
is
wanted
we can
to show
continue
how
to
silly
be
it was.
immortal in our participation in the
Spooky action
development
at a distance.
of humanity and the development of our soul.
Stupid name.
So immortality means one thing. It means either the
Didn't understand it,
consequences
so
of
he
your having
dismissed
lived,
it.
the benefits for mankind of your having lived, one way or the other. As a poet or as a
That's not,
scientist or whatever,
that's not the sign of a
you contribute
genius.
something to the wealth of humanity. And you are, in that sense, immortal. Or you can be a poor slug who doesn't think, who has no consequence, no reason to exist, who just lives and dies. And that's the choice.
Choose.
I have had certain attempts on the part of the Bilderberg Group back about 10 years back, where I was actually offered money to cease and desist, go away. And I describe it in one of my books. And as I sat there watching this man write a check, I said to myself and I said to him, help me out, please. How many zeros is one's freedom worth? He stopped, paused, looked at me, gave me the check, which I have, check as a memento, and he said, Mr. Esterlin, you have a nice day. So the point is that even when they do kill me once, I think I've done my bit on this planet Earth, and I've reached a certain level of immortality, and I've done my part to pass off the baton to the future generations, and it's their job, to pick it up and go with it, because again, humanity's one, and we have to do everything in our power to make sure that we, as society, achieve this immortality. And for me, immortality is assuring the survival of the species, all of the species. And for us to happen, for this to happen, we've got to make sure that higher ideals, on the general level of things, take precedence over money, and even one's personal safety.
Yes, we can win this war, but the first
well said, friend.
step necessary for actually winning is to know what the war is.
Yeah.
The war is not against merely financial interests or military powers or even groups as powerful as the Bilderberger Group. It is a war against what has been called powers and principalities. It's a war against a concept of man which is evil.
Yeah.
It's the concept of man that we are nothing other than animals.
Yeah.
It is an idea which says that human beings do not have the capability of a creative spark, that we do not in fact have free will, that we therefore
half a life
cannot act morally or immorally, we just simply do whatever our desires say. And it is that concept of man which finds expressions today in things like the Bilderberg Group and in the global financial system, which is based on speculation, usury, and the destruction of populations.
We are at the crossroads, and the roads we take now will determine whether we will live in the 21st century as nation-state republics or subjugated, culled, and dehumanized crop of slaves. We are fighting a combined effort of some of the most brilliant people in history who scheme against us for the purposes of possessing us. The human will is immortal. Tyrants have killed millions, and yet people fought and eventually won their freedom. Freedom stirs the human heart, and fear stills it. Amidst the deafening cacophony of patriotic silence, insurgent voices command attention. Immortality has its moral basis in truth and incorruptibility. It deserves to be given all the support that it can get. It deserves to be fought and died for.
I sing. Oh, ba-da-ba-ba-ba, it's my song. Oh, ba-ba-ba, the more I see, the less I know. I look for the different, but at the end, it's all the same. It's all the same. I look for a new light, but at the end you are my only star. I look for a new step, but at the end you are the only way. I look for a new vision, but at the end you are my eyes.
I love your comments. Thank you. Melanie, thank you. I love all of it. Thank you. I'm gonna get something to read. Thank you. Cheers.
Walking in the morning light, walking all alone, walking in the evening light, walking with my only son. Oh, ba-da-ba-ba-ba, I sing. Oh, ba-da-ba-ba-ba, it's my song. Oh, ba-ba-ba, the more I see, less I know. Oh, ba-da-ba-ba-ba, I sing. Oh, ba-da-ba-ba-ba, it's my song. Oh, ba-ba-ba.
So, you hear the birds? Traffic. Highway. What was that? Old car. Good shape. The views and opinions expressed by the individuals in the following program do not reflect, do not necessarily reflect those of the network or its parent or affiliates. But what is that? What is that? That's gotta be I know what that is. I've seen it before. Is it this one? If I'm right, then I'm a genius. Oh, come on, man. Get on there. When you bend time like me, you never know when could come sooner. Should come now. Oh my. Did you smell that? I'll find out later. I'm not really blind. Come on, man. I'm trying to get this to play here. I can't really see too much.
Hello, I'm Richard Dolan, and this is False Flags. On the morning of September 11, 2001, a series of incredible, tragic events unfolded before the eyes of the world, as we learned that 4 commercial airliners had been hijacked by terrorists. By the end of the morning, the world
Beautiful
had changed.
song called Dying to Live.
3 of the aircraft had hit targets: the 2 largest towers of the World Trade Center in New York City and the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. The 4th airliner crashed near the small town of Shanksville, Pennsylvania.
You know,
We were
I've
told it was
heard it
probably
said
headed
there's
for the White
beauty
House.
in distortion.
Thousands of people died, the lion's share coming
By
from
some
people who were
people
in the World
who've
Trade Center at the
withdrawn
time.
to find the
President
hidden.
George W. Bush and his team, featuring people
Now
like
they
Vice
say
President
there
Cheney,
is humor
Secretary of
in
Defense Donald
misfortune.
Rumsfeld, National Security Advisor
You
Condoleezza
know,
Rice,
I
and many
wonder
others,
if their
told us
lives
that
were
America had been
dead.
attacked by terrorists.
Why am I fighting to live if I'm just living to fight? Why am I trying to see when there ain't nothing inside? Why am I trying to give when no one gives me a try? You know I'm dying to live until I'm ready to die.
The U.S. had invaded Afghanistan, where we told Osama bin Laden was hiding out. Within 18 months, the U.S. had also invaded Iraq, despite the fact that the U.S. government admitted that Iraq had nothing
You know,
to do with
some
the attack.
people say that
From the
values
beginning, no one
are
in America was
subjective.
allowed to question the so-called truths
They're
of
just
9/11.
speaking words
President
that
Bush himself
someone else
called on the
said.
nation not to tolerate crazy
So they
conspiracy
live
theories
and
about
fight
9/11.
and kill with no
Let us never
objective.
tolerate outrageous conspiracy
You
theories
don't have time to tell
concerning
the
the attacks
living
of September
from
the
the
11th.
dead.
Malicious
Why
lies that
am
attempt
I
to shift the blame
fighting
away
to
from the
live
terrorists
if
themselves,
I'm just
away from the
living to
guilty.
fight?
And
Why
indeed,
am
the
I
mainstream media
trying to
provides
see
its
when
coverage
there
between
ain't
the
nothing
straitjacket
inside?
informative
Why am I
conspiracy
trying to give when no
How
one
did
gives
9/11
me
end
a
up in
try?
USA Patriot
Why
Act,
am I
Homeland
dying
Security
to
Act,
live
and never-ending
if I'm
series
just
of laws
living
that
to
have
die?
eviscerated our rights and citizens? Privacy, gone. Right to habeas corpus, gone if the government labels you terrorists. The culture of conformity has spread from the mainstream media to the very fabric of our
You
society.
know, I used to
A rigid
weave my
ideological
words
mindset
into
that
confusion.
has replaced the political with the cultural.
So I
That is,
hope
don't
you'll
question our politics,
understand me
instead
when I'm
focus on culture,
through.
language, race, and identity.
You know, I
Stay
used to
divided, fight
live
each
my
other.
life
Meanwhile,
as an
we will drop
illusion.
off your rights for attitude. So
But
let's look at the events of
reality
9/11
will
with a clear
make my dreams come
since there's a lot
true.
that isn't done.
So I'll keep
Regarding the
fighting to
North and South
live
Towers of the
till
World Trade
there's
Center,
no
we were
reason
told
to fight.
immediately and
I
repeatedly
will keep
that they
trying
collapsed.
to see
We were given a
until
full-on
the
video
end
of
is
essentially the
inside.
crash of
You
airplanes.
know I'm
Some
trying
fires
to
caused
give.
the total collapse
Come
of
on,
the
give
towers.
me a
There
try.
is an
You
alternative
know
narrative.
I'm dying
Actually,
to
several
live
somewhat competing
until I'm
narratives,
ready to
all
die.
of them effectively become the official narrative and state in one form or another that these structures were
Until I'm
to other
ready.
means via some type of controlled demolition, whether these be
Until
highly
God
advanced
takes me.
conventional explosives like nano-engineered thermite, or even a limited nuclear detonation, or then even more exotic energy-based weapon systems. I'm not here to be the arbiter of these or other competing theories.
Okay.
I will, however, offer you this. Never in the history of steel frame
Some new
architecture,
songs, I
not
think,
before
because
9/11 or since,
this is
had fires.
a very
Even
old
fires
song,
that
actually.
raged for days and consumed much of the building had ever caused a collapse
Originally,
of a
I
steel
don't
frame
know,
structure.
Anne Murray, a long
And yet
time
on
ago,
September 11,
sang
2001,
this song.
it happened
We
not
made
once,
it a little bit
not
more
twice,
up to date.
but 3
It's
times.
a nice guitar.
Because another building came down that day as well,
Guitar.
famously known as Building 7. The World Trade
Yeah.
Center was a
Called
7-building complex,
You Are
and
My
Building
Sunshine.
7 was 47 stories tall. No aircraft yet, just like the North and South Towers earlier that day, it came down at 5:22 p.m. amid huge billows of dust. Yes, there was a fire on one of the floors.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine.
Watch the building fall.
You make me happy when skies gray.
Comes down.
You'll never know
It's the
how much I love you.
all the available
Please don't take my sunshine away.
and super true structural damage from the earlier destruction of the Twin Towers and the three isolated fires.
The other night, as I lay sleeping, I dreamt a night into morn. When I woke, I was mistaken. Out of the curtains, still blown apart. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away.
We were told that the fire melted the steel. Well, initially, then the argument was modified to limit. Steel won't melt until it reaches 1500 degrees Celsius. You can't get such temperatures without pressurized air as you get in a blast furnace. So instead, we were told that to heat the steel.
My mama once told me when I was young, it's about the devil, and I hate him so, and I hear me crying, but we don't cry, and keep on smiling, and stop hanging around. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away.
Eyes are not that big a deal, at least from a structural standpoint. They never spread to the opposite side of the
9/11, huh? I wonder how that happened.
There were not even any visible flames before the fire chief, Orlando Palmer, was on the 78th floor of the South Tower. Described the fire in that building as, quote, two isolated pockets.
We got Congress outside the pocket to fly in. We should never knock it down too high. Where you know that? 78th floor, numerous 1045 car horns.
He went on to tell his comrades, quote, we should be able to knock it down with two lines. The official report on 9/11 concealed the fact that the firefighters had reached the crash zone. This should be no surprise, since in the case of the South Tower strike, most of the fuel probably burned up in the impact fireball. Look at the photograph. And the fact is that the fires in the two towers went through a similar progression. Initially in each, you see widespread visible flames and light gray smoke. Then the flames became smaller and the smoke became darker. When you get dark smoke and no visible flames, it means less heat, less intensity, not a pressurized, intense inferno.
Over young, what believe us this time.
Go back to this video.
You're only dancing on this earth for a short while.
Before my eyes.
And though your dreams may toss and turn you now, they will vanish away like a dad's best jeans. Dinner blue, fading up to the sky. And though you want them to last forever, you know they never will. You know they never will.
Structural steel and cement.
And the patches made us to buy harvest.
That no steel frame skyscraper had ever gone due to any plausible combination of things. Bombs, fire, and earthquakes.
Oh, young, what will you leave us this time?
Never mind that
they'll never bring their chance to change your mind. And if you want this world to see that,
then why did that?
you carry the words of love with you. When you lie, the great light burns your head. And though you want to last forever, you know you never will.
Steel
you know you never will.
Immediately after the fall of
and the pipeline messages
were the three largest structural failures.
Cat Stephen, live from Penticton, British Columbia, room 240. T in space? What the fuck is that? Oh, right. Got some things to talk about. Don't worry, you're young. That's your only fault. And that's your fault. Grow up.
When the government did issue its report, it never addressed the basic question. It never brought up the history of state frame structure. It never addressed the massive four columns just melted away. And it certainly did not address
Over young, what will you leave us this time?
But oh,
You're only
much of the World
dancing
Trade
on the
Center may have
surface for a
disintegrated,
short while.
but we did learn that one of
Oh,
the
there we
hijackers'
are.
passports was
What will you
found.
leave us this time?
Among the mountains of debris, we are told that the passport of hijacker Saddam al-Suqami was found a few blocks from the World Trade Center. He was supposedly on Flight 11, the plane that hit the North Tower. Just to remind you, in that collision, the building's core absorbed almost the entire building. So there's that. And no, the BBC announced the fall of the Mid-7
Okay.
20 minutes before
We're in
it
the
happened.
mood for children, so there's another.
And indeed it has. It seems that this was not a result of a new attack. It was because the building had been weakened during this morning's attack. We'll probably find out more now about that from our correspondent, Jane Stanley. Jane, what more can you tell us about these
Remember the days of the old schoolyard. We used to laugh a lot. Oh, don't you remember the days of the old schoolyard? When we had imaginings and we had all kinds of things and we laughed and needed love. Yes, I do. Oh, I remember you. Remember the days of the old schoolyard. We used to cry. Oh, don't you remember the days of the old schoolyard?
And oh yeah, we have
When we had
World Trade Center building.
simplicity
Larry Silverstein.
and we
We
had
talked about how building
motors for
needed
tea and we laughed and needed love. Yes, I do. Oh, I remember you. My first sweet love, my love, loving yours. Whatever the face, still see your face, sunny face, child in the street, inside my dreams.
Pieces of physical evidence and elements of the body of eyewitness evidence that rule out the official account of the crash. Officially, the flight was taken over hundreds of miles away by a suicide pilot named Hani Hanjour and two accomplices. He presumably fought his way into the cockpit, took out the two pilots, even though one was a former F-4 fighter jock and a tough-looking guy, if you ask me, somehow got control over the aircraft, even though he flunked a flight test the previous month for a puddle-jumping Cessna, had the presence of mind to turn off his transponder, turn the plane around above the clouds, then, surpassing Christopher Columbus in the art of dead reckoning, flew with precision back to D.C., saw his target, swooped down 7,000 feet in 3 minutes in a beautiful corkscrew maneuver, so good, by the way, that the air traffic controllers assumed that he was a jet fighter and said, "Thank God, where have you guys been all the time?" And approaching the Pentagon at such a shallow angle that its wings clipped lampposts on the highway at an altitude of 20 feet and a speed of roughly 400 miles per hour, which is, by the way, essentially an impossibility for a plane of that size and type, and then plows into the first floor of the newly renovated West Block of the Pentagon. I have interviewed 3 commercial pilots about that particular maneuver. All of them said they could not have executed such an amazing maneuver. Incidentally, any commercial aircraft that is clipping multiple lampposts is not going to keep flying. It's going to crash into the ground with a lot of fire and metal and bodies all around. Oh, all we have in terms of evidence are a couple of fuzzy still frames from a webcam attached to the Pentagon. There was a rooftop video on a nearby Sheraton hotel which captured the event. We have never seen it. Ditto a video from a gas station next door which also captured the event, confiscated by government agents. Indeed, 9/11 researchers have identified many other video cameras that captured this event, no video of which has ever been made public. The pattern of damage to the building itself is not consistent with the impact of a 757. Evidence of aircraft debris is scarce, and conspicuously absent are recognizable objects like luggage, seats, and bodies. The lawn of the Pentagon looks like you could have a picnic on it.
You know, it might have appeared that way, but from my close-up inspection, there's no evidence of a plane having crashed anywhere near the Pentagon. The only site is the actual side of the building that's crashed in, and as I said, the only pieces left that you can see are small enough that you can pick up in your hand. There are no large tail sections, wing sections, a fuselage, nothing like that anywhere around, which would indicate that the entire plane crashed into the side of the Pentagon.
Only one piece of aircraft debris larger than small shards was seen by passersby outside of the building. And that piece, which has been identified as from an American Airlines 757, has been called into question by a number of 9/11 researchers who argue that it was planted. Now, you might think that's going too far, but in fact, no other significant debris has ever been shown. It's very odd, to say the least. Moreover, the hole in the Pentagon itself surely does not seem large enough to have taken in the full width of the wings and tail of the airplane. Even if those parts were shredded on impact, they should have left a few tons of debris outside the building. Also, people who were on the scene could not explain what happened to 60 tons of aluminum that supposedly hit the Pentagon. Arlington County Fire Chief Ed Plower was there on the scene. On the day after the attack, a journalist asked him, "Is there anything left of the aircraft at all?" Here's what he said.
First of all, question about the aircraft. There are some small pieces of the aircraft visible from the interior during this firefighting operation that I'm talking about, but not large sections. In other words, there's no fuselage sections and that sort of thing.
Chief, there are small pieces of the plane virtually all over, out over the highway, tiny pieces. Would you say the plane virtually exploded on impact due to the fuel loss?
You know, I'd rather not comment on that. We have a lot of eyewitnesses that can give you better information about what actually happened with the aircraft as it approached, so we don't know.
Oh, so you'd rather not comment on that? Well, that's great. There are images showing what can happen to a commercial jet when it hits birds while in flight. The damage sometimes can be severe. When you consider that an airplane fuselage is essentially a hollow tube, you have to wonder, how is it going to punch a deep hole through reinforced concrete, the headquarters of the world's most powerful military? A couple of other things about the Pentagon strike. Several witnesses described a shockwave that knocked them to the ground, both inside and outside the building. Several described it as a concussion. What was that? Now, maybe it was as the government claimed, and the jetliner had the world's greatest hijacker pilot, made the world's most impossible moves, slammed into the Pentagon, and essentially disappeared into the building, leaving no fuselage or parts that the fire chief could identify. But unfortunately, most of the specific evidence that would prove it really was Flight 77 is unavailable to the public. The entire scenario appears incredibly improbable. And all we have ever had to support the official story are statements from the authorities, no evidence of any sort. Now we move on to the crash of United 93 in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Just one question. Where is the plane? No image of the plane exists anywhere. Why not?
The reason why it's so hard for investigators to find out what happened here is because there's practically nothing left of the aircraft. That crater you see behind me, where all of those workers are, is the point of impact where the plane fell from the sky. And that is all that is left.
We're told some really silly things, like the plane melted right into the ground. Sorry, but that's not how planes crash into hard ground. Even somewhat softer ground is unbelievably dense. A large commercial airliner is not going to dive into the ground. Something hit the ground, yes, but where was the plane? What exactly happened at Shanksville? Then there are the phone calls. You may recall a number of cell phone calls were allegedly made that day by people in the various hijacked planes. To be exact, there were said to be 15 calls that were described at the time as cell phone calls, and about 10 of those were from Flight 93.
Tuesday, 9:47 a.m. Hi, baby. Baby, you have to listen to me carefully. I'm on a plane that's been hijacked. I'm on the plane. I'm calling from the plane. I want to tell you I love you. Please tell my children that I love them very much. And I'm so sorry, baby. I don't know what to say. There's three guys who had that plane. I'm trying to be calm. We're turned around, and I heard that there's planes that's been going into the World Trade Center. I hope to be able to hear this again, baby. I love you. Bye.
They were so dramatic that they gave an image to the world of passengers fighting back to take control of the aircraft, and was even made into a movie.
We have to do it now. We know what happens if we just sit here and do nothing.
Well, many researchers have looked into this. The superb 9/11 researcher David Ray Griffin wrote about these phone calls. He pointed out that cell phone technology available in 2001 made it impossible for cell phone calls from airliners at altitudes of more than a few thousand feet, especially calls lasting more than a few seconds. And yet, many of the reported cell phone calls happened when the planes were above 25,000 feet or even 40,000 feet. And several of these lasted a minute or more. One of them reportedly lasted for 12 minutes. He cited the work of Canadian scientist and mathematician A.K. Dewdney, who demonstrated this impossibility. At least the impossibility of all but two calls, which were made from less than 5,000 feet. At 20,000 feet, Dewdney wrote, "The chance of a typical cell phone call making it to ground and engaging a cell site there is less than 1 in 100. The probability that two callers will succeed is less than 1 in 10,000. The likelihood of 13 successful calls," Dewdney added, "would be infinitesimal." Also, there are real oddities about the strategy of the hijackers themselves, and definitely about the response of the jet interceptors. The 4 planes commandeered on September 11th either flew to their targets from distant airports or flew hundreds of miles away from their targets before turning around. There are 3 international airports within 5 minutes flying distance from the World Trade Center. Yet the hijackers selected flights 11 and 175 originating from Boston, which is 40 minutes flight time away. Flight 77, the plane that we're told hit the Pentagon, took off from Dulles, just a couple of miles away from the Pentagon. Yet the hijackers waited almost until the plane reached Kentucky before taking it over. Flight 93 took off from Newark, New Jersey. If the hijackers had taken it over shortly after takeoff, they could have reached Washington in about 30 minutes. Instead, they waited until it was near Cleveland, Ohio, before turning it around. Anyone planning such an attack could easily find out that any hijacked airplane would be intercepted within 20 minutes anywhere in the Northeast Corridor. But these guys chose to depart from airports over 100 miles from their targets in 3 of the cases, and waiting for nearly a half hour in all 4 cases before they took over the flights. That's one heck of a way to expose the entire plot to certain interception if air defenses were operating normally. But maybe these people realized that the air defense system would not be operational. For domestic air defense, the U.S. has a nationwide air traffic control system that is continuously monitoring air traffic. In cases of any deviations of any aircraft from their flight paths or loss of radio contact, air traffic controllers notify NORAD, that's North American Air Defense. NORAD is constantly monitoring air and space traffic. If there's an emergency of any kind, it can order the Air Force or other armed services to scramble fighters to deal with the situation. On September 11, 2001, every part of that system broke down. Every part. We know, based on the official timeline, the response times for reporting the deviating aircraft were many times longer than they were supposed to be. Then, NORAD, once notified of the off-course aircraft, failed to scramble jets from the nearest bases. Instead, they scrambled them from much more distant bases. Then, once airborne, the interceptors failed to reach their targets. Why? Because they flew at small fractions of their top speeds, or sometimes they flew in the wrong directions. Had there not been multiple failures at each stage, if even one procedure of the process had been followed correctly, the attack could have been stopped. NORAD had time to protect the World Trade Center, even given the unbelievably late time when it claims to have been first notified. It had time to protect the South Tower and Washington, even given its bizarre choices of bases from which to scramble planes. And it still had ample opportunity to protect both New York City and Washington, even if it insisted that all interceptors fly subsonic, simply by redeploying airborne fighters. But everything failed. There is certainly more suspicious behavior about 9/11, including several events immediately preceding the event, suggesting that many people anticipated the attack. Extremely large amounts of insider trading in what are known as put options. A put option on Wall Street is an agreement, well, an option, to sell assets at an agreed price on or before a particular date. So in other words, it's really good for insider traders who know that a certain stock is going to fall. You get to sell at a much higher price that's been previously agreed upon. This happened in massive numbers to United Airlines and American Airlines stocks. Someone knew what was going down. Same thing for put options on reinsurance companies expected to pay out billions to cover losses from the attack. Munich Re and the AXA Group, as well as financial services companies like Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley, and Bank of America, all of whom were badly hurt by the attack. A number of important people admitted to have been warned not to fly that day. Perhaps most well known was San Francisco Mayor Willie Brown, but there were many others. There was Donald Rumsfeld's statement shortly before 9/11 that the Pentagon had lost $2 trillion.
According to some estimates, we cannot track $2.3 trillion in transactions.
2.3 trillion with a T. That's $8,000 for every man, woman, and child in America.
There was the privatization of the World Trade Center just 6 weeks before the attack. There were the war games. The late 9/11 researcher and former LAPD detective Michael Rupert uncovered something of great importance. In May of 2001, Vice President Dick Cheney was placed directly in charge of managing the, quote, seamless integration of all training exercises throughout the federal government and military agencies. Not only did the morning of 9/11 begin with multiple training exercises of war games and terror drills, but Cheney was in charge of managing them. These included live fly exercises with military aircraft posing as hijacked aircraft over the United States, as well as simulated exercises that placed false blips, that is, radar blips indicating virtual planes, on FAA radar screens. One exercise, titled Northern Vigilance, pulled Air Force fighters up into Canada, simulating a Russian air attack, so there were very few fighters remaining on the East Coast to respond. All of this paralyzed Air Force response, or at least helped significantly to hamper it. Dick Cheney also happened to be one of the main government officials deciding that these extensive war games would take place on that day. It's worth bearing in mind that American intelligence had collected dozens of warnings from governments and intelligence agencies indicating that terrorists were planning to hijack civilian aircraft and crash them into American targets on the ground during the week of September 9th, 2001. 9/11 did not come out of the blue. It was entirely within the realm of possible expected events, unlike what the US government later claimed. And Dick Cheney effectively was running the show that day. Well, my goodness, we have gone into a great deal of information, and the truth is we've only scratched the surface. Thankfully, 9/11 has been covered many times. Still, it never hurts to keep talking about 9/11. After 15 years, there's still great value in talking about this event with a critical and clear eye. We delve into these matters as we do for a reason. When our rights are taken away, we have the right to know why. When our own government attacks us and then tells us that it needs more power in order to make us more safe, we can question that. We don't have to be taken in by the illusions, because if we seek transformation, we need truth as our constant companion. Join me next time on False Flags when we continue our journey into 9/11, this time exploring the motivations behind the event. I'm Richard Dolan. Until next time.
Okay. This is a song from a film you may have seen called Howard and Maude.
Hello, I'm Richard.
It's called If You Want to Sing Out.
Hello, I'm Richard Dolan, and this is False Flags. There is arguably no event of our lifetime that has had more impact on the world around us, on the political forces that predominate in our world today, than the attacks that took place on American soil on September 11, 2001, 9/11. It's now more than 15 years ago, but anyone old enough to remember that day will never forget where they were when they found out, that feeling in the pit of their stomach, and the knowledge, even on that day, that somehow things are going to change in this world, and not in a good way. Well, looking back on all that has transpired since then, that feeling of dread was certainly justified. 9/11 took America into a dark place, and America has dragged the rest of the world along for the ride. In our last episode, I discussed some, by no means all, of the most egregious problems, anomalies, and frankly, literally unbelievable aspects of the official story. Clearly, any in-depth study of the events of that day bring up one serious problem of explanation after another. We can only conclude that the official explanation is comprised of a tissue of lies. It's understandably difficult for people to accept that they've been lied to on such a magnitude. Instinctively, we want to believe our official authorities. For today, I want to tell you why 9/11 had to happen, at least from the point of view of those people who sit at the top of the human power hierarchy. Because there are such people, and they have always had ideas about the direction they think the world should be going. They can't always get everything they want all the time, but I can assure you, they get more of what they want than ordinary people could ever dream of. In our very first episode, I discussed how there have been many dislocated people and how easy it is to run into people who realize deep down in their bones that there's something not right with the world around us. How tuning into establishment news for information only makes it worse, only confuses us more. How that sense of hopelessness and confusion is by design. And the reason is simple. We're living on a planet that is being systematically plundered and stolen from beneath us. Everything worth owning, from the water to the GMO foods to the pharmaceuticals, to the minerals in the ground, to the public services, and the entire public infrastructure. This, unfortunately, is how globalization is happening. And that's called a war, my friends. It's a transnational corporate financial theft of everything. But this is a war run by necessity, by deception. That is, those waging it against you and me don't want us to know. I've gone into this previously, but now let's get into the specifics of globalization and help us to understand things a little better. With globalization, you get economic disruption and the loss of jobs. This is Seattle in 1999. I think Seattle is a great indicator. These are the World Trade Organization protests from November 30th. They went on for 4 days into early December. You see, the WTO was convening in Seattle at that time. The WTO is one of the prime engines for global neoliberalism, that is, the ultra-corporate friendly legal structure being put into place since the end of the Cold War.
The SMEs are responsible for the largest share of employment opportunities in most economies, over 90% in some countries.
One of the results of neoliberal policy is the loss of ability of ordinary people to control their world around them, simply because transnational trade agreements prevent local groups or even nations from legislating laws that protect their resources or labor rights. For the WTO meeting in 1999, protesters planned their strategy out several months in advance. And when that convention happened, these protesters, at minimum 40,000, probably much more, shut that city down. They just shut it down. They were so effective that delegates could not enter the premises for much of the time. Police tear gas did not work. Pepper spray didn't work. The police were overwhelmed by an incredibly powerful public reaction. This is what happens when the public feels empowered. This is when people were saying, no, we're not going to put up with it. Of course, a year and a half later, we have 9/11. After 9/11, with the passage of the USA Patriot Act, effectively taking away
and now we have COVID-19.
And all the subsequent laws passed.
Well, there's the
via
progression
annual
of
National
things.
Defense Authorization Acts.
The war on a virus, because they couldn't start a war anywhere else, like
The reality
Turkey
of police
or
voice and
Iran.
facial recognition profiles on the population, making sure that you will never be anonymous again. The reality that there is nowhere left for anyone to hide anymore. So ever
Well,
since 9/11,
hiding in
people
plain
learned to
sight
duck their
here.
heads and not speak up because, well, bad idea now. You know, 27% of the U.S. population is 21 years of age or younger, more than a quarter of the population. These are people who grew up not knowing anything other than post-9/11 America. It either happened before they were born or when they were too young to experience much awareness before it. The idea of rule by the people, the idea of privacy. We have an entire new generation who are growing up without any of that. It's all gone. So in the midst of massive deindustrialization and loss of hope, an empowered population was definitely considered a bad idea, and an important motivation to create a crisis big enough to gain control over the situation.
The National Security Agency authorization to eavesdrop on Americans to hunt down terrorists, encourage support for the Patriot Act. He spoke for just under 10 minutes.
This is a highly classified program.
No, I'll go live all
It is
the
crucial
time
to our
now,
national
thanks.
security. Its purpose is to detect and prevent terrorist attacks against the United States, our friends and allies.
Now, the other major geopolitical thing behind false flags, I would suggest to you, is the petrodollar system. Sometimes people hear about this thing called the petrodollar, but what is it really? Let's go back to the year 1944. Back then, there was a war going on, the Second World War. But one thing that seemed very clear was that the U.S. and its allies were going to win. So the Allied nations met at a place in New Hampshire called Bretton Woods. There they laid out the future of the post-world financial order. Until that point, the reserve currency of the world, that is the national currency against which all other currencies were measured, think of it as a universal language of economics, had been the British pound. But Britain took two major hits in a row, the First and Second World Wars, and the economic powerhouse of the world was now the United States. The US dollar was backed by gold. Anywhere in the world, you could sell your dollars and receive gold for it at $35 an ounce. Agreeing on the dollar as the world reserve currency was good for the world, since it provided a strong economic foundation for recovery following the war. And it was great for the United States, because that meant not only did the U.S. export all of its manufactured goods and make an enormous amount of money, but the U.S. was the only nation in the world that was exporting its money. Everyone wanted dollars. What that meant was that when extensive wars came along, think like the Vietnam War, all the money that went into the social programs during the 1960s, President Lyndon Johnson had a choice. He could raise taxes. Well, he might think maybe a bad idea since that would be unpopular for sure. Well, he could not spend the money. Hey, there's a thought. Not have the Vietnam War. But survey says no. The war was happening. Third option. Just print the money and don't worry about inflation. Because the rest of the world needs dollars and they'll just deal with it. And that was the option taken for sure. And it worked. Sort of. But sort of not. By the end of the 1960s, there was a run on the US dollar. People and nations were trading it in for gold, getting a great deal at $35 an ounce. Soon, America's supply of gold, which had once been dominant, was frittering away fast. Enter President Richard Nixon. In 1971, he looked at the problem. He saw a couple of options. Option number one, stop the expensive war in Vietnam, but no, that was still going to happen. Option number two, a painful bout of raising taxes. Well, you can imagine that outcome.
Like a newish.
Then there was option number three. Detach the dollar from the gold standard.
It's a
Let it
bit
be traded like
country
any other free floating currency. Nixon said he was doing this temporarily, by which he really meant permanently. So that solved the gold problem. But now there were all these dollars floating around the world and no intrinsic reason for nations to keep them. Soon they would all end up in the United States and then with what? Massive inflation. Not good. Enter Henry Kissinger. Here's a picture of Henry Kissinger and the King of Saudi Arabia in 1973. The point of this meeting was to keep the dollar in place as the world reserve currency. And now they wanted to hook the dollar to petroleum. And really what Kissinger was able to get for agreement was to have all the OPEC nations sell their oil only in dollars. And that is the foundation of American policy to this day. All the nations who get their oil pegged in dollars. It's great for the U.S. because it maintains a global demand for U.S. currency, which allows for alternate exchange that the U.S. can do that no other nation can do. It also holds the world hostage as a result. But no other nation could afford to do what the U.S. does, like prosecute all these wars because of the petrodollar system. It is a foundation of American system. It's really never discussed, never, ever discussed in mainstream media. But the petrodollar system is both the foundation and the driving force of nearly everything America does in the world.
The strength of a nation's currency is based on the strength of that nation's economy. And the American economy is by far the strongest in the world. Accordingly, I have directed the Secretary of the Treasury to take the action necessary to defend the dollar against the speculators. I directed Secretary Connally to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets, except in amounts and conditions determined to be in the interest of monetary stability and in the best interest of the United States.
Now we get to Saddam Hussein, another trigger to 9/11. The petrodollar system is why the United States will demonize anyone not fully on board with that system. And guess what? In the year 2000, for the first time ever, a major threat came to the petrodollar system. A fellow by the name of Saddam Hussein, the leader of Iraq, one of the world's leading oil producers, announced that he would now be selling his oil in euros. Do you think this might have set off alarm bells in Washington? Oh yes, yes it did. You see, the petrodollar system not only forces the United States to physically control the sources of energy that exist, basically the hydrocarbons that go from West Africa across the continent to the Middle East and to Western Asia. That's 2/3 of the world's oil and natural gas right there. The U.S. wants it all. They want to control it physically. But the petrodollar system means that the U.S. has to be the policeman of the world. Not to ensure world peace or some such, but to ensure, among other things, that the oil-producing nations of the world sell their oil in dollars. Saddam's decision, I am suggesting to you, was a key motivator for 9/11. Sure, it was a nice score to steal roughly $30 trillion worth of oil under the ground in Iraq, which they did and sold off to multinationals, and then to steal all the great mineral wealth under the ground in Afghanistan as a bonus. So theft, of course, is always important for this, and then to control the population. But one of the very first decisions taken by the U.S. installed government in Iraq after the invasion in 2003 was to put that country back on the petrodollar system. I would suggest, too, that the petrodollar and all of this is part of the hierarchical-based and scarcity-driven system that is energy scarcity. Energy in our world today is based on physical control over a particular commodity, gas. And if you control those locations, you control the distribution. You have power. That's a strength and power of the system, but it's also a weakness of the system. Because if we ever develop an alternative energy paradigm, this whole system is very much in danger. And that's a good thing. So this whole system is vulnerable to emerging technologies, and that means that the false flag phenomenon itself might be vulnerable to some extent because of that. Okay, it's one thing to talk about generalities, control the public domestically, control the oil internationally, but let's get into some specifics. In the aftermath of 9/11, several major transformative laws were passed, forever altering the nature of American political life, and indeed certain core freedoms and privacies that Americans had fought for and accepted as their birthright. The two most important of these laws were the USA Patriot Act and the Homeland Security Act. There is no way to get around that. These laws were and remain extreme. They mark a decisive, and this must be said, dark turning point, not only in the history of the United States, but the world. As the world's most powerful nation, what happens in the United States has implications everywhere. The USA Patriot Act was rushed through a panicked Congress in the immediate aftermath of 9/11. Overnight, it vastly expanded the government's authority to spy on its own citizens, at the same time reducing checks and balances on those powers like judicial oversight. You might consider it a bit galling, considering that if you are an American, you're paying for this police state. It's noteworthy, by the way, that the U.S. government never said that the 9/11 attacks happened because they weren't surveilling the population enough. Indeed, much of the Patriot Act had nothing to do with fighting terrorism. So now U.S. intelligence agents could conduct a secret search of an American citizen's home without probable cause, and they could use any evidence found there to declare him an enemy combatant, imprison him without trial, and deny him the right to confront witnesses against him. Under the Patriot Act, the courts have no chance to review these decisions. Indeed, they might never even find out about them. The 2001 USA Patriot Act also allowed the government to monitor religious and political institutions without suspecting criminal activity, all in order to assist terror investigations, however loosely terror is defined. That was once called freedom of association, now it's under government surveillance. The Patriot Act also undermined attorney-client privilege. It allowed the government to monitor federal prison jailhouse conversations between attorneys and clients and deny lawyers to U.S. citizens accused of crimes. The other major legislation to occur after 9/11 took place a year later. This was the Homeland Security Act, which went into law in November 2002. It created the United States Department of Homeland Security and the new cabinet-level position of Secretary of Homeland Security. It is the largest federal government reorganization since the National Security Act of 1947.
To disrupt terrorist attacks, to make our borders more secure, respond to natural disasters, and make our immigration system more effective and fair. Addressing any one of these challenges is a tall order. Addressing all of them at once is a monumental task. And that's what the dedicated men and women of the Department of Homeland Security do every day.
The Department of Homeland Security really goes hand in hand with the USA Patriot Act. That act created the new national security state, and DHS is one of the main government bodies that enforce it. It's important to know that these laws, this revolution in American politics, hinged on 9/11. Without 9/11, these laws could not ever have been justified. And how do we know this? Because both of these creations had long since been planned. The timing was just never right. First, regarding the Patriot Act, we have the statement of former counterterrorism czar Richard Clarke, who told Stanford law professor Lawrence Lessig, quote, "I remember someone asking a Justice Department official, how did they write such a large statute so quickly? And of course the answer was that it had been sitting in the drawers of the Justice Department for the last 20 years, waiting for the event where they would pull it out." End quote. So there's that. But here's something just as interesting, and I'm guessing you probably don't know this. The core of the USA Patriot Act was in fact written in 1995 by none other than Senator Joe Biden, the man who became Barack Obama's vice president. Yes. This was reported in 2008 on CNET. You might find it interesting, by the way, that he did this a few months before the Oklahoma City bombing took place. Joe Biden introduced a bill called the Omnibus Counterterrorism Act of 1995. It called for secret evidence to be used in prosecution. It wanted to expand wiretapping and surveillance to create a new federal crime called terrorism that could be invoked based on political beliefs. It wanted to allow the United States military to be used in civilian law enforcement. And it allowed permanent detention of non-U.S. citizens without judicial review. Just come take them away. And Biden, by the way, seemed quite proud that his 1995 bill was so close to the Patriot Act of 2001. This is what he said, quote, "I drafted a terrorism bill after the Oklahoma City bombing. The bill Attorney General John Ashcroft sent out was my bill." Back in 1995, most people were horrified by what Biden proposed, and his bill went nowhere. All that was needed was a trigger. The Department of Homeland Security, too, had been something that certain people had been angling for. Well before September 11, 2001, a government commission called the Hart-Rudman Commission, created under President Clinton in 1998, created the blueprint for what became Homeland Security Act, publishing a report called The Roadmap for National Security Imperative for Change. It called for the creation of a new independent, quote, National Homeland Security Agency, end quote, which would integrate various U.S. government agencies, including FEMA, the Coast Guard, the Customs Service, and the Border Patrol. Well, that's what we got.
In a single year, the Coast Guard and Border Protection intercepted an astonishing $10 billion worth of drugs on the way to America.
This is the most educated tunnel that has ever been discovered around this world. Now let's take a look at the people involved in pushing out this script. In the early 1990s, there was a group of ideologues and power politicians. The members of this group in 1997 created the Project for the New American Century. They were all about one thing. In their words, they were dedicated to the proposition that, quote, American leadership is good for America and the world. They didn't believe in the idea of America consulting with the rest of the world about this planetary takeover. PNAC immediately got on President Clinton's case about their concerns that Saddam Hussein was not being included. They recommended a strategy to protect the United States from the threat of weapons of mass destruction and put in place policies that would take down Saddam Hussein. Forget international law, limiting that. So yes, their first order of business was to call for the toppling of sovereign government. Of course, they knew that to undertake such radical measures abroad, they needed radical measures at home, the kind that were encapsulated in what would become the USA Patriot Act and the Homeland Security Act. And they realized that something dramatic would have to happen in order to allow their radical program to become a reality. Just before the election that put their man, George W. Bush, into the White House, they stated in September 2000 that, quote, the process of transformation, even if it brings revolutionary change, is likely to be a long one, absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event like a new Pearl Harbor. In other words, only something truly catastrophic would allow them to implement their dream of regime change and domestic revolution. When George W. Bush won the presidential election, PNAC and its army of neocons got high-level government positions. They were running the nation. Invading Iraq was a foregone conclusion. Now they needed the pretext. On September 11, 2001, they got that and more.
When the building did collapse or whatever it was that happened, it was a huge explosion, a huge rumbling cloud of smoke and fire came across Church Street.
20 stories below, that's what it looked like to me, about 75 flights up. Below the fire, I saw from the corner, boom, 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 boom. Just like 20 straight hits. Just went down, and then I just saw the whole building just went, and as the bombs were going, people just started running, and I sat there and watched a few of them explode, and I just turned around, and I just started running for my life, because at that point, World Trade Center was coming right down from the corner. Boom, 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 boom. The whole building just went, and as the bombs were going, people just started running, and I sat there and watched a few of them explode.
Did they make it happen? Well, I'll leave you with the words of Aaron Russo, a filmmaker who, to his own surprise, became friends with Nicholas Rockefeller, a lawyer and member of the Council on Foreign Relations. Russo gave an interview shortly before he died of cancer.
We never really cared about 9/11. The whole agenda is to create a one-world government where everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. All money is to be in those chips. Let's give you straight about
Russo said that Nick Rockefeller told him in October 2000, that is before the election that put Bush into the White House, that, quote, there was going to be an event. He never told me what it was going to be, but there was going to be an event. Out of that event, we were going to invade Afghanistan. We were going to invade Iraq, to take over the oil fields and establish a base in the Middle East and make it all part of the new world order. And sure enough, later on 9/11, it happened. And I remembered how he was telling me there was going to be this war on terror, which is no real enemy, and the whole thing is a giant hoax. But it's a way for the government to take over the American people. Here's the deal. We look at these matters because they have shaped our world. To this day, the official establishment media pretends one thing, while the truth is something entirely different. Much of the entire national security apparatus, and indeed of the entire world for the past 15 years now, has been created on the basis of 9/11. An event itself That is not what it has been portrayed to us officially. Indeed, the evidence shows us that the story we have been given is a lie, one that brave researchers have been exposing for some time now. Unfortunately, we live in an era of false flags. That's just how it is right now. But the best way for us to deal with that reality is to recognize it and not to give it power over ourselves, because we don't have to be taken in by the illusions. Because if we seek transformation, we need truth as our constant companion. I'm Richard Dolan. Until next time.
Oh, I'm on my way, I know I am. Somewhere not so far from here. All I know is all I feel right now. I feel the power growing in my head. Sitting on my own, not by myself. Everybody's here.
Hello, I'm Richard Dolan, and this is False Flags.
I don't need to touch your face to know. I don't need to use my eyes to see. I keep on wondering if I sleep too long.
We've gone through a season of historical false flags, and in fact, we've barely scratched the surface. This is a phenomenon that is increasing, not dying away. It's not that people are becoming more evil. Governments and individuals have always sought power. What's different about our world today is the means of power. For some groups and nations, false flags are becoming easier to do, and so we're seeing them perpetrate them much more frequently. In the past few years, greater and greater numbers of researchers are paying attention to this phenomenon. Occasionally, even prominent political figures will openly talk about false flags as part of our reality these days.
That a similar provocation, and I can't call it anything other than a provocation, is being prepared in other parts of Syria, including the southern suburbs of Damascus, where they're again prepared to release some similar chemical substances and accuse the Syrian authorities of using them. But we regard that any such incident would be reason enough for a thorough investigation. We are preparing to make a formal call to the relevant UN agency for The Hague and call on the international community to investigate thoroughly these incidents, and depending on the results of the investigation, to make informed decisions and take meaningful action.
Even so, false flags remain mostly unacknowledged in our mainstream media, which truly has become a straitjacket of conformist thought. Within our own culture and society, the situation is rather like the parable of the emperor's new clothes. Remember that story? No one was brave enough to point out the obvious until an innocent child said what everyone was thinking. And then the whole fake story came crashing down. We live in an ever-changing world, and we can't expect the future to look like today. But for now, let's look at how we got to where we are. With false flags, we have seen continuity and change. Let's first look at the continuity. As I pointed out in our very first episode, there are several key features of most false flags. First, they are usually designed to get our attention, usually in a spectacular and emotional way, and definitely something that induces some sort of emotional trauma. And then when we look at them with some detachment, they seem very, very contrived. Think of the Guy Fawkes escapade from 1605. They simply catch him in the room with the explosives, ready to blow up Parliament. Or the make-believe attack against Sweden in 1788 by guys in Russian Cossack uniforms. Or the spectacular Reichstag fire of 1933. Or the Gulf of Tonkin incident. Or, of course, 9/11. These are spectacular events which usually are also heavy with symbolism. 9/11 was especially powerful as the symbols of American financial power, the World Trade Center, and American military power, the Pentagon, were attacked. In all the cases of these spectacular and usually symbolic attacks, you find that in reality, little to no damage was actually done. Even with 9/11, despite the personal tragedy of the day, America's wealth and power were certainly not affected by the attacks. Those two things were affected in a much greater way by the wars which followed 9/11. A second feature of these false flags is that they generally received instant media saturation. And this was harder to do in the very early cases, but with the arrival of newspapers, it became possible. With the arrival of radio and then television, easier still. Now, in an age of total connectivity via smartphones, it is easier still. Your headline comes directly to you, courtesy of powerful, privately owned media conglomerates that work hand in glove with the government. But the media saturation occurs usually with one voice, very early on, with talking points among networks that are entirely interchangeable. Third, we find that the case is quickly closed, at least officially speaking. Guilt is immediately levied, and that's the end of that. No discussion, no argument, and certainly no nuance. Whether it's the sinking of the Lusitania in 1915, or the Soviet Persian of the 1930s, or any of the other examples we've explored, we find that a culprit, some would say a patsy, is quickly found. And even if the culprit does have something to do with the event, there are usually far deeper complexities that remain off limits to public investigation. This is related to factor 4 of false flags. They have convenient scapegoats.
Es ist eine kleine furchtlose internationale Clique, die Gefährte gegeneinander hetzt, die nicht will, dass zur Ruhe kommen. Es sind die einzigen, die wirklich als internationale Elemente anzusprechen sind, weil sie überall ihre Geschäfte betätigen können.
The next characteristic of these false flags is decisive and negative government action, which of course is the point of all of these false flags. The German invasion of Poland, the Soviet invasion of Finland, the American regime change operations of Iran and Guatemala, the escalation of war in Vietnam, the elimination of dissent in China, the passage of government surveillance laws in the US, and the invasion of multiple nations in the Middle East. These were all draconian actions. They would never have been justified without the trauma of the manufactured events that triggered them. The spectacular and frightening events rolled out in smooth media narrative and immediately solved with the appropriate patsies. This is what prepares the public for such dramatic government actions.
May 7th, 1915, the Lusitania is sunk 128 Americans.
Pat Stevens, everybody, live.
You can see why I used to dance.
And that is why false flags have another very important feature, that is anomalies, questions, things that don't fit into the official narrative, problems with explanation. Very often these are simply leaks and confessions that get out, like in the case of Soviet leaders admitting many years later that the invasion of Finland was based on a false flag, or the detailed historical research of someone like Robert Stinnett on U.S. Navy communications prior to Pearl Harbor, from the free-fall disintegration of 16 acres of steel and cement at the World Trade Center, to the lack of response by American air defense, to the magical passport of one of the hijackers being found in the rubble, and on ad infinitum. And finally, something always to look for in false flags, and that is a question that really should always be the first and last question when these events happen, and that is, who benefits? Who benefits? I suppose that just because a government or an intelligence apparatus benefits from these events, that doesn't automatically mean that they were responsible for it. We would be very foolish if we neglected at least to look at the possibility or even likelihood. Asking who benefits from anything is always a critically important question. And by the way, you'll find that it is never asked in the standard establishment media when these things happen. See for yourself, do some research. You'll see the question is just never asked. Not 50 years ago, and not today. So these features of a false flag, they are more or less always going to be there to some extent. They're always important to look for. They require us to be alert as citizens, to pay attention, and not passively to receive the narrative that's being handed to us by the authorities.
On September the 11th, enemies of freedom committed an act of war against our country. Our war on terror begins with Al-Qaeda, but it does not end there.
But there's more than continuity to false flags. There is also change. That is because our world is in a state of constant change, constant revolution, you might say. It's sometimes easy to forget just how radical change has been over the past generation, to say nothing of the past 100 years. And I'm not just talking technologically, which we can all appreciate, but politically, financially, and culturally. Back in the 1930s, for instance, the nations that were interested in radical changes to the global political structure were overtly authoritarian. Think Japan, Germany, and the Soviet Union. The kinds of false flags that they engaged in would never succeed today. because they were just so crude by today's standards. But they were good enough for their purposes. The Japanese false flag of 1931 in Manchuria, the Mukden, was so threadbare, so transparent, that we wondered how on earth did they get away with it. But they did because, first of all, there were no satellites photographing the truth on the ground. That would stop it right there in that case. So technology, but also because the Japanese were able to control their domestic propaganda and media so completely. Dissent from the official government position was never an option. Newspapers and radio were strictly controlled, completely heavy-handed, and the rest of the world was not in much of a position to challenge the Japanese anyway, so they simply got away with it.
On September 18, 1931, Japanese troops seized Mukden, Manchuria's most important city.
Their false flag didn't need to be anything more than what it was. It's an interesting thing about lies. The Nazis learned early on that a big lie could work very well. In fact, it could work much better than a smaller lie. The very audacity of the lie can be its strength. People think, wow, that's a major statement. Now, there's no way the government can be making that up. Those buildings were clearly struck by terrorists. There's no way the government could possibly be involved in such a thing.
Blackbird has spoken.
False flags are truly a virus in our world, but dangerous and deadly. They're like real viruses. They mutate. They change to meet new environments and challenges. They become more sophisticated, harder to detect, and more varied in their application. Well, welcome to the post-industrial, hyper-modern, pre-singularity, globalist, transhuman 21st century. As this stuff ain't getting easier. Reality is constantly outstripping our ideas about the world. Talk to people today about modern fascism, and you get quibbles from academicians about fascism being a historically defined phenomenon in the 20th century. You know, the old in-your-face fascism of Hitler and Mussolini. Well, fascism evolves. Nowadays, it tries to be invisible. Same with false flags. For some people, they're still thinking old school, like German soldiers wearing Polish uniforms, or even domestic bombings. That's hard for some people to accept. No one wants to think that the government does such things to them. The bombings and shootings are the kinds of false flags we can sort of understand, even if some people don't want to accept them. But I'm suggesting that false flags are becoming more nuanced, more sophisticated. We've learned, for instance, through Edward Snowden's leaks, that intelligence agencies can do a false flag against you if they think that they need to.
Hear that? It doesn't sound like much, does it? But in the hands of an analyst at the National Security Agency, signals like these can become one of the most reliable and timely forms of intelligence available to America's leaders. Information is power. When we know our adversary's information and they don't know ours, we have the information advantage. And that information advantage is what the National Security Agency, Central Security Service, gives the American people.
We learned that GCHQ, that is Britain's version of the NSA, specifically authorizes false flags against individual targets and teaches operatives how to do it. Glenn Greenwald, the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist who was instrumental in getting Snowden's material out, wrote about the dirty trick tactics used by GCHQ's previously secret unit called Joint Threat Research Intelligence Group, JTRIG. One that he published on his website, The Intercept, was titled The Art of Deception, Training for Online Covert Operations. The title says a lot. Essentially, one of the missions of this group was to destroy the lives and reputations of people it deemed to be a threat in one way or another. They could engage in a DDoS attack that would shut the internet, or they could send different types of malware to your computer, or they might use honey traps against you, that is, using sex to lure you into a compromising situation so that you can be blackmailed. They might also post fake information about you onto the internet in order to destroy your reputation. The document that Greenwald publicized actually uses the phrase false flag operations, in this case against individuals. The main techniques they mentioned were posting material to the web and attributing it to someone else, basically as something defamatory. In other words, to create fake victim blog posts. In other words, pretending to be a victim of the person they were trying to destroy, and then posting various negative information about you in various forums. Think about how effective that could be. Sure, it's not blowing up buildings, no. Instead, it's a highly targeted method of defanging the opposition. Speaking of cyber-oriented false flags, we've learned something else recently that is important in this regard. In early 2017, the organization WikiLeaks began posting a massive trove of data on how the CIA collects information from citizens around the world. It's known as Vault 7, and was mostly ignored by the establishment media. It's very important to note. Not only did we learn that straight out of Orwell's 1984, your TV can be used to spy on you as it can, even when it's off. One little trick of the CIA is that it collects malware from around the world. Russia, Israel, Iran, North Korea, France, everywhere. Wherever it's made, the CIA collects and keeps it in a kind of library. Undoubtedly, other nations do the same, by the way. The key part of this, such malware can then easily be inserted into a cyber attack, which cyber experts would eventually be able to identify. That's Russian malware, that's Iranian malware, they would correctly say. What they wouldn't be able to say is that the CIA itself inserted the malware specifically to smear those nations. Because as any cyber expert will tell you, it is fundamentally impossible to determine the source of nearly any cyber. The reason is, for precisely this reason, masking one's identity is very easy. And inserting code that would appear to be the fingerprints of another nation, that's also very easy. Next time you hear a claim, some new international cyber need to claim.
A un hombre que ha cruzado generaciones. Y en Viña 2015 hay gaviotas de plata by Yusuf Kakosir.
We're talking about what the top researchers in the world are looking into code. In fact, I have an image that I just want to put up comparing the code of WannaCry, ransomware, with code from another group that's been linked to North Korea. Now, you and I can't make much sense of it closely there, Max, where the red boxes are. It's literally copy and paste this code. So this is what groups like Symantec, one of the top Google researchers, and Kaspersky, we're talking about the top cybersecurity researchers in the world, are going through and looking, and they see that similarity and they say, okay, WannaCry looks very much like code from the Lazarus group, and this is the group that was linked to the Sony hacking attack. They're being very clear. Nothing definitive here. We are in the early days of an investigation. It could be a false flag planted by another group, but these are the first days of this investigation of whodunit.
Now at least we do know for certain, just and guesses, that making cyber attacks from other nations is something the CIA does. In fact, it goes beyond that. They have the ability to hack into the software, all kinds of gadgets, appliances, and what's called the Internet of Things.
Gaviota de oro
To reflect on the
Yusuf Stevens.
What's surprising, immediately upon this information, a number of researchers did it in 2013, the American journalist Hastings had done outstanding investigative work for Rolling Stone on the U.S. mission in Afghanistan, and was in the process of writing a major piece on CIA Director John Brennan. Hastings had become worried for his safety. At 4:20 a.m. on Tuesday, June 18th, Hastings' silver Mercedes C250 speeding at a very high speed in Hollywood, jumped a median, hit a palm tree, and exploded. Yes, it exploded. The engine was down hundreds of feet away. Hastings' body was charred beyond recognition, identified only by fingerprints. Military analysts have talked about how modern vehicles can be covertly commandeered or ridiculed by the media. Until now, when we learned this capability. This is the nature of the new form of false flag. Highly covert, highly sophisticated.
Thank you so much. You're very kind,
difficult,
too kind
but impossible to trace.
to an old man.
The false flags can be even more slippery than this. Let me ask you, can a health scare be a false flag? Well, let me put it another way. Let's look at a few fundamental realities. Big Pharma rakes in billions of dollars every year selling us drugs. That's what they do. They sell us drugs. Sure. They will gladly tell you that they're saving lives and making people happier, and they have expensive marketing teams and advertising
beautiful
teams,
creatures.
doctors and lawyers, and
Beautiful
legislators
creatures,
and judges
and,
in their pocket to back them up.
especially gold ones.
So when a new virus comes along, which happens all the time, every day, including
Okay,
these
we're going to
strains of
sing a song which I think
influenza virus,
perhaps maybe you know
is it
this one.
exactly a false flag when the next new
one that-
health scare hysteria
That
comes
has a
our
lot
way?
of meaning for today.
Because this happens to us every single year. Yes, we have flus every year and
And
people die from them.
I
But is that why
I
we
think
get
that we
these
need more
annual
of this kind of
insertions of hysteria?
message.
All of those who make billions on their vaccines and forgetting for the moment that they need you to be sick. To what extent is each new flu that appears little more than fear-mongering hype? Why worry about oregano oil, olive leaf, ginger, probiotics, honey lemon tea, vitamins, and good hygiene? When you or your insurance provider can drop more money into the coffers of big pharma.
Something
There's no
good
doubt that
has
we are being
begun.
played.
And
There are
I
these flu scares, false flags,
dreaming about the world as well.
and our health scares that I think
And I
absolutely
believe
these false flags. There are a few things to know. Like any other false flag,
on
there
the
is
edge of God.
coordinated media attention to
There are
kickstart
peace train,
what's basically a health scare
peace train, take this
That's pretty common
country.
these days since our
Don't
news
take
media
me
is
home.
coordinated. Other
Stop
evidence
this
of this is
smiling.
actually guns.
Think about the days to come. And I believe it could be something good has begun. Strange sound ride on the peace train. Ooh-ah-ee-ah, ooh-ah. Upon the peace train. Ooh-ah-ee-ah, ooh-ah. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Bring your good friends too.
Later, a prominent German physician and healthcare official named Wolfgang stated publicly that major firms that organized the campaign of death pressure the World Health Organization to declare a false pandemic to send vaccines. Turns out this we're now joined by
Peace train sounding louder, ride on the peace train.
You state that Trump organized by campaign of panic, pandemic fears where he was. What made you come to this conclusion? We didn't judge like this, but we see the necessity that we have to do some investigations in the Council of Europe to read
About the world as it is, why must we go on hating?
very important organizations like the WHO. And I think we have
Ride the peace train,
there's a
peace train, take this country.
He said this campaign began in 2009 in Mexico City, 100 or so cases beginning of the pandemic. In fact, he said there was little scientific evidence. Even so, the WHO, working with Big Pharma, redefined the internet. They replaced the statement that, quote, an enormous amount of people have contracted the illness from its definition, and replaced it by stating simply that there has to be a virus spreading beyond borders, reaching the table. To say it into that, personally, I was skeptical of vaccination. Turns out that swine flu is still with us, by the way. WebMD tells us that after sweeping the globe, it's still in danger. Just don't hear about it. Get a little sick for a little while. As I see it, there are two aspects of false flags that make it especially hard for most of us. First is the emotional trauma that these events inflict on us. A big part of the power of the false flag is that these traumatic events become joined early on to our intellect. That is, something awful happens, but then here comes the explanation. From that point on, most of us become emotionally bonded to the explanation itself. It's a very clever and very manipulative form of conditioning, and it works. We become resistant to challenging narratives that we ourselves have become emotionally affected by. Overcoming that is the first and hardest and most important step in identifying false flags. Beyond that, however, is the rest of society. In other words, once we ourselves take the red pill of truth, how do we navigate our way through society when, as far as we can tell, most people have still accepted the official narrative, in which most of us, after all, fear social condemnation? Throughout history, people have lost their jobs and worse for believing the wrong things, and that includes today in our country. There's a tremendous amount of social pressure exerted on all
to
of us
make a
to believe
change.
certain things.
Just
We should not underestimate them.
take
But look at it this way. That can be said about every single transformative that human beings have ever had. Visionaries throughout history have faced opposition. It's something new.
Settle down.
And we today are indebted to
You
those
want
brave people of the past
you
who
could
have influenced us.
marry, look at me.
I think a proper study of
I
false
am
flags
old,
helps us move
but
forward
I'm
in many ways. One important way is in teaching us
I
that
was
without
once like you are
we
now,
learn to be active in the process
and
of
I
learning,
know
not innocent
it's not
studies.
easy
We learn that digging deeper pays benefits to us,
you found
enabling us to
something
forward us for greater maturity and deeper
So
perspective.
take your
False flags
time,
are a part of our
think a
world,
lot,
and opening our eyes to them
think
can
of
help us uncover
everything
something
you
inside
got.
us.
So you will still be here
Insights that never
tomorrow,
came to us before.
but
And
your
encourage you
dreams
to
may
evaluate our ways of life in a way that can open the door for positive change, not just personally, but for society.
And I try to explain when it turns away again. It's always been the same old story. From the moment I could talk, I was ordered to listen. Now there's a way, and I know that I had to go away. I know I had to go.
This is false flags. Even after all these years, when most people think of evil, in all likelihood they think of Hitler and the Nazis as the epitome of evil. So much so that you can consider it a cliche. But the Nazis made it easy. Of course, it didn't help when they decided it was a great idea to conquer all of Europe. But the real thing about them is that, while yes, many other societies and people engaged in horrible destruction and death, the Nazi Party of Germany was just so brutal and generally so explicit about what they were doing, and doing things on such a grand scale, that we are justifiably horrified by them. They're even pretty upfront about their willingness to deceive others. Indeed, of what they felt was their necessity to deceive. Hermann Goering was one of the most notorious of the Nazi leaders. For most of the time of the Third Reich, he was the number 2 man in all of Germany, next to Hitler.
Allied armies had taken into custody men like Hermann Goering, who proved about the chief and right-hand man of Adolf Hitler since the earliest Nazi years.
A cruel,
All the
he
times
was
that
remarkable
I cried,
after the war ended,
keeping
while
all
in
the
custody
things I knew inside. It's
He even talked
hard,
about false flags.
and it's harder to ignore
He
it.
said, quote, naturally, the common
They were right, I agree,
the leaders of the
but
country
it's them they know,
opposite,
not
and it is
me.
always a simple matter to drag the people along, whether it is a democracy or a fascist dictatorship, or a parliament or a communist dictatorship. Voice or no voice, the people can always be brought to the bidding of the leaders. That is easy. All you have to do is to tell them they are being attacked and denounce the pacifists for lack of patriotism and exposing the country to danger. It works the same in every country.
The principles of the authoritarian government which you set up required, as I understand you, that there be tolerated no opposition political parties which might defeat or obstruct the policy of the Nazi Party.
Goering's cynicism was matched by Joseph Goebbels, one of the most fanatic of all Nazis, and who ran Nazi Germany's Ministry of Propaganda. Yes, it was called that, which, when you think about it, is not the best public relations move you can imagine. Goebbels, however, was very advanced when it came to public manipulation. He had a simple approach, simple but very effective. Lie repeatedly. Just lie and keep lying. He often said that a lie told once is only a lie, but if you tell it 1,000 times, it becomes the truth. And even more famously, he said, quote, if you tell the same lie enough times, people will believe it. And the bigger the lie, the better, end quote. We often think of Nazi propaganda as simple and crude, which it surely was, but that did not make it ineffective. Goebbels worked on the assumption that most people are simple creatures. Primitive was the word he used, and therefore he said propaganda had to be simple and repetitive.
Right?
Among the repulsive qualities of these Nazis, it's the explicit racism that stands out, specifically the demonization of the Jewish people, as well as many other categories the Nazis described as subhuman: Slavic peoples, gypsies, people of color, and, well, anyone not categorized as Aryan, that is Germanic. We all know this. But what's important for our purposes is how the demonization of non-Germans, and specifically of the Jews, qualifies as a form of false flag. Let's call it a soft false flag, akin to the Inquisition of earlier centuries, in which a
Now I wish I had someone to talk to. I'm in an awful way.
Jews. It's important to see why this idea could be successful. Germany, after the First World War, was a nation lying flat on its back. They had just lost the war, millions of dead, and they had been humiliated by what they felt was unbearable. They couldn't understand how this happened. It didn't make sense to them. On top of that, during the 1920s, came economic problems, runaway inflation, and then the Great Depression of the early 1930s, and there was more than enough misery to go around. Who was responsible? Hitler had his answer: the Jews. The demonization of the Jews, of course, is very well known.
Another Saturday night, there ain't got nobody. I got some money cause I just got paid. And how I wish I had someone to talk to. I'm in an awful way.
For power and wealth. That was also useful for cementing power. Of course, none of that would have worked without a campaign of intimidation and terror, which the Nazis implemented.
Another Saturday
far more terrifying than the crowds of Mussolini were the calculated threats of the man who for 6 long years had been the specter haunting Europe's uneasy peace.
The demonization of the Jews was truly a false flag served to uphold a fake problem was created. The Jews stabbed Germany in the back and lost the Great War.
5:33 p.m.
The demonization was continued with the intention of making the
2020.
The solution was proposed in the summer: eliminate the Jews. And the real benefit to the perpetrators was to steal Jewish wealth and cement their position in the country. This was accomplished through a combination of terror over the population,
T in
control
space.
over all forms of information.
Cat Stevens playing room 240. Can you believe it? Got Cat Stevens coming.
These men all sought total control over German
He's
intellectual
crazy.
and
I
cultural
might
life.
be.
Goebbels had total control over what
Let's
was
cross
printed
my
in German
fingers.
books and newspapers, what was said
Is he
in
playing
German
anywhere in
radio,
Canada?
and what was allowed to be
Maybe he'll play
expressed
here.
in German movies and arts.
I know he's probably not.
Opposing viewpoints were censored or eliminated.
We're not allowed to have concerts.
Perhaps I'm getting ahead of myself. How did the Nazis even get to do all of this? Let's take a look at the infamous Reichstag fire of 1933.
Once we say, what formally told the police knows of his investigation of the Reichstag fire. First of all,
Así
he
es,
has
vamos
to
un
say,
pequeño corte comercial y volvemos aquí con el festival de los festivales a través de HTV TNT aquí en Villa 2015.
and it was Goebbels who first thought of setting the Reichstag on fire.
After its defeat at the end of the First World War, Germany's old imperial government, led by the Kaiser, was gone, and a new form of government, new for Germany anyway, came into being: a republic. Many Germans welcomed the new situation. Sure, they had lost the war, but there was a freedom in 1920s Germany that many found like a breath of fresh air. People could say what they wanted, dress how they wanted, live the kind of life that they wanted to a much greater degree than they could in the past. Of course, some Germans hated the new system and associated it not only with the loss of the First World War, but with everything that was wrong with modern, decadent civilization. In this context, the Nazis led the charge. And not many people paid attention to them until the Great Depression started in 1929 to spread panic in Germany and put millions of people out of work. In such an extreme setting,
Who goes to concerts?
To extreme answers.
Musicians,
Suddenly
artists,
Hitler found himself in the national
creative
spotlight.
people mostly, right?
On January 3rd,
Even if you gotta be creative.
That is essentially Prime Minister of Germany.
No concerts, eh? Fuck it, these guys ruin all my fucking plans. They truly do. Government. Federal fucking government of Canada. And any other fucking government on this planet, it would seem. Give me one exception to the rule.
Selected by Germany's president.
Give me one exception.
The senile old general from World War I, because Hitler was the leader of then the largest part of Germany. Germany in 1933.
I don't think we need these countries or these leaders or the Rockefellers or the Rothschilds or the fucking Bill Gates of the fucking world to tell us how to fucking live. We don't need it anymore. It's an antiquated system. Never worked to begin with. You keep on fucking dissecting things, half and shit.
Immediately announced that communist terrorists were responsible.
Find some holes in my argument. It's based on sound reasoning, so. Ew. There's that. Ask Melanie.
Hitler then convinced Hindenburg to sign the Reichstag Decree. This decree, using Defense Against Terrorism as an excuse, suspended just about every major civil liberty that existed.
Ask my mom. For that matter. I haven't talked to her in a while, but ask her some questions.
Freedom to organize and assemble, gone.
I bet you ask other people.
I don't
want to get into it. I've said too much.
So what about the fire? Well, the only thing historians seem to agree on is that Marinus van der Lubbe, a former Dutch communist and mentally disturbed arsonist, hungry for things, was found inside the building. After being tortured by the Gestapo, he confessed to starting the fire, but always said he acted alone. Göring didn't believe it, wouldn't believe it, and ordered the arrest of several leading communists in Germany. Well, that came to nothing, since the courts found zero evidence against any of the other communists, and they were acquitted. Van der Lubbe, on the other hand, was a different story. He was not apparently very intelligent.
Photo shoot.
And he also had a great desire for attention. Once he persuaded the German press that he was going to swim across the English Channel. He actually went to the coast, greased up and ready to go, with photographers and reporters there. He went out for a and right back.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, folks.
Following the strike and
What a pleasure to be here on Sound Sets.
you get that? Full responsibility and take any punishment as long as no one else is punished. His employers declared So his behavior at the trial was described as bizarre. In a fascinating book on mind control by Dutch psychiatrist A.M. Merleau, Van der Lubbe showed all the signs of extreme coercion, violence. He had previously been a patient in a Dutch mental institution and was known by psychiatrists there to be alert, although with moods that would show him die, and with all kinds of fantasies about changing the world. During the court session, Van der Lubbe only answered questions with a yes or no. He seemed dull and apathetic. Then, after more than 40 days of the trial, his apathy suddenly disappeared.
There's your highway.
He complained that the trial was taking too
In
long.
the sunshine, when the days are longer, the nights are stronger than moonshine.
He talked about his inner voices.
You've gotta go.
Then he fell back into apathy.
I know.
Psychiatrists were writing about this, stated that such behavior is often found in cases of extreme mental
Winds blowing through your hair, and the days are clear daylight there. Crying no despair, alligator listens in the air.
Wishing on a fallen star. Once you were the early train.
Goering himself is said to have admitted to the deed. This is according to German General Franz Halder, who stated in an affidavit that Goering bragged about setting a fire in a conversation in 1943. During the conversation about the Reichstag building, Halder said he heard Goering say loudly,
Just the
"The only one
same.
who really knows about the Reichstag building is I. For I set fire."
Metro Highway.
Saying this, he slapped his stomach.
When the sun shines, where the days are longer, the nights are stronger than ever shine. Ain't gotta go. I know.
Many other researchers and historians agree that Goring was involved, but also had to be
Going through your head.
Ernest was the Berlin leader of the
Your daylight's here.
Storm
In no despair. Our demon is until the end.
between the Reichstag and Goring's residence. Through this tunnel, he wrote, the Germans led a small detachment of stormtroopers, where they scattered gasoline and incendiaries in the It also had a statement uncovered after years of obscurity and publicized in 2001. Several German historians went through 15,000 pages of previously unexamined documents from former East German utility archives. They also concluded that the fire was a Nazi plot. They based their case on remarks they found Adolf Rahl.
That's my partner, Joey Manel.
Rahl was serving a sentence for jail. He told prosecutors the exact same story about Karl Ernst and the stormtroopers starting the fire. A bit of new information from this research was that Ernst gave his men a reason they needed to do the fire, which was that an excuse was needed to go after the communists. Unfortunately for Rahl, the stormtrooper working in the jail learned of these things. His office communists David arranged for the destroyed by accomplices in the prosecutor's office.
I couldn't believe it. He took my heart. I
Apparently, a lot of people suspected Karl Ernst
said to myself, "What's it
but any connections he had was said, quote, I said yes, I'd be a fool. If I said no, I'd be a liar. Despite all of that, a number of academic historians maintain that Vanderbilt really did act a little bit unhappy to do They maintain that there is no definitive proof that the Nazis did. Evidently, with some matches and hope and dreams, Vanderbilt started a very effective fire alone. Well, I think that's together. By the way, Hitler and all the Nazis on the night and fairly close to the world. Despite the fact that this was just 1 week before the national fight, all in all. Some suggesting that Goring had his arrest list already prepared when he arrived on the scene. And on the very next day, Hitler had his emergency decree already drafted and ready for use. The problem with the fire is that even today, there is no limit on who is behind it. So there's testimony pointing in the direction of the nation is unique. We are certainly seeing there was one, the only one beneficiary of the Reichstag fire, the Nazi. It's primarily has cemented their grip on power, which of course they will for the next years. The fact that after all these years, there's still respect and nature of the Reichstag fire was something very important. Any of those responsible for the government practice, they will probably never be in any case, most of the German in fact, many of them were supportive of the Nazi measures. The Republic they lived in
dictatorship, they were safe from terrorists, and that's all that mattered. And if they didn't feel that way, they'll say that it's smart enough not to do Now I want to talk about another Nazi false flag. Unlike the Reichstag fire, about which some historians still argue, this one is not a matter of fact. The invasion of Poland was probably the most classic, undisputed false flag of the 20th century in the Nazis in the 1930s were looking for any solution. In 1939, Hitler had been in power for 60 years. He had achieved.
I love you, Melanie. Say hi to Rocky John.
Germany substantially to include Austria.
Yeah, who's the other guy?
All in the name of Lebensraum.
Holy?
Space.
Oh, yeah, that's the guy.
All of these victories were won through diplomacy. Not a shot was fired to achieve them. Now, by the summer of 1939, Hitler was looking.
Seeing some of our album covers, then you're
He
familiar with
realized
the work of
that there was no way
a friend
he
of
was
ours
going
named
to take
Henry
over that
Diltz.
country simply by diplomacy. He would need an
Henry
excuse
took,
to invade it.
And if I truly am crazy, what a great chance to participate in this crazy experiment.
They're very famous.
And at one point,
live
the third
all
most
the time.
powerful man in
Henry is
the
also
I am live.
Heydrich, though, was simply the senior executive of the operation. It was really organized by a Nazi named Alfred Nauhaus, who gave an affidavit about the whole affair after the war. What they planned to do
We'll figure it
was
out.
to fabricate evidence of a Polish attack against Germany to mobilize German public opinion.
There's
for
no
war
hospital
and to
that can
justify
keep
war.
me, no prison that can
Before
contain
the
me,
operation
no
was to take
fucking
place, Hitler
entity,
made sure he
industry,
antagonized the great power on the other side of Poland.
financial institution.
So on August 23rd, he and Soviet leader Joseph Stalin
They takes his mic.
what they called a non-aggression pact. In reality, it is a mutual aggression pact. The date Hitler originally set for the invasion of Poland was August 26th. They did a number of things. They carried out they also wild shots, carried out random executions, and then retreated. One devious element was to leave behind dead bodies in uniform. In reality, these bodies were prisoners. They were dressed in old even though that event happened, it wasn't a disaster from the point of view. But then, on the night of August 31st, 1939, just before the invasion was to begin, the main false flag happened. German covert operatives went to a radio tower. This was very close to the Polish border near the Polish town of Gliwice. Then they seized the radio station. The station's music program was interrupted by frantic German voices announcing that Polish formations were marching toward them. Germany was being invaded by Poland, so they said. Then the transmission went dead for a little while, all very dramatic. When it came back, Polish voices got on the air calling for all Poles in the area to take up arms and attack Germany. More silence. A few minutes later, listeners heard the report that German police opened fire on the Polish terrorists. Well, just like during the Reichstag fire from 6 years earlier, Hitler was immediately ready to pounce. In his speech to the Reichstag, he used this pretext of Polish aggression, along with the border incidents from a few days earlier, to justify what he called a defensive action against Poland.
When Hitler lashed out at Poland in 1939, the German people followed him into war without regrets. This was the day Germany had been building for and waiting for. And with larceny in their hearts, they gloried in the destruction they were letting loose upon the world.
By then, the German tanks were already rolling into Poland. And by the way, radio stations across much of Europe, including the BBC, picked up this story and at least initially treated it like a legitimate piece. That is, that Poland had attacked Germany. That didn't last long, though. The day after the Gleiwitz incident, there were American correspondents who were brought to the scene that no neutral party was allowed. As a result, journalists from other countries became skeptical of the German version of the incident. There's many who began to disbelieve the governments of Britain and France they declared war against Germany.
On the other side of your mind.
The reality is that music wasn't really the time. On the other side, the big hole served as a pretext, and it worked well enough for its purpose. And that's really all I learned from it. The German people, even under Hitler, had a hard time imagining that their own government would stoop to something so devious and to lie so blatantly to them. And that's the thing about false flags. Most people are good. Most people don't think in terms of such deviousness and treachery and goodness, right? But that innate goodness often blinds people to the deception foisted against them by unscrupulous people who happen to control the means of propaganda and all the other powerful institutions of a society. The theory of the big lie does work. You tell people something long enough and with enough conviction, most of us will just go along. Oh, it has to be right, we think. Well, no. When we look at the elements to study in false flags, we see that both the Reichstag fire and the invasion of Poland fit the model with virtual perfection. Both were spectacular events that received instant media saturation. Both cases were quickly closed, with convenient scapegoats to blame for both of them. In both cases, there was decisive and immediate action taken as response to these alleged acts of terrorism and aggression. Both cases had significant anomalies that deviated from the officially sanctioned narrative, and both clearly benefited one and other.
I know she does.
When you look at the band of criminals made up of this party, from the grassroots thugs right up to the lying sociopathic leadership, and their known philosophy supporting the necessity of deceiving the public to achieve their ends, it's case closed. Hermann Goering may well have been right when he said, the people can always be brought to the bidding of the leaders. That is easy. All you have to do is tell them they're being attacked. Well, it's a good idea for all of us to remember that in our own day and age. Join me next time on False Flags when we look at how the Nazis were not the only false flag innovators of the 1930s. The Japanese and Soviets engaged in blatant acts of deception and perfidy, creating deadly false flags. Remember, reaching the truth means stripping away the illusion of weakness. I'm Richard Wilson. Hello, I'm Richard Dolan, and this is First World War broke the old world and created something entirely new. It brutalized and militarized the world as well. But it also created the first truly modern system of propaganda. Newspapers have been nationalistic and warlike before this, but now, increasingly, the methods of manipulation were becoming more and more sophisticated. Especially with the innovations of one man, a nephew of Sigmund Freud named Edward Bernays, who who revolutionized advertising, and almost single-handedly created the new industry of public relations. More than this, in several nations, control over the newspapers and radio was becoming a very important priority, especially in those nations that had authoritarian governments, like the new Soviet Union, the fascist government in Italy, and later Germany, as well as in the Empire of Japan. In other words, these governments were diving headfirst into a new and strange world where their governments had control over mass media and therefore could dominate the public mind as never before. And on top of this, many of those same nations, Germany, Japan, and the Soviet Union, were very unhappy with the state of the world after World War I and their place in it. The world opinion did not allow for wars of aggression like it might have done in the past. The war was quietly condemned now, as it had never been before. So if a nation wanted to create change on the international stage, they would need a good pretext. All the pieces were in place for some major false flags, especially once the global economy collapsed after 1989. In our last episode, we saw how this transpired in Germany when the Nazi Party took power and conducted two epic false flags that changed the world. Now let's take a look at Japan and the Soviet Union, two other authoritarian governments that engaged in false flags during the 1930s.
Nearer still to U.S. territory is Japan's greatest enemy. Only 54 miles of Bering Strait separate Alaska from militarized Soviet Russia.
Because these two nations also consciously created false narratives to justify Then before we go, we'll also take a look at American history that has been at the center of debate for quite some time now. Pearl Harbor in 1941 was that Japan had a long history of government censorship. In the centuries before any conflict and the state with total control over the spread of information, a tendency which the state entrenched even further in the 19th century once the nation was in contact with the rest of the world. After the First World War ended, thought crimes like socialism or promoting Korean independence were severely punished. There was even a special police force created specifically to deal with such offenses. The media was tightly controlled. Censorship was universal, and by the mid-1930s, an information and propaganda committee was formalized. But even before this, the government had detailed guidelines to publishers that had to be followed. Naturally, criticism of the government or military was forbidden, and indeed, anything deemed unfavorable was censored. The government of Japan, like the Nazis over in Germany, could tell its citizens whatever it wanted. Japan's military was also feeling pretty good about itself. The country had significantly modernized, much more than China, which was their neighboring giant next door. In fact, China was still a long way from getting its act together in any way that could compete with the rest of the world economically and militarily. The Japanese leadership saw a ripe opportunity. Japan already had economic interests in China, but now they wanted control outright.
Japan's answer to the economic blizzard of the Depression was war. First, an invasion of Manchuria, and then China. Japan has few natural resources and a rapidly increasing population. She determined to take the raw materials and living space that she wanted by force.
Their first false flag took place on September 18, 1931. This was in southern Manchuria, near the town of Mukden, and it is known as the Mukden Incident, or sometimes the Manchurian Incident. A group of Japanese officers in Manchuria wanted to provide a pretext that would justify Japanese military invasion and replace the Chinese government in the region with either a Japanese government or a puppet government. They chose to sabotage a railway section in an area near Luxiao Lake. In fact, this was an area of no great military importance to the Japanese or the Chinese, but the railroad was owned by Japan and was only 800 meters away from a Chinese garrison. The plan was to create a large explosion, which would then attract Chinese troops and then to blame it on them. By standards of today, this is unbelievably crude. It could never succeed. But 1931 was different. These soldiers were in a fairly remote part of the world. Technology was totally different. And besides, China was too weak to do much about it anyway. Japan really just needed a pretext. So they detonated an explosion on the railroad on the evening of September 18th, just as planned. Except that the explosion itself turned out to be very minor. It was so weak that only a tiny part of one of the rails received any damage at all. About 4.5 feet of one rail, and that was it. In fact, just 10 minutes after the explosion, 10 minutes, a train passed by on this track, right over the damaged part, without a hitch. Oh well, it didn't really matter. Japan's military really had to go ahead with it anyway, so they accused the Chinese of the act, and this provided a pretext for the Japanese annexation of Manchuria, a huge amount of territory. You would think that something so minor would be an utter failure as a false flag, but you would be wrong. The Japanese press was completely on board. It referred to this humble little stretch of railroad as a critically important bridge. A few days later, the Japanese government made an official press release. It's a bit long, but it's fascinating, and it'll give you a flavor of the flat-out duplicity going on here. It begins. For some years past, unpleasant incidents have taken place in the regions of Manchuria and Mongolia, in which Japan is interested in a special degree.
Thank you very much.
Amidst the atmosphere of anxiety, a detachment of Chinese troops destroyed the tracks of the South Manchuria Railway in the vicinity of Mukden and attacked our railway guards at midnight on 18th of September. It goes on. A clash between Japanese and Chinese troops then took place. Hundreds and thousands of Japanese residents were placed in jeopardy. In order to forestall an imminent disaster, the Japanese army had to act swiftly. The endeavors of the Japanese army to guard the South Manchurian Railway against wanton attacks should be viewed in no other light. It may be superfluous to repeat that the Japanese government harbors no territorial designs on Manchuria. So note the threadbare excuse and the emphasis on, oh no, we don't want anyone's territory. Well, of course, they were stealing it all. You see, even back in the 1930s, with false flags, it wasn't so much the actual event that mattered, but how it was portrayed in the major media.
Clashes between Japanese and Chinese in Manchuria prompted the Nipponese militarists to take action. Without waiting for any formal declaration of war, Japanese troops attacked.
The rest of the world severely condemned Japan's invasion, but Japan knew that no one was ever going to do anything about it. Europe and America were still reeling from the bloodbath of the First World War. They did not want to go through war again. And plus, there was a global depression that made things worse. The mood of that era was focused on making war illegal and basically talking it out through the League of Nations. Well, this was useless against a government committed to actual conquest.
On September 18, 1931, Japanese troops seized Mukden, Manchuria's most important city.
They say nothing succeeds like success. Japan did it once, why not do it again? They did it in 1937, once again, against hapless China. This time, the Japanese wanted to invade China itself. We now come to the infamous Marco Polo Bridge incident.
First thing the Japs did was to prepare their usual fake alibi. This time it wasn't a damaged railway track, as it had been in Manchuria in 1931. A Jap soldier had disappeared. Obviously, he'd been kidnapped by the insolent Chinese. Once more, Japan's honor had been insulted. Once more, the insult must be avenged.
This isn't as clear and obvious a false flag as the Manchurian incident, but it is suspicious, and it was used by Japanese war hawks as the pretext for invading China. On the night of July 7th, 1937, the Japanese and Chinese were very close to each other near the northern city of Beijing. They were not at war, but they were definitely not on friendly terms. The Japanese military unit was engaging in a drill at that time and decided they did not need to inform the Chinese of that fact. So, not surprisingly, some shots were fired by both sides. This does not appear to have been a huge encounter, and it certainly did not need to become anything more than that. But then the Japanese soldier went missing, or so we are told. The Japanese decided to turn this into an alleged kidnapping by the Chinese. The Japanese decided to make this into a big deal. They demanded to search the Chinese base for their missing soldier. The Chinese said, "No thanks, we'll search for him ourselves and you can bring one of your officers along to help." Yes, but if the Japanese had agreed to that logical suggestion, they would have had no excuse to pick a fight. So instead they tried forcing their way in and were driven back. Now things escalated and this became a full-on skirmish.
On the night of July 7th, 1937, at the Marco Polo Bridge near Peking, the Jap war machine struck.
Japan clearly wanted a reason to go to war, and they went. Perhaps it was a false flag, a setup by the Japanese. If not, then it was one of the most threadbare excuses for war in the last century. It opened the way for massive atrocities against the Chinese people and years of conflict that went well past the Second World War. Now again, these events were able to happen in some part because there was simply no real freedom of the press, no real freedom of inquiry and expression. Maybe in the case of Japan, it wouldn't have made much difference because of all the false flags of the 20th century. These two by Japan were among the most obvious. Really, the Japanese military didn't care all that much. But certainly, they were all about controlling the media within their country and therefore controlling the narrative. Because once you do that, you can do almost anything. Japan, like Nazi Germany, was a pioneer in the modern art of false flag.
And as plundering hordes gain new victories and occupy new territory, Japan's men of the sword see already at hand the hour of destiny. The hour when Japan's new order can be imposed upon the world.
But there was another nation in the 1930s that helped to develop this modern plague. If you think the Kennedy assassination had major repercussions in American history, well, the assassination of Stalin's leading rival in 1934 had at least equal impact on the history of the Soviet Union. In the summer of 1932, Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin started to realize that there was a great deal of opposition to his policies, which had, after all, not only been heavy-handed, not only dispossessed millions of people from their farms and property, but had also alienated the Revolutionary Party that brought them all to power, the old Bolsheviks. Stalin had eliminated and banished many of them in various power struggles. Now he was finding that some party members were publicly criticizing him and calling for the readmission of some of them, like Leon Trotsky, back to the party. At a top-level meeting, Stalin demanded that his critics should be arrested and executed. But there was one man brave enough to argue against him, and that was Sergei Kirov. At the vote, the majority supported Kirov. Kirov was a unique man. He was an original revolutionary from way back in 1917, and he was still very loyal to Stalin. Even so, he had an independent mind, and he was incredibly popular, much more liked by the Communist Party leadership than Stalin was, that's for sure. In 1934, at another top government meeting, Kirov suggested a national policy of reconciliation. He said that people who had been imprisoned for opposing the collective farms and the industrialization policies should be released. And once again, Stalin found himself outvoted. Stalin planned Kirov's assassination. Since Kirov was in Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg, he wanted to have it done through the head of the intelligence agencies in that city. The problem was, that man was a close friend of Kirov's. When Stalin tried to have one of his lackeys to replace Kirov's man, Kirov was so annoyed, to say the least, and said absolutely no way. Stalin then had to go through his security chief, the monstrous Genrik Yagoda, to find an assassin. That man was found, a man named Leonid Nikolaev. Nikolaev's first attempt to enter Kirov's building totally failed. He only ended up getting arrested, but he had friends on the inside and was released. On December 1st, 1934, he finally got in and killed his target. Kirov was dead. Right after, immediately after, Nikolaev
and all the other key witnesses were eliminated. Stalin was able to turn Kirov practically into a saint. The media, completely and totally compliant to Stalin, whipped up public frenzy into a witch hunt for the terrorists who plotted this heinous crime. Before long, Stalin's other rivals were charged with the murder. They were interrogated, they were tortured, and then brought before a secret military tribunal. With no proof against them, they accepted what was called, quote, the political and moral responsibility, end quote, for Kirov's murder, whatever that meant. This was the beginning of the Great Purges, a brutal and extra repressive period of the Stalinist nightmare. It lasted for years, right up to the outbreak of the Second World War. You might not think of a political assassination as a false flag, and most of them aren't, but think about it. Stalin eliminates his most dangerous political rival and blames it on his other political rivals, using this as a pretext for turning the country inside out. It qualifies. Now, Stalin, like Hitler, like the Japanese, was also not averse to doing an international false flag as a way to justify an invasion of another country. After the German invasion of Poland of 1939, involving several false flags, as we've seen, the Soviet Union also created a false flag to invade the nation of Finland. Those two countries had signed treaties promising that neither country would invade the other. So that meant if the Soviets were going to invade Finland, they needed to invent a very good excuse. It's interesting that in the year or so before they did their false flag, they held several war games based exactly on the incident that they now enacted. On November 26, 1939, at the small border village of Manila, 7 artillery shots were fired. Finnish observation posts saw this. There were witnesses who saw the shell detonate just inside Soviet territory. The Soviets claimed that several of their soldiers were killed. They were outraged. Not surprisingly, the Finns denied any responsibility. By saying what they did, they were essentially accusing the Soviets of perpetrating a false flag, although they didn't state this explicitly, at least not at first. Finland wanted to have a neutral investigation of all of this, but predictably the Soviet Union refused. The Finns did their own investigation, concluding that they had nothing to do with this. In fact, not only did they identify Soviet artillery as the source of the shelling, but their own artillery was out of range, explicitly in order to prevent just such a scenario. But it didn't matter. A few days later, the Soviets invaded Finland, starting what was called the Winter War, a bloody and brutal affair that took many lives, all based on a lie. There's been a great deal of archival research on this incident. It has proven beyond any doubt to have been a false flag. This includes declassified materials in the Russian and Soviet archives, Finnish war diaries, and a great deal of witness testimony taken at the time. Even Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev, years later, admitted that the whole thing was staged. In the 1990s, Russian President Boris Yeltsin also agreed. The whole point had been to paint Finland as an aggressor and launch an offensive. And by the way, there were no Soviet troop losses either. That was all made up. These false flags happened at a certain period in our world when a number of puzzle pieces making up the modern world came together. One simple thing was that because wars of aggression were now considered wrong and immoral, nations that had aggressive designs had to find better and better excuses for their invasions. This really hadn't been the case in earlier centuries. Secondly, the nations behind these early false flags, Germany, Japan, and the Soviet Union, were all forms of dictatorship with dominant control over their media, which back in those days was newspapers and radio. When the government controls the media, they control the message that's reaching the people. That is very, very important. And was also very much a new development in the history of the world. Sure, governments had always had lots of power over people going back to ancient times. But what they didn't have was a system of mass media by which to spread their information, or disinformation, as the case was here. Also, each of these nations had developed very good militaries for their time, with very well-developed intelligence communities. And we can see the military and intelligence community influence on most of these false flags.
Maybe more to the point, each of these nations was a regional power, much more powerful than their neighbors. It's hard to justify an international false flag if you are likely to get beaten by the nation on your border, right? Finally, each of these nations was very unhappy with their place in the world at the time. Germany and Japan especially, but also the Soviet Union. All were looking for opportunities to grow. None were happy with the international status quo. Well, that's an unhappy combination of events that allowed for these false flags to take place. Now, before wrapping up, there's one other event we really need to take a look at. And this is the attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941. It was this attack on a major American naval base by the Japanese that launched America's involvement in the Second World War.
No matter what our enemies, in their desperation, may attempt to do to us, we will say, as the people of London have said, we can take it. And what's more, we can give it back. And we will give it back with compound interest.
For years, this attack was attributed to a failure of U.S. intelligence, and even to this day, that is the dominant mainstream interpretation. It's interesting to note that there were people at the time who had suspicions that somehow Pearl Harbor was a setup. There was no internet back then and hardly anything of what we would call an alternative media, so the suspicions never went anywhere. But since then, a number of revisionist historians have challenged the dominant narrative of what happened that day. One such study by historian Robert B. Stinnett is a meticulously detailed analysis of the attack on Pearl Harbor. It shows with crystal clarity that President Roosevelt knew the Japanese attack was coming, and in fact knew of their plans more than a year in advance. The book is titled Day of Deceit, The Truth About FDR and Pearl Harbor. Stinnett spent 17 years investigating this event, filing critically important Freedom of Information requests, and learning of the existence of a massive top-secret file called the Pacific War Communications Intelligence Files of the United States Navy. It took him many years to access this file, which contained over 1 million records. He finally hit pay dirt in the 1990s, discovering that even though many files had still been held back and even altered to conceal important information, enough was released to allow him to put the story, the true story, together. He made it clear that the American Military High Command knew more than a week in advance that the Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor would be the target. This was because American naval intelligence had cracked the Japanese naval codes back in 1940, more than a year before the attack that killed over 2,000 American servicemen. Stinnett showed that the establishment explanation of Pearl Harbor, that Americans hadn't cracked the Japanese encryption, that the Japanese engaged in radio silence to avoid detection, that Americans didn't know where the Japanese would attack, and so on. He showed all of that to be false. For instance, he showed the Japanese carrier fleet did engage in daily radio communication with itself, as well as other Japanese command centers. He knew this by reading American naval intelligence radio intercepts of the Japanese transmissions. The Americans had the info right there, intercepting well over 90% of all Japanese radio transmissions, all sent on to the headquarters for Naval Communications Intelligence in Washington. Of course, all these Japanese communications were in code, but American code breakers had broken all the Japanese naval codes by October of 1940. American cryptologists could read almost all Japanese radio traffic within hours of receiving them. Now, in a normal world, you would think, great, America has the ability to defend itself. But the critical information from these intercepted Japanese communications was withheld from the key commanders of the forces in Hawaii and the Pacific Fleet, Lieutenant General Walter Short and Admiral Husband E. Kimmel. It strongly appears that these two men were betrayed by their friends and colleagues in the Naval High Command who did know of the impending attack. Not only could the Americans intercept and read the Japanese radio transmissions, most of the radio intercept stations had technology called radio direction finders, which allowed them to pinpoint the location of specific Japanese warships. All of this and more was uncovered by historian Robert Stinnett in his excellent book. Now, the thing about Pearl Harbor is not that it was a classic false flag in the sense I've been discussing earlier. This wasn't an American covert operation. The Japanese clearly conducted the attack. But the U.S. political and military leadership wanted to get involved in the World War that was going on at the time. But American public opinion was dead set against getting involved. A pretext or cause was absolutely necessary to change that public opinion. Something dreadful and shocking.
11:55 a.m., December the 7th. The history of the beginning of the Jacks. I know it, because they started something we're going to finish.
Although the American government has never made any such admission, the historical evidence points strongly to the conclusion that President Roosevelt and his chief advisors knew this attack was going to happen and allowed it to. America wasn't a dictatorship with total control over the press like Germany and the Soviet Union. But as spectacular as Pearl Harbor was in terms of carnage and destruction, it was a much more subtle false flag than any other of that era. Because Pearl Harbor was allowed to happen, including people involved were extremely closely about it the rest of their lives. In AD, some people looked at the situation and condoned the president's policy. After all, they argued that getting involved in the war was the right thing to do, and something was necessary. Maybe so. But in a system of government, such an underrated power only serves to reach your mind. I am the maker of rules, dealing with fools. I can cheat you blind, you know that. And I don't even see anymore to know that I can reach your mind. How angry.
On top of it,
I can reach
When of discussing these perfidious acts of the past,
I can reach
first I want to emphasize to you that false flags, even though they may not be something that all over ancient times with any regularity, are something that goes back 3 centuries. They are part and parcel of the world we live in. They may not happen every day, but there are reasons they happen. The other reason to talk about these things
so find another fool like before. Cause I ain't gonna live anymore believing some of the lies, while all of the signs are deceiving.
It's unfortunate that
I am the eye in the sky,
we don't help ourselves.
looking at you. I can read your mind. I am the maker of rules.
Hey, just put it this way. You know what? For the longest time, I've been having to deal with you idiots. No, come on. I don't need to say it. I can read your mind, though. You know that. I know I can. I know the words that will come out of your mouth next after this.
I can read your mind.
And it's not a form of voodoo. This is like common knowledge to man. We have a fully articulated system that we don't use most of the time. This one's the easy one.
Hello, I'm Richard Dolan, and this is False Flags.
It's a calculator. That's all it is, a fucking calculator. That's all it is. Wow. More than that, I guess, eh? Otherwise, we would be causing us so many problems. We messed it up.
The U.S. for its part had an unprecedented
We're collectively mentally ill.
On the other side of the fence was the Soviet Union, a nation under the rule of dictator Joseph Stalin, a society of incredible repression, which had a powerful military and its own client states, just like the U.S.
This was the era of the Cold War. It was a war, all right, even if it wasn't an open shooting war. It was a war for global control.
The opposing point of view in this conflict rests on a fundamentally different vision of man. As a creature, not of God,
Sophisticated
but of
style.
in this system,
Ajax, most awarded car. Let's get back together. Get massive.
and the state is all important. This state
I was
will run
born
by
ready,
orders.
Mo. I have to say, while we've been setting up the shot, I've been wanting to compliment your knees. They got that je ne sais quoi.
What we oppose fundamentally is the aggressive nature of the communist state. Its unceasing effort to expand wherever it can, to go bigger, to take over, to supplant. This deadly impulse toward aggression we oppose as a continual threat to peace. These are the contrasting points of view between the major
You get a shiver in the dark. It's raining in the park. But meantime,
and the Cold War.
stuff will rip you stop and you'll hold everything. Yeah.
They engaged in various tactics.
Advantage blow and Dixie double 4 times.
Soviet Union, we're talking about extremely.
You feel alright when you hear that music, right?
Tactics so obvious that they are painful for intelligent people to look at these days. And of course, if you
Well, now you step inside, but you don't see too many faces.
knock on the door and disappearing for a while. Sometimes
Coming in and out
we feel like
of
we're not
the
controlled
rain.
easily. The U.S. side of it was trickier. America always
Competition other places. Oh, but those horns. Can you hear those horns? They're blowing that sound.
was definitely not the American way.
Way on down south.
What they believed and who they voted for.
Way on down south, London town.
The reality was that there was an entire world to one, an entire world to own. Which didn't mean that America would simply allow other nations to decide their own fate.
Check out Guitar George, you know.
America's simply had to be really, really good.
Mine needs strictly rhythm. He doesn't want to make it cry or sing.
Behind American actions in the 1950s.
But can guitar is all that he can afford. When he gets up under the lights and play his sing.
During this period. Relating to the false flag phenomenon itself, we see an important development taking place.
If Harry doesn't mind if he doesn't make the scene, it's not his thing, right? He's got a day job. He's doing nice.
Not until the 1950s.
He can play that honky tonk back and
And not only the United States,
saving it up
over
for the Friday night.
1960s.
What is it? Sunday? No, it's Monday. Karaoke Monday with the Sultans. With the Sultans of Swing. 6:29 p.m. Penticton, British Columbia, Canada. Just hanging out in my room, prison. And a crowd of young boys, they were fooling around in the corner.
Economic freedom in this country means that you and everybody else
Trucking dressed in their best brown baggies, their platform soles.
That's one part.
They don't give a damn about any trumpet playing band.
That's the second one. And you're free to say
It ain't what they call rock and roll.
That's the third. And it all adds up to that
And the
great
Sultans.
gift of economic freedom.
Yeah, the Sultans, they play Creole. Think. That's right? Creole, yeah.
Radio was nothing other than a covert campaign of provocatory terrorism. Hundreds were killed, murdered by NATO-backed operatives, and blamed on communists. Radio was
It's not over till it's over, right? Till Fat Lady sings? Hey, meanwhile in Siberia, buddy,
armed resistance.
your igloo's on fire.
Only the Italian operation messed up.
It's an old one. I pulled it out for this special occasion. I think I'm on a roll right now. Melanie, I don't know who else is out there. All I know is Melanie. At this point, I'm blind.
Run by the European military secret services in close
But let me continue. The guy, he gets up to the mic, right?
trained with
And
U.S. Green Berets.
steps right out there. Like he owns it. And he says at last, just the time bell rings.
The Gladio Network covered pretty much all the NATO countries.
Good night. Now it's time to go home.
Greece,
And he makes it fast with one more thing.
Netherlands, Norway, Portugal,
He says that we are the
as
sultans.
well as the new Soviet Union, Austria.
We are the sultans of Spain.
So that makes some sense. We can imagine in the event of a major Red Army invasion in Western Europe, there would be a full-on pocket of resistance in various places. But of course, there was no such invasion. Year after year, secret groups coordinated by the CIA and NATO doing a stockpile, pulling their explosives, sabotage, guerrilla warfare, and assassinations. With nothing to do except sit around and wait for the invasion. Well, not all of these groups sat around. They were worried about local conflicts. The Italian organization in particular was never related to murder. These included several known bombings during the 1970s, particularly back at the train station in Bologna. That was the most important. 85
Somebody is there. You fuckers recording this? Have you met Blue?
Di accettare l'idea dell'attentato, perché Bologna è stata sempre una città abbastanza
In the case of this bombing, there was initial speculation that it might have been from the communist group known as the Red Brigade, but speculation quickly centered on right-wing neo-fascists, which was absolutely true, since the Gladio operatives, by and large, were that. In fact, the connections here are deeply nebulous and get us into some deep secret society connections. In particular, the Bologna bombing, while connected to Gladio, also seems likely connected to another related clandestine Italian organization, Propaganda Due, or P2. This was originally a kind of Masonic lodge that after the Second World War morphed into a neo-fascist secret society. Many high members of government belonged to it. And no surprise, it turns out that P2 had long-standing connections to U.S. intelligence. Back in the early 1970s, it was reportedly a meeting between President Nixon's Chief of Staff, Alexander Haig, who later became head of NATO, and Ronald Reagan's Secretary of State, with the notorious Lucio Gelli, head of P2 and for years a fugitive in Argentina. This information came from high-level CIA officer Theodore Shackley, the CIA
There's a
deputy
lady
station
who's
chief.
sure.
After this meeting, money was filtered to Gladio with the blessing and knowledge of both Haig and the then head of the U.S. National Security Council, Henry Kissinger. Their aim was to prevent the communist takeover of Italy. How funding a neo-fascist terror group would accomplish this goal is the $64,000 question. There's an answer to that question. Funding terror groups like P2 and the Gladio operation was done in order to demonize the left when possible, and to frighten the public into supporting ever greater powers for the national security state. Overall, probably hundreds of people were killed in the Italian segment of the Gladio program. One operative, Vincenzo Vinciguerra, a Gladio terrorist serving a wide sentence for murdering policemen, gave a very simple reason for Gladio. It was designed, he said, quote, to force these people, the Italian public, to turn to the state to ask for greater security. This, he said, is the political logic that lies behind all the massacres and the bombings which remain unpunished because the state cannot convict or declare itself responsible for what happened. End quote.
Dico che lo Stato ha dichiarato l'ultima guerra senza effettiva occupazione. E l'ha fatta questa guerra contro la parte lì è quella contro lo Stato. Da parte dello Stato è guerra contro questa nazione. Sta costruendo un palizzo. Oppositore crea una situazione che stabilizza l'ordine pubblico a fini di stabilizzare. This particular act of betrayal in the Bologna because it was essentially hard.
People think of governments acting in such a way. After all, we expect our government to protect us. It's probably the number one thing any citizen expects of their government, not to kill their own citizens or deliberately terrorize. And in beautiful Italy, yes. When the program finally came to public attention, it was confirmed by a former Italian prime minister, an Italian judge, and former head of Italian intelligence. The last of these was General Gianbellio Maletti, who stated point blank that NATO carried out these terror bombings in Italy with the help of the Pentagon and CIA, and then made sure the communists were doing. But this kind of activity happened elsewhere in Europe.
And it's a whisper that soon, if we
In
all
Austria, it
call
was
it
Trip,
true,
the
then
Belgian,
the pipeline will lead us to reason.
France, Blade, and Greece was
Take the dawn for those who stand long, and the forest will echo after.
In Greece, operatives there worked through that country's special forces, LOK, and were instructed by the CIA to spy on the public and prevent the left from taking power. In 1967, Iraq was involved in the military coup which took place just before national elections. Over 10,000 people were arrested during the coup. In Spain, Gladio operatives murdered members of rival groups and were implicated in the 1977 murder in
If
Madrid.
there's a bustle in your headstrong, don't be alarmed. It's just a spring leaf from the main
In 1966, in which all
Yes,
members
there are
were
two
trained
paths
in
you
terrorism.
could go by, but in long
Violent
time,
assassinations.
there's still time to change the world you're on.
Do with that knowledge, we don't have records of their activities. In Norway, a Gladio group was established in the 1950s involving itself in psychological warfare and allegedly blacklisting undesirable Norwegians. There was a Gladio operation in Germany, although we don't know much about its activities, except that U.S. intelligence helped set it up in 1946. In early 1949,
Your head is humming
which included at least two former Nazi members
calling you to join
which was run by Lieutenant Colonel Walter Koch, former German army officer, referred to by the CIA as unreconstructed.
Your stairway lies on the whispering wind.
Over years, the neo-Nazis individually exposed and press. In other words, because the Americans had reservations about working with Nazis, that people would find out. The frustration of Gladio is that we are still never denied by the CIA and NATO with many aspects of the claims dealing with its operations. In all likelihood, most of the covert ops done by Gladio were not simply identical. Some of the Italian operations have been constrained and American aspects. It is unusual that there would be only one doing some public. We do know, however, that Gladio wasn't just about social invasion of foreign topics. It was about preventing left-wing governments from taking power. People got up social movements the falsified nature of Gladio's approach, their violence and popular events helped traumatize the population for the fear of solution. Did Gladio work? As far as I can see, it doesn't seem to have done anything tangible. Gladio was interested in the fact that you could say purpose
And that's who was on down the road.
to prevent something from happening.
Our shadows taller than our soul.
Nazi and communism.
There walks a lady we all know, who shines my light and wants to show how everything still turns to gold. And if you listen very hard, the tune will come to you at last. When one and one is all, to be a rock and not to roll.
One Shot Pro was born in 1956, viewed in early 1970s when it was discovered by Carter, and was the brainchild of FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover.
The watches by
In a way that is true of few organizations, J.
Stairway
Edgar Hoover is the FBI. And that is our story. The story of a man, an organization, and their service to the nation, a story of fidelity, bravery, integrity.
Unlike Gladio over in Europe,
Ass black.
we have very good documentation on COINTELPRO. Records from the FBI show that the program targeted protesters against the war in Vietnam, civil rights and Black Power movement, for instance, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the Black Panther Party. It also targeted feminist organizations, anti-colonial movements such as Puerto Rican independence groups like the Young Lords, and really the entire left political spectrum of the United States. Hoover's orders were for FBI agents to, now this is a direct quote, expose, disrupt, misdirect, discredit, neutralize, or otherwise eliminate, end quote, the activities of these movements and especially their leaders. We're talking about domestic movements that were clearly working to create political change. I think we are inclined to say positive change, but were treated as enemy combatants. The program started in August 1956 against the American Communist Party with tactics like IRS audits, anonymous phone calls designed to divide and intimidate members, and also by creating fake documents that would cause dissension within the organization. Later that year, the FBI targeted black leaders on the pretext that the civil rights movement was infiltrated by communists. In 1957, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference was founded. This turned out to be the most important of all the civil rights organizations, and they were immediately monitored, with this soon including Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. Things got much more intense for King after the 1963 March on Washington. Hoover just went after him like full court press. The FBI called King, quote, the most dangerous Negro of the future in this nation.
All we say to America is be true to what you said on paper.
That doesn't make him that honor being involved in his house and his hotel rooms. That led to blackmail under Warsaw. The FBI sent at least one anonymous package with audio recordings of the steel bars. I pay my debt in time of being brought to justice. That was my only crime. I don't regret a single action. I do the same again. These prison walls secure me, and I'm known to pay by any means necessary. A criminal life is all I ever know. They tried to reform me, but I made a cold stone. A criminal mind is all I ever had. Ask one who knows me if I'm really so bad. I am. But like I say, in a good way. Never heard it fly, I'll tell you that. On the violent bone of my body. But if you're fucking around, oh my god. I'm not easy to take down. In fact, it's impossible from this point forward. Done the work. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank I'd like to thank Melody first. I really would. That'd be the first one. Then my mom, my kids. The freedom is only valid for those who can't agree with. Well, that isn't freedom.
Essentially, the FBI worked very hard to completely control American public discourse into channels that it considered, that J. Edgar Hoover considered to be acceptable, a rather limited channel indeed. By the way, the whole nefarious program.
Defend me. Some people struggle, yeah, daily with their conscience, like till the end. But that's not a fucking excuse. There's no guilt to haunt me. Do you understand? I have no ill intent.
First, it's worth noting that
no wrong intent either.
probably started after the Supreme Court.
The criminal mind is alright. It's all I ever know. Don't try to reform me, 'cause I made a cold stone. A criminal mind is all I ever had. Ask one fucking person, right? Who knows me? Am I? Well, you don't fucking cross them for no fucking reason. Wow, fucking mindset. What the hell? Where did that come from? Bam, bam, bam. All right, I figured it out. It's just a good thing I'm made of a fucking stone, huh? Stone breaks, so, eh? I think I'm a little broken after the beating I took. 6 RCMP officers in the park right across the street. There are police officers, the federal police. They kicked the shit out of me, tortured me, and then tried to kill me 3 days later by chasing me into the woods after I had a heart attack that they induced 3 days before because of the beating I took. So there's that. And then there's the other times. And then there's the other stories. So the federal government right now is not working for you. It's working for someone who owns them. That's what I know. Crazy? Well, crazy is what crazy does. My door's open. So I got nothing to hide. Take my computer, take anything you want. I have nothing to fucking hide. Haha. Checkmate, shitheads. Sorry about that, but you've been shitheads the whole time. And you needed to be reminded of that because some of you still think you're okay. 6
All are
RCMP
plunged
officers.
into the
Fucking
deepest
kidding
grief.
me?
The Cultural Revolution is a different kind of false flag. Let's call it a soft false flag in the manner of the Inquisition or the modern war on terror. What Mao did was create a false danger to the country, which he played up to the max, especially to the young people of China, in all time and places.
Live from Penticton, British Columbia, Canada, in the heart of the Okanagan.
And prosperity was in the process of being betrayed by traitors.
This is T in space.
Party that was secretly planning to
My name's Tom,
capitalism.
and this is fucking space. Boy, do we ever have fun here. This is the best fun ever. Really? Yeah, there's drama, there's comedy, we've got this sing, plays a lot of Alan Parsons Project. I'm not sure what I like. It seems like it's this theme song now.
Had to be wiped out through violent class struggle. The solution was pure evil genius. The Chinese people all needed to adopt Mao's own former communist boss as their personal guides of life.
Sorry about that.
The youth of China especially performed Red Guard youth
Halloween! Is it Halloween already? Good golly, Miss Molly. I'm gonna go get me some candy.
Fanatics began looking at anyone in the country for what they were saying that did very well.
they created what were called struggle sessions, re-education sessions, where they would single out someone they didn't like and surround them with invective and shaming to get them to admit what a horrible person that they had been and how they had been indeed secretly working to betray the revolution. Often those people were killed, and even more, they were dispossessed of their home and property and sent to work in the fields so that they could learn to be better communists. The Cultural Revolution became a national obsession throughout the rest of the 1960s, and it spread everywhere, to the military, into the cities, into the countryside, and within the Communist Party leadership itself. It paralyzed China and seriously damaged its economy and society. Aside from the fact that it created unbelievable suffering for millions and millions of people. But what it also did, of course, was to divide the entire society against itself everywhere. And this is a big point of all the Cultural Revolution. In the top leadership, it led to a mass purge of senior officials. So let's ask the question, why did the Cultural Revolution really happen? And this is the really ugly part. The Cultural Revolution happened because in reality, Mao Zedong had lost a great deal of his power and used this so-called revolution to take it back. You see, he had led the communists in China to a successful seizure of power back in 1949. But by the end of the 1950s, his policies had been so ruinous to the way people grew food and manufactured goods that a horrific famine happened that killed perhaps 10 million people. It was so bad that even the great Mao lost a lot of credibility among the communist leadership in China. So what they did by the early 1960s was effectively boot him out of power. But they kept him on as a figurehead because he had been the face of the revolution. Well, that turned out to be a really big mistake on their part. They should have formally taken him out of power and explained to the nation that he was the one responsible for the horrible famine. But they didn't because they thought they needed him. Well, Mao did not like being out of the loop, not at all. He planned his return to power, and by 1966 had developed the brilliant idea to whip up a public relations campaign that would go around the party leadership. So he used what was called the Cultural Revolution, in reality, to purge his political enemies. The Cultural Revolution damaged everything good in Chinese society. Aside from the national paralysis it created, it especially damaged human relationships. People turned on each other, often in the most vicious ways. Friends and family members, those precious bonds that every human being needs and craves, these were broken over and over again, millions of times. And you can be sure that the millions of followers of the Cultural Revolution had no idea that they were being played as suckers in a political power struggle. They destroyed the lives of so many people, all for the sake of one man, the chairman Mao.
Mao Zedong, once a lowly party worker, now assumed the stature of the dominant figure in all of Eastern Asia.
Watch it
Whether
doesn't
a false
happen in
flag
your
is caused
country.
by a covert op team like Gladio operatives or involves a political system that creates a fake enemy committing fake crimes, both involve a conscious, Goebbels-like commitment to manipulate, frighten, and deceive the public into submitting to authority, all based on fraudulent information. So what we see here is that during the 1950s and 60s, various governments began a significant effort to influence public opinion through covert means, disruption, provocation, smears, and even murder and assassination. The tools we ascribe to terrorism, but these were used by governments for the stated cause of freedom and liberation. If they had a motto, it would be something like achieving freedom through deception and manipulation. If it sounds Orwellian to you, that's because it is. We looked at events in the US, Europe, and China. In one of those regions, China, control over the media was overt and unquestioned. But it's worth noting here that during all this period, the US government, through the CIA, was exercising profound secret control over its news as well.
At CBS, we had been contacted by the CIA. As a matter of fact, by the time I became the head of the whole News and Public Affairs operation in 1954, ships had been established, and I was told about them and asked if I'd carry on with them.
This was Operation Mockingbird, and it wasn't exposed until the 1970s. The Mockingbird involved paid relationships between the CIA and over 400 mainstream American journalists who were secretly working on behalf of the agency. You could say they were doing what they thought was their patriotic duty, sure. And also ask yourself what it meant that millions of Americans and people around the world were relying on what they believed were independent journalists, when in fact many of those journalists were doing nothing other than propaganda work for the government.
I thought that it was a matter of real concern that planted stories intended to serve a national purpose abroad came home and were circulated here and believed here, because this would mean that the CIA could manipulate the news in the United States by channeling it through some foreign country. And we're looking at that very carefully.
And ask yourself what you personally could do if you had secret influence over 400 mainstream journalists. Could you control the news completely? Well, probably not. But could you exert major influence? Could you kill stories you didn't like through ridicule and editorial policy? Could you even plant smear and false stories when you needed them? Of course you could. In Europe, same story. Behind-the-scenes manipulation by the major intelligence agencies, from CIA to Britain's MI6 and the agencies from the other NATO countries. But don't think it's stopped. Manipulation and control of the mainstream news and culture is greater than that. Next time on False Flags, the Cold War, how the United States became undisputed master of the art of the false flag. You know, some people might think that all this talk about false flags and nazi government activities is upsetting. What I would say is this: the art of personal development for each one of us requires us to shed the many illusions that have surrounded us all our lives. Illusions are painful to shed, but once they're gone, we enter a truly higher realm. We don't fear the red pill, because if you seek transformation, you need treatment. I'm Richard Gold.
No, I am not a stepping stone, not a stepping stone, not a stepping stone, not a stepping stone.
I'm Richard Golan, and this is False Flags.
When I first met you, girl, you didn't have no shoes, but now you walk around like a front-page news. You've been awful careful about the friends you choose.
During the 1950s and 60s, there was a worldwide movement of people in countries that had recently been colonies of Europe, throughout Africa, Asia, and much of the Middle East, as well as other small nations in the Western Hemisphere that for all intents and purposes were colonies of the United States. In all of these places, people had the same basic issue: inequality, poverty, and the need for serious social reform. Going reform probably would be top. If America were an openly expansionist nation like Germany or Japan in the Second World War, the charade might not have needed to be so elaborate. Sure, Germany and Japan both did international false flags, but those were incredibly crude compared with the levels achieved by the United States. Simply put, America's rhetoric and posturing about freedom forced Americans to become far, far better at the art of the false flag. A perfect example of this is what is known today as the Color Revolution. After the end of the Cold War, there were a series of what appeared to be mostly peaceful democratic uprisings in Eastern Europe in what was formerly part of the Soviet Union. In 2003, the nation of Georgia had what was called the Rose Revolution. In 2004, Ukraine had the Orange Revolution, and so on. These became called color revolutions. Was it coincidence that all of these revolutions ended up with the new governments being closer to the United States, Europe, and the IMF?
Really? Are we going to Clarksville?
But in fact, the United States had mastered this art form back in the 1950s, long before anyone came up with the term. This form of regime change, one that wears the trappings of popular revolt, often works better than military coups because they seem like genuine expressions of the people. It's fair to call color revolution a form of false flag, and we really ought to take a closer look at them. There are certain fundamentals of how to create your own revolution in another country or in your own country for that matter. Step one, start with lots of money. It all goes towards funding your core leaders to build the organization. We're talking many millions of dollars, and maybe billions if the need is strong enough and the target is worth it. Step two, your core leaders hire the key workers and trainers, the foot soldiers of the movement. Step three, create social media and news infrastructure. Any modern movement has to have sophisticated social media. We're talking Facebook pages, Twitter feeds, Instagram, and of course the website. Step four, create physical infrastructure. We're talking office space, tents, if you want shantytowns or long-term protest sites, wooden platforms and structures for speeches, signs, banners, lots and lots of signs. Step five, create an event, the event that sparks the movement. Only when the infrastructure is ready do you then need the event. This is the rallying point around which your movement can generate interest. It could be an election that you choose to contest, or someone in prison that you can politicize. It could be corruption of the government. It could be ethnic or class or racial oppression. Whatever it is, it has to make sense within your society. Step six, include the public. Once you have created your event, now you use your foot soldiers and get the public involved. Once they see that there's an actual political movement and that it appears to be a natural response to some injustice, you'll probably get some public attendance at your rally. This is the make or break moment, since the movement has to appear to have broad public support or it won't succeed. Step seven, provoke a police response. This is dangerous, but obviously can be effective. It will help to polarize your society, which ultimately helps your cause. Provoking a police response will require very selective video recording and editing. Then you display it on social media. This means demonstrating police violence in some form, but it's already edited. Post your clip to prove to the world how oppressive the government is. Step 8. Once you have what appears to be a genuine movement, you can now enlist support from local politicians. Once that happens, you have sanction, as it were, from at least some of the official power structure. Step 9, get the attention of Western media. If the funding behind this movement is the CIA or powerful groups with the right connections, then the step has already been prepared, but now is the time for coverage to begin. And that leads to step 10, enlisting international support. When the US officially condemns the repressive actions of the government in question and supports your popular uprising, you know you're on your way. If all goes well, condemnations can lead to sanctions, which increases social misery and only helps your cause. And that, my friends, is how you can destabilize an entire society. What we will see today are several examples of this way back in the 1950s. We'll start with the nation of Iran in 1953. And to this day, America's operation there is a classic example of false flag and regime change success. And by the way, let's not leave out the British, because this was definitely a joint operation. Let's take a look at Operation Ajax. Throughout the first half of the 20th century, Iran, with its massive oil fields, was under British domination. Its oil under the profitable control of a British corporation known, rather dishonestly, as the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. But make no mistake, this operation was British all the way and had been controlling the Iranian oil industry since 1913. Today, by the way, that company is known as British Petroleum. In 1951, a politician named Mohammad Mossadegh became Prime Minister of Iran. Mossadegh was a remarkable man and a true progressive. Immediately, the government introduced reforms like Social Security and much-needed land reform. All these made him very popular with the people, but then he did the unthinkable. He challenged the oil industry. Initially, he tried to audit the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company and earn a 50-50 cut from the company's profits. When he received no cooperation, the Iranian cabinet voted to nationalize Iran's oil industry.
Mossadegh wanted none of it. As the crisis worsened and anti-British feeling mounted, Iranian army units were deployed to maintain order.
As the Iranian authorities moved to take over oil plants from Dock, and the British technicians unanimously refused to accept employment with the new regime, the situation seemed hopeless.
Well, this is popular with the people
She
for
checks
sure.
out Mozart,
But the
but she
US and
does
UK,
tackle.
not so
Reminds
much.
me that
This
there's
kicked off a regime change operation, greenlit by Winston Churchill in the UK and Dwight Eisenhower in the US, run by the CIA and known as Ajax. It resulted in a coup against the Iranian government in 1953. The CIA official in charge of orchestrating events was Kermit Roosevelt, the grandson of former President Teddy Roosevelt. Operation Ajax involved several things. One was detonating a series of bombs by agents appropriate members of the Communist Party. These are actually Iranian agents working for U.S. intelligence. In other words, innocent people are handling programs and also groups who are connected to the government. Now, we know the CIA is behind this since they've admitted it. What we don't know is the extent of this tactic, since the CIA destroyed nearly all of its labs-related tools. We do know that at least one well-known American was bombed by CIA agents opposed to this. Some of them been confirmed. We also know that some of the most feared gangsters in
Even when you're wrong, can you imagine no first dance? Freeze drive, romance, 5 hour phone conversation. Best song Latin that you ever had.
Up to 300 people may have been killed because of the conflict that day. Another tactic was bribing demonstrators into chanting pro-Bolshevik slogans while violently attacking symbols of the Shah, who is essentially the king of Iran and supported by the US. Once again, paying people to burn the American flag in order to discredit the organization and movement. In this case, the candidates turned public opinion against Roosevelt and quite a few very unsavory characters were brought into the industry. One was John Sargini, who had been imprisoned by the British during the Second World War for trying to establish a pro-Nazi government in Iran. This man was named the new prime minister in the day of the coup, and he received $5 million and then a month later, he received $28 million. Then, after the Iran government signed a friendly oil deal, he received yet another $40 million for a total of $73 million. That's equivalent to $657 million today. Another key person in the coup was Bahram Sharaf, who literally had been trained by the Nazi Minister of Propaganda, Joseph Goebbels. Not surprisingly, he became Iran's director of propaganda. Another pro-Nazi, Sharif Imami, took several prominent government positions, including that of prime minister twice. The Western news media, led by the BBC and New York Times, praised this new Iranian government. And of course, no one gave the slightest hint that this was a covert operation. I mean, why would they? They were deeply in bed with both CIA and MI6 themselves, except that ordinary people had no idea. The Ajax operation was wildly successful. It deposed the popular government working on behalf of the people to salvage the oil companies that were the real owners of the country. A big part of the price the US got out of it was a major piece of the Iranian oil action. So the Brits no longer had a monopoly. And the Iranian people, well, they got 26 years of the Shah, who remained a loyal client of the United States and of David Rockefeller for the rest of his days, becoming especially known for his opulent lifestyle and repressive political police.
Where did your money
The operation taught the United States that it could fake a popular uprising as long as they threw enough money around, hired enough thugs to break things and kill people, and had a compliant media to watch its back. The U.S. outdid itself the following year in 1954. This was a false flag regime change operation against the nation of Guatemala. Guatemala, one of the poorest nations in the world, had been controlled by U.S. corporations in power seemingly forever. The best land was owned by the American corporation United Fruit. The people lived in poverty. In 1944, there was a popular revolution against the dictator, which led to Guatemala's first democratic election and major social reforms like minimum wage, better education, improved labor laws, and expanded voting rights. In 1950, President Jacobo Arbenz began pressing for land reform, probably the most important issue in Guatemala at that time. The main idea was to give poor farmers access to the vast unused lands owned by United Fruit. You can imagine how popular this would be in such a country. In America, President Harry Truman authorized a coup against Arbenz in 1952, but it was aborted when details leaked out. Then in 1953, Dwight Eisenhower became president, bringing into his cabinet the Dulles brothers, John and Alan. One ran the State Department, one ran CIA, and both were heavily connected to United Fruit. Eisenhower authorized the CIA to carry out a coup operation against Guatemala. The CIA decided they needed to show that Arbenz's government was communist and under Soviet control. First, in February 1954, the CIA planted weapons in next-door Nicaragua that was supposed to link to the Soviets and prove that Guatemala was under control from Moscow. The president of Nicaragua, Anastasio Somoza Garcia, was in on the fix and told the press that a Soviet submarine had been photographed, although no images were available. Somoza also floated a story about Guatemalan assassination squads that no one seemed to believe. The CIA also gathered a large amount of Soviet-marked weapons to plant them inside Guatemala before the invasion. The whole point, of course, was to prove Russian intervention. The CIA also bribed certain members of the Guatemalan officer corps to get them to join rebels. They set up radio stations inside Guatemala and posed as rebels, trying to get recruits for the movement. One lie that they told on the radio was that Arbenz was secretly planning to disband or disarm the armed forces and replace it with a people's militia. CIA planes dropped leaflets over Guatemala carrying the same message. The CIA even offered Arbenz himself a drop, possibly to abdicate or something less, we're not sure. They dumped a lot of money from him to a Swiss bank account and rejected it. An office called the U.S. Information Agency, essentially the CIA outfit, started placing unattributed articles in foreign newspapers labeling certain Guatemalan officials as communists. They referred to different actions by the Guatemalan government as communist-inspired. And just a few weeks before the coup of June 1954, more than 200 articles about Guatemala were written and published across North America. This became a standard practice: publish a story abroad and watch it spread around the world. All this gave the appearance that independent world opinion was taking a certain stand, and it kept America's connection hidden.
U.S. Secretary of State Dulles takes the rostrum to urge united action by the Americas to outlaw international communist intervention in the Western Hemisphere.
This conference was shocked by the dastardly attack on members of the United States Congress by those who professed to be patriots. They may not themselves have been communists, but they had been subjected to the inflammatory influence of communism, which avowedly uses extreme nationalism as one of its tools.
Shortly before the coup, Nicaraguan President Somoza got back into the picture and announced that his police had discovered a secret Soviet shipment of weapons. Of course, these had been planted by the CIA. And finally, just before the invasion, an unmarked plane parachuted weapons with Soviet markings into Guatemala.
Guatemala City, representatives of the U.S. Congress government expect $1 million worth of arms that were sold to the Republic President Arbenz. Manufactured in Czechoslovakia and delivered by Polish ships, the collection was supposed to help the Russians to suppress the rebellion against their tyranny.
Come here, come a little closer. I can ease your pain. Because you on your feet again.
The U.S. press was completely on board.
Relax.
Ridiculed the idea that Americans
I need some information.
They said the accusations were, quote, masterminded in Moscow.
Just the basic facts.
Almost a denouement.
Can you
CIA
feel it hurts?
480 men, not large at all.
There is no pain you ever seen.
June 18th, 1954, but it was the psychological warfare
Smoke on the horizon.
claiming to be giving genuine news.
You were only coming through in waves. Your lips move. But you know why your lips move, but I can't make out what you're saying. When I was a child, I had a fever. bird.
The CIA jammed with broadcasts.
My hands felt just like two balloons.
United troops circulated photographs.
Now I got that feeling once again. I can't explain, you would not understand. This is not how I am.
For that reason, it seems, refused to fight.
The fact shows that the rebellion now disturbing Central America is one conducted by patriotic anti-red blood, which inspires Russia to air the worn-out charge that the U.S. created the problem.
The operations in Iran and Guatemala
Okay.
America's CIA into thinking
Just a
they could
little
carte blanche to the less
pinprick.
powerful nations in the world.
There'll
Regime
be
change
no
is the
more.
point of pride for the people in the CIA's
But you may feel a little sick.
in Cuba.
Can you stand up, stand up, stand up? I do believe it's working. Good. That'll keep you going through the show. Come on, it's time to go. There is no pain you want to see.
Beginning of 1959,
But it's a ship smoke on the horizon.
in March 1960, President
You were
Eisenhower
only coming
$13 million
through
the CIA
waves.
overthrow. A few months
Your
later,
lips move, but I can't hear what you're saying.
Eisenhower told the head of the Joint
When
Chiefs
I was a child, I got a fleeting glimpse
if only the Cubans gave him
out of the corner of my eye.
Castro didn't give a good excuse. Maybe they, Mrs.
I turned to look, and it was gone. Can I put my finger on it now? The child is grown, the dream is gone,
against the United States.
and
Meanwhile, the CIA had been organizing a secret operation in
I
Guatemala with the help of some Cuban exiles.
comfortably numb.
The CIA was still under the direction of Alan Dulles, who had pulled off the Iranian
Thank you.
the man who oversaw what they were doing
Thank you.
was the CIA's Richard Nixon. Many of the agents listed in the operation had worked for the
Thank you.
not supposed to know Russia behind them. As in case of that's how this was to go. Ultimately, the sophisticated Cuban operation entire group. In particular, the very strong So, actually, April 15, the Cubans of Salvador began its invasion in an isolated spot on Cuba's southern shore in the Bay of Queens. Right away, the invasion was a disaster. Unexpected coral reefs, paratroopers landing in the wrong places, and even a Cuban radio station on the beach broadcasting every detail to listeners across Cuba. Castro's troops soon pinned down the invaders and they quickly surrendered. Kennedy, the brand new president, had egg all over his face. But this did not stop the attempts to create false flags and regime change against Cuba. Most famously, there was Operation Mongoose, led by U.S. Air Force General Edward Lansdale. This included a wide-ranging plan from spreading propaganda inside Cuba to enlisting resistance forces to disrupting the Cuban government and economy, destroying sugar crops, railways, bridges, oil refinery, and mining harbors using U.S. Special Forces. Mongoose didn't last long. Kennedy pulled the plug in 1962. The most shocking false flag plan during this period, thankfully, was never implemented. This was Operation Northwoods. Remember when Eisenhower had been pining for a manufactured excuse to invade Cuba? Well, the idea stayed in the head of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Lyman Lemnitzer. Lemnitzer decided that the U.S. would have to trick the American public and the world into hating Cuba so much that they would sign on to a war against Castro. Operation Northwoods was actually a series of ideas, none of which came to fruition, but all of which required false flags to justify a war with Cuba. Probably the most outrageous of them considered the launch of John Glenn, who was the first American to orbit the Earth. On February 20th, 1962, Glenn was to lift off from Cape Canaveral, Florida, on his historic journey. Lemnitzer and his chiefs actually proposed to Lansdale that if the rocket were to explode and kill Glenn, they would provide, quote, irrevocable proof that the communists and Cubans did it. They would do this, and here, this is a quote, by manufacturing various pieces of evidence which would prove electronic interference on the part of the Cubans, end quote. So just consider, just as NASA prepared to send the first American into space, the Joint Chiefs of Staff were preparing to use John Glenn's death as a pretext to begin a war. Well, fortunately, that did not happen. So Lemnitzer and the chiefs developed other ideas. One was a series of incidents to take place at the U.S. Navy base at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, such as dressing friendly Cubans in Cuban military uniforms and then have them start riots near the main gate of the base. Others would pretend to be saboteurs inside the base. Ammunition would be blown up, fire started, aircraft sabotage, mortars fired at the base with damage to installations. Now, this reminds you a bit of the German invasion of Poland from 1935, 1 year later. Another of Lemnitzer's ideas called for blowing up the U.S.
Save me, ain't no man can enslave me. Ain't no man, a man that can change the shape. My soul is here.
Other ideas included
There ain't
developing a
nobody
Cuban
here
terror campaign in Miami,
who cause me
Washington,
to raise my
sending
fear, cause I got only love to share.
simulated kill or wound
If you're
Cuban
looking for the
refugees in
truth,
the
I'm
United
proof
States,
you'll
and of
find
course,
it there.
Aaron White's publicity. All of these were to be blamed on Castro's Cuba.
Gotta serve something, right? I know I can't stop, but there's always a line. Don't have to buy in the days in the club. Change your worries. Don't show up if you're on the scene. If it matters to me, mine matters to me.
Had shot down an American fighter jet over international waters in an unprovoked attack.
Ain't no man can save me. Ain't no man can save me. Ain't no man, a man that can change the shape my soul is in.
There's virtually no possibility.
There ain't nobody here who cause me to raise my feet, cause I got only love to share.
Were thought to be destroyed.
If you look for the truth, I'm proof you'll find it there.
Operation Northwood was finally revealed to the public in a 2003 book.
Say you look funny, I say you're a star, I say you're whatever you feel you are. Watch they say fall right in
Rightfully should be considered a
what
false
they
flag,
say,
much like Stalin's assassination of
so
Sergei Kirov
fine.
3 decades earlier. In any case, less than a year after, one of the most critical false flags of the 20th century took place. Lyndon Johnson was now American president. Hostilities had been going on in Vietnam since the Second World War, and all through the 1950s and 60s, the U.S. had been managing to resist from behind the curtain, preventing the from being unified, arming and controlling the government in South Vietnam, a government that was so unpopular that Buddhist monks began lighting themselves on fire in protest. But Johnson didn't want to tone things down. He wanted to ratchet them up.
and escalate an already unpopular war. He could help make money for his friends who own defense corporations. He could also get the Pentagon and CIA off his back and quit trying to invade Cuba, which is no longer feasible. But he needed a competition to convince the American people a sea battle occurred in the United States and North Vietnam because raise my fear, those I got both tribes experienced damage to their vessels, and the North Vietnamese lost 4 men and suffered 6 there. 2 days later, the National Security Agency claimed that a similar battle had taken place. What actually happened is that the USS Maddox was engaged in electronic espionage against North Vietnam, coordinating attacks by South Vietnam and the Laotian Air Force against North Vietnamese targets. They were doing this in North Vietnamese waters, which is an act of war. On August 2nd, the North Vietnamese, knowing this was going on, attacked the Maddox, rather ineffectively, as you might imagine. There was never any evidence of a second attack. But on August 5th, newspapers across America reported this as a series of attacks against American vessels. People were told that North Vietnamese torpedo boats launched an unprovoked attack while the Maddox was on a routine patrol.
Swift and sure has been U.S. retaliation for communist PT boat attacks on the high seas. This is the Maddox, one of the 2 destroyers that were attacked while patrolling international waters in the Gulf of Tonkin near North Vietnam. Warplanes from 2 carriers, the Ticonderoga and the Constellation, avenged the unwarranted red assault with 64 sorties to North Vietnam PT-3.
President Johnson added the
When my
attack on the
body
high seas.
won't hold me anymore, and it find me.
Johnson also knew
Let
the second attack never happened. Captain John J. Harris,
Where
the
will I
task force
go?
commander in the Gulf, had cabled Washington that the second
When
report
my
was the
feet
result of an
won't
overview
walk
sonar
another
who had picked
mile,
up
and
the
my
sound of his
lips
own
give
ship.
their last.
The U.S. media
Kiss
relied almost
goodbye.
exclusively on U.S. government officials
My
for
hands
source
be
information
steady
and almost completely avoided
when I
any
lay
questions
down my
that actually happened.
fears, my hopes and my doubts, the rings on my fingers and the keys to my house. And no
Because the deliberate act on the part of the United States to have an excuse to go to war against Spain. The Gulf of Tonkin.
When the sun hangs low in the west and the light in my chest
against North Vietnam.
won't be
The rest
cast,
followed, sadly and predictably.
it'll ever
The
be
U.S.
any
Congress made a commission for
longer.
massive airstrikes on North Vietnam and a dramatic
When the
ramp-up in
jealousy
involvement with
fades away as ash and dust, for cash and loss, it's just hallelujah. And love in the thoughts, and love in the words, love in the songs they sing in the church, and no hard feelings. Lord knows they haven't done
I just wish their conscience been operating when they made
much
all these
good
other
for
decisions. Congress gave us this authority in August
can't
1954
be free.
to do whatever may be necessary. That's pretty far-reaching.
So much to
That's the sky's
have.
the limit.
It wasn't until 2005 that the NSA released declassified documents which confirmed the second attack had never happened. All North Vietnam was doing on the
When
second
my
night
body
was to salvage
won't
2
hold
of the
me
boats
anymore,
damaged
and it
in the
finally
territorial waters from American
lets me
action.
free.
Even though there was a minor military
Where
involvement
will
between
I
the two
go?
nations, this remains a genuine false flag. The U.S.
Will a
explicitly
trade wind
misrepresented
take
events
me
that were going on to such an
south
extent
through
that its
Georgia
portrayal of
rain
them amounted to fiction.
or
In the
tropical
first place,
rain
the U.S. had been involved in
or snow
ongoing
from
provocations against North
heaven?
Vietnam. And these provocations were military actions that were killing people in that country. Second,
Will I join
U.S.
with
ships
the
were in North
ocean
Vietnamese
blue
territorial waters and that
or
was
run
aggression.
into
Third, the North
the
Vietnamese defense of
sacred
its sovereignty
truth?
was the equivalent of a tiny
Shake
pea shooter
hands
against the
laughing
USS Maddox, which suffered no
and
casualties.
walk through the night.
Fourth,
There was no
straight to the
support
light.
by the U.S. government.
Holding love I've
The
known
U.S.
in
power
my
structure
life.
provoked the North Vietnamese
And
to do anything that could be construed as aggressive and use that as their justification for the war wanted. And today,
Lord knows they
it
haven't done
took the deaths of perhaps 2 million
much good for
now
anyone.
fully available for international court.
Kept me free
The events I discussed today all took place a long time ago, but their relevance
so
to
much
today
you
shows
haven't
how to those who care about truth and freedom.
under the curving sky. I finally learned why it matters for me and you
The more we question official
to
narratives,
say it's feeling good for life and its loveliness and all of its ugliness. Goodness it's been to me.
illusions are painful to shed. But once
I
they're
have no enemy.
so don't fear the red pill, because if you seek transformation,
I have no enemy. Let it be noted. Anybody want to have a discussion with me?
Hello, I'm Richard Dolan,
Hey,
and this
Richard.
is False Flags.
Yeah. Yeah. So what's going on, man? What's going on at False Flags?
On the morning of September 11, 2001, a series of incredible, tragic events unfolded before the eyes of the world, as we learned that 4 commercial airliners had been hijacked by terrorists. By the end of the morning, the world had changed. 3 of the aircraft had hit targets: the 2 largest towers of the World Trade Center in New York City and the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. The 4th airliner crashed near the small town of Shanksville, Pennsylvania. We were told it was probably headed for the White House. Thousands of people died, the lion's share coming from people who were in the World Trade Center at the time. President George W. Bush and his team, featuring people like Vice President Dick Cheney, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice, and many others, told us that America had been attacked by terrorists.
Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts.
They immediately identified Osama bin Laden as the leader of the group known as Al-Qaeda that had planned and organized the attack. President Bush and his national security team sprung into action. Within a month, the U.S. had invaded the nation of Afghanistan, where we were told Osama bin Laden was hiding out. Within 18 months, the U.S. had also invaded Iraq, despite the fact that the U.S. government admitted that Iraq had nothing to do with the attack. From the beginning, no one in America was allowed to question the so-called truths of 9/11. President Bush himself called on the nation not to tolerate crazy conspiracy theories about 9/11.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories concerning the attacks of September the 11th. Malicious lies that attempt to shift the blame away from the terrorists themselves, away from the guilty.
And indeed, the mainstream media obliged him. Its coverage became a straitjacket of conformity to the state of affairs that has lasted to the present day. Out of 9/11, we ended up with the USA Patriot Act, the Homeland Security Act, and the never-ending series of laws that have eviscerated our rights as citizens. Privacy, gone. The right to habeas corpus, gone if the government labels you a terrorist. A culture of conformity has spread from the mainstream media to the very fabric of our society. A rigid ideological mindset that has replaced the political with the cultural. That is, don't question our politics. Instead, focus on culture, language, race, and identity. Stay divided. Fight each other. Meanwhile, we will gobble up your rights while we're at it. So let's look at the events of 9/11 with a clear eye, since there's a lot that is wrong. Regarding the North and South Towers of the World Trade Center, we were told immediately and repeatedly that they collapsed. We were given a full-on media blitz, essentially that the crash of airplanes and subsequent fires caused the total collapse of the Twin Towers. There is an alternative narrative, actually several somewhat competing alternative narratives, but all of them effectively debunk the official narrative and state, in one form or another, that these structures were brought down through other means, via some type of controlled demolition, whether these be with highly advanced, albeit conventional explosives, like nano-engineered thermite, or even a limited nuclear detonation, or then even more exotic energy-based weapon systems. I'm not here to be the arbiter of these or other competing theories. I will, however, offer you this. Never in the history of steel frame architecture, not before 9/11 or since, had fires, even fires that raged for days and consumed much of the building, had ever caused the collapse of a steel frame structure. And yet on September 11, 2001, it happened not once, not twice, but 3 times. Because another building came down that day as well, famously known as Building 7.
What's going on?
The World Trade Center was a 7-building complex, and Building 7 was 47 stories tall. No aircraft hit it. Yet, just like the North and South Towers earlier that day, it came down at 5:20 p.m. amid huge billows of dust. Yes, there was a fire on one of the floors, but this was not a towering inferno. Moreover, watch the building fall. You see the roof cave in slightly, and then the entire structure comes down at virtual free fall speed, hits the ground in 6.3 seconds. All the available evidence on Building 7 prior to its collapse doesn't show anything more than superficial structural damage from the earlier destruction of the Twin Towers and a few isolated fires. The thing about Building 7, it fell straight down. And that meant, as with the 2 other towers, all of the load-bearing columns had to be broken at the same moment. You need that kind of precision if you're going to prevent a building from toppling over. That's what the science of controlled demolition is all about. Which, of course, that is exactly what it looks like. Think about it. In the history of architecture, the only times a steel frame structure came down like this was when a controlled demolition was responsible. Never any other time. And yet this question has never been asked by the establishment media. All 3 of the buildings came down to virtual freefall speed. All that steel, all that support, all that matter offering 0 resistance to the rate of fall. Really? We were told that the fire melted the steel. Well, initially. Then the argument was modified because it was ludicrous. Steel won't melt until it reaches 1500 degrees Celsius. You can't get such temperatures without pressurized air like you get in a blast furnace. So instead we were told that the heat from the fires weakened the steel enough, in both cases, to bring them down in a huge pile of dust at free fall speed. Scientific American said this with a straight face as early as October 2001. BBC told us, Popular Mechanics, Nova documentaries, and so on. They all said the fire, getting as hot as 800 degrees, weakened the steel supporting the buildings enough to bring them both down. And I guess Building 7, which they never talked about. But here's the thing. What we are seldom told is how unlikely it was that these fires could have reached the temperatures necessary to do that for any length of time. In particular, the South Tower fires. Surprisingly, not that big a deal, at least from a structural standpoint. They never spread to the opposite side of the building and gave off a darkening smoke that dwindled as the morning progressed. There were not even any visible flames before it came down. The fire chief, Oreo Palmer, who was on the 78th floor of the South Tower, described the fire in that building as, quote, 2 isolated pockets.
I started a pocket of fire, but just never knocked it down 2 lines. Where on that 78th floor, no more than 10.5 coal mines.
He went on to tell his comrades, quote, we should be able to knock it down with 2 lines. The official report on 9/11 concealed the fact that the firefighters had reached the crash zone. This should be no surprise, since in the case of the South Tower strike, most of the fuel probably burned up in the impact fireball. Look at the photographs. And the fact is that the fires in the 2 towers went through a similar progression. Initially in each, you see widespread visible flames and light gray smoke. Then the flames became smaller and the smoke became darker. When you get dark smoke and no visible flames, it means less heat, less intensity, not a pressurized intense inferno. But here's the thing. I can't help but go back to this video of a vertical steel column simply vanishing before my eyes. It didn't crumple up or fall over or stand up jetting into the air like you would expect. No, it disintegrates before our eyes. You see, the buildings of the World Trade Center didn't collapse. They disintegrated into an exploding cloud of dust. We're talking about 1,000 feet of intact structural steel and cement obliterated instantly. Never mind that no steel-framed skyscraper had ever totally collapsed due to any cause or combination of causes. We're talking bombings, fires, earthquakes, hurricanes, nothing other than demolition. Never mind that the incredible disintegration of the towers didn't look like anything that has ever happened. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. And why did Building 7 fall? But any true forensic analysis was prevented, since this 16-acre crime scene was off-limits to any independent investigation. Indeed, off-limits to any investigation, since all of the steel was removed and destroyed immediately after the fall of the buildings. These were the 3 largest structural failures in history. No investigation. Oh, sure, the government issued a report some years later, but there was no way to do a proper investigation. Just 11 days after the attack, a company called Controlled Demolition, which did the cleanup after the Oklahoma City bombing, got the contract to remove the debris from the World Trade Center. The steel was sold to scrap metal vendors, and most of it was quickly shipped to India and China. Trucks hauling the steel, even outfitted with $1,000 GPS roads. The public was completely confused. When the government did issue its report, it never addressed the basic question. It never brought up the history of steel-frame structure. It never addressed how the massive core column just melted away. And it certainly did not address how Building 7 came down into a common place. But much of the World Trade Center may have disintegrated, but we did learn that one of the hijackers' passports was found. How lucky. Among the mountains of debris, we are told that the passport of hijacker Saddam al-Sudani was found a few blocks from the World Trade Center. He was supposedly on Flight 11, the plane that hit the North Tower. Just to remind you, in that collision, the building's core absorbed almost the entire airplane. So there's that. And the BBC announced the fall of Building 7 20 minutes before it happened. Son of a
Jay, what more can you tell us about you? Well, only really watch where the details are very, very sketchy. As you can see behind me, the trade centre is still growing, there's a huge clouds of smoke and ash. Behind that was an empty piece of what was a very familiar New York skyline, a symbol of the financial prosperity of this city, but completely disappeared now. New York is still unable to take on board what has happened to it today.
On this broadcast, when it was announced, you actually see the building in the background. And oh yeah, we have the famous statement of World Trade Center building owner Larry Silverstein, who talked about how Building 7 needed to be destroyed.
This is a terrible loss of life. It was mostly just poor. And they made that decision to pull because they watched the building collapse.
Now, regarding New York, clearly the cause of why the towers fell has not been adequately explained, officially at least. Then there's the Pentagon. More serious problems of explanation. American Airlines Flight 77, a Boeing 757, is supposed to have crashed into the Pentagon at 9:37 a.m. There are several pieces of physical evidence and elements of the body of eyewitness evidence that rule out the official account of the crash. Officially, the flight was taken over hundreds of miles away by a suicide pilot named Hani Hanjour and 2 accomplices. He presumably fought his way into the cockpit, took out the 2 pilots, even though one was a former F-4 fighter jock and a tough-looking guy, if you ask me, somehow got control over the aircraft, even though he flunked a flight test the previous month for a puddle-jumping Cessna. Had the presence of mind to turn off its defense bomb, turned the plane around above the clouds, then, flew with precision. See, saw his target swoop down 7,000 feet in a beautiful corkscrew maneuver. So good by the way, forward to see the jet fighter and said, "Thank God, we're with you guys." And approaching the Pentagon at such a shallow angle that its wings clipped madness on the highway at an altitude of 20 feet and a speed of roughly 400 miles per hour, which is, by the way, essentially an impossibility for a plane of that size. And then flies into the first floor of the movie by the West Block. I have interviewed 3 commercial pilots about that particular maneuver. All of them said they could not have executed such a maneuver. Incidentally, any commercial aircraft that is equipped with multiple lampposts is not going to be flying. It's going to crash into the ground with a lot of fire and metal and body metal. Oh, all we have in terms of evidence are a couple of dozen still frames from a webcam attached to the Pentagon. There was a rooftop video on a nearby show that captured the event. We've never seen it. Ditto a video from a gas station next door. It also Indeed, 9/11 researchers have identified many other video cameras that capture this event. No video of which has ever been made public. The pattern of damage to the building itself is not consistent with the 757. Evidence of aircraft debris is scarce and conspicuously absent on recognized objects like seat bodies. The lawn of the Pentagon looks like a
You know, it might appear that way, but from my close-up inspection, there's no evidence of the plane having crashed anywhere near the Pentagon. The only site is the actual site of the building that crashed in, and as I said, the only pieces yet that you can see are small enough that you can pick up in your hand. There are no large tail sections, wing sections, fuselage, nothing like that anywhere around, which would indicate that the entire plane crashed into the side of the Pentagon.
Only one piece of aircraft debris larger than small stone was seen by passers-by outside the building. And that piece, which has been identified as from the American Airlines 757, has been called into question by a number of 9/11 researchers who argue that it was might be going too far, but in fact, no other significant debris has ever been found. It's very odd, to say the least. Moreover, the hole in the Pentagon itself surely does not seem large enough to have taken in the full width of the wings and tail of the airplane. Even if those parts were shredded on it, they should have left a few tons of debris outside the building. Also, people who were on the scene could not explain what happened to 60 tons of aluminum that supposedly hit the Pentagon. Arlington County Fire Chief Ed Plower was there on the scene. On the day after the attack, a journalist asked him, "Is there anything left of the aircraft at all?"
Now, I'm
Here's what he said.
how to tint your taillight. First of all, question about the aircraft. There are some small pieces of aircraft visible from the interior during this firefighting operation that I'm talking about, but not large sections. In other words, there's no fuselage sections and that sort of thing.
Chief, there's small pieces of the plane virtually all over the highway, tiny pieces. Would you say the plane virtually exploded on impact due to the fuel or?
You know, I'd rather not comment on that. We have a lot of eyewitnesses that can give you better information about what actually happened with the aircraft as it approached, so we don't know.
Oh, so you'd rather not comment on it. Well, that's great. There are images showing what can happen to a commercial jet when it hits birds while in flight. The damage sometimes can be severe. When you consider that an airplane fuselage is essentially a hollow tube, you have to wonder, how is it going to punch a deep hole through would reinforce concrete, the headquarters of the world's most powerful military. A couple of other things about the Pentagon strike. Several witnesses described a shockwave that knocked them to the ground, both inside and outside the building. Several
Just
described it
kill
as a
the
concussion.
man.
What was that? Now maybe it was as the government claimed, and the jetliner had the world's greatest hijacker pilot, made the world's most impossible moves, slammed into the Pentagon, and essentially disappeared into the building, leaving no fuselage or parts that the fire chief could identify. But unfortunately, most of the specific evidence that would prove it really was Flight 77 is unavailable to the public. The entire scenario appears incredibly improbable. And all we have ever had to support the official story are statements from the authorities, no evidence of any sort. Now we move on to the crash of United 93 in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. One question: where is the plane? No image of the plane exists anywhere. Why not?
The reason why it's so hard for investigators to find out what happened here is because there's practically nothing left of the aircraft. That crater you see behind me, where all of those workers are, is the point of impact where the plane fell from the sky. And that is all that is left.
We're told some really silly things, like the plane melted right into the ground. Sorry, but that's not how planes crash into hard ground. Even somewhat softer ground is unbelievably dense. A large commercial airliner is not going to dive into the ground. Something hit the ground, yes, but where was the plane? What exactly happened at Shanksville? Then there are phone calls. You may recall a number of cell phone calls allegedly made that day by people in various hijacked planes. The exact there were 15 that were described as cell phone calls, and about 10 of them were from Flight 93.
I don't know what to say. They're straight eyes.
I see a little silhouette of a man.
And I've heard that there's planes that
Thunder on the lightning, very, very frightening me. Galileo, Galileo.
They were so dramatic that they gave an image to the moment passengers fighting back to take it to the aircraft. And it was even made as a
Easy come, easy go, will you let me go?
Well, many researchers.
Why not? Come on, man. You're gonna let me go, right? No way. You're a crazy cat, man. Oh, mamma mia, mamma mia. So, do you think you can stone me and spit in my eye? So you think you can love me and leave me to die?
At 20,000 feet the chance of a typical cell phone call making it to ground and engaging a cell site is less than 1 in 100.
Just gotta get out.
The probability
Just gotta get right out of here.
is less than 1 in 10,000. The likelihood of 13 successful calls would be infinitesimal. Also, there are real oddities about the strategy of the hijackers themselves.
Welcome to Tea in Space.
About the response of the jet interceptors.
My name's Tom. That's Melanie. This is Space. Just hanging out. No big deal. Living life.
Within 5 minutes flying distance from the World Trade Center. Yet the hijackers selected
Nothing really
flights
matters.
11 and
Anybody can see
175
this.
originating from Boston, which is 40 minutes flight time away. Flight 77, the plane that we were told hit the Pentagon, took off from Dulles, just a couple of miles away from the Pentagon. Yet the hijackers waited almost until the plane reached Kentucky before taking it over. Flight 93 took off from Newark, New Jersey. If the hijackers had taken it over shortly after takeoff, they could have reached Washington in about 30 minutes. Instead, they waited until it was near Cleveland, Ohio, before turning it around. Anyone planning such an attack could easily find out that any hijacked airplane would be intercepted within 20 minutes anywhere in the Northeast Corridor. But these guys chose to depart from airports over 100 miles from their targets in 3 of the cases, and waiting for nearly a half hour in all 4 cases before they took over the flights. That's one heck of a way to expose the entire plot to certain interception if air defenses were operating normally. But maybe these people realized that the air defense system would not be operational. For domestic air defense, the U.S. has a nationwide air traffic control system that is continuously monitoring air traffic. In cases of any deviations of any airplane from their flight paths or loss of radio contact, air traffic controllers notify NORAD, that's North American Air Defense. NORAD is constantly monitoring air and space traffic. If there's an emergency of any kind, it can order the Air Force or other armed services to scramble fighters to deal with the situation. On September 11, 2001, every part of that system was built. Every part. We know, based on the official timeline, the response times from reporting the deviating aircraft were many times longer than they were supposed to be. Then, NORAD, once notified of the off-course aircraft, failed to scramble jets from the nearest bases. Instead, they scrambled them from much more distant bases. Then, once again, the interceptors failed to reach their targets. Why? Because they flew at small fractions of their top speeds, or sometimes they flew in the wrong directions. Had there not been multiple failures at each stage, if even one procedure of the process had been followed, the attack could have been stopped. NORAD had time to protect the World Trade Center, even given the unbelievably late time that it claims to have been first notified. It had time to protect the South Tower and Washington, even given its bizarre choices of bases from which to strike planes. And it still had ample opportunity to protect both New York City and Washington, even if it insisted that all interceptors fly subsonic, simply by redeploying airborne fighters. But everything failed. There's certainly more suspicious behavior about 9/11, including several events immediately preceding the event, suggesting that many people anticipated the attack. Extremely large amounts of insider trading in what are known as put options. Put option on Wall Street is an agreement, well, an option to sell assets at an agreed price on or before a particular date. So in other words, it's really good for insider traders who know that certain stock is going to fall. You get to sell at a much higher price that's been previously agreed upon. This happened in massive numbers. United Airlines and American Airlines stocks. Someone knew what was going down. Same thing for put options on reinsurance companies expected to pay out billions to cover losses from the attack.
It was all yellow.
And the AXA group, as well as financial services companies like Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley, and Bank of America. The number of important people admitted to have been notified, perhaps most well known San Francisco Mayor Lee Brown. There were many others. There was Donald Rumsfeld's statement shortly before 9/11 that the Pentagon had lost $2 trillion. According to some estimates, we could not collect $2.3 trillion. $2.3 trillion with a T. That's $8,000 for every man, woman, and child in America. It was the privatization of the World Trade Center just 6 weeks before the attack. There were the war games. The late 9/11 researcher and former LAPD detective Michael Rupert uncovered something of great importance. In May of 2001, Vice President Dick Cheney was placed directly in charge of the seamless integration of all agencies throughout the not only did the morning of 9/11 begin with multiple training exercises of war games and terrorism, Cheney was in charge of them. These included live flying exercises with military aircraft, using this hijacked aircraft in the United States, as well as simulated exercises that placed false blips, that is, radar blips indicating virtual flames, on FAA radar screens. One exercise, titled Northern Vigilance, pulled Air Force fighters up into Canada, simulating a Russian air attack, so there were very few fighters remaining on the East Coast to respond. All of this paralyzed Air Force response or at least helped significantly to hamper it. Dick Cheney also happened to be one of the main government officials deciding that these extensive war games would take place on that day. It's worth bearing in mind that American intelligence had collected dozens of warnings from governments and intelligence agencies indicating that terrorists were planning to hijack civilian aircraft and crash them into American targets on the ground during the week of September 9th, 2001. 9/11 did not come out of the blue. It was entirely within the realm of possible expected events, unlike what the U.S. government made. And Dick Cheney effectively was running the show that day. Oh my goodness, we have gone into a great deal of information, and the truth is we've only scratched the surface. Thankfully, 9/11 has been covered many times. Still, it never hurts to keep talking about 9/11. After 15 years, there's still great value in talking about this event with a critical and clear eye. We delve into these matters as we do for a reason. When our rights are taken away, we have the right to know why. When our own government attacks us and then tells us that it needs more power in order to make us more safe, we can question them. We don't have to be taken in by illusions, because if we seek transformation, we need truth. Join me next time on False Flags when we continue our journey into 9/11, this time exploring the motivations behind it. I'm Richard Goldman. Until next time. Hello, I'm Richard Golan, and this is False Flags.
Later. Maybe later. I don't know. It depends on what everyone wants to do. When you begin to make it better, 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 better. No, it's not that. I'm just waiting for someone to perform with.
Hello, I'm Richard Dolan, and this is False Flags.
Trees. Trees are the lifeblood of our world. Without them, there would be no life on Earth. Since the beginning of time, we have been at war with ourselves and our environment. Violence infects our world. It lives in our streets, our communities, and now, even in our schools. Environmental destruction ravages our planet. As we continue to destroy the very fabric of life, our world is turned upside down. In turn, our world is sick, very sick. I was committed to finding peace. For me, my journey began with trees. My name is Greg Reitman. This is my story.
I wouldn't know how to think as a human being. I wouldn't know how to speak as a human being. I wouldn't know how to walk as a human being. I learned all of these from other human beings. Why are we so crazy? Why?
The war, you have destruction of the ecosystem.
What I think escapes our attention is that just about everything we do is violent. Our agriculture is violent. What happens to the creatures and the critters and the soil, what happens to the soil itself, is violent.
It's so obvious that we're inextricably intertwined with all of nature.
I heard this word enlightenment, and I wondered if it is possible. Does a human being have this potential?
Why are we so crazy? Why are we so crazy?
Why are we so crazy? Going back to my roots, I thought could provide some insight. As a kid, I was a major comic collector. My first impressions of violence came from comic book heroes and villains. This is my favorite one, Clark Kent. Pretty cool. Oh, here's Batman. Look at this. Superman and Batman were always my favorites. But now, I can't help but notice how violent all these images are. Blood, darkness. Pretty gnarly.
One problem is the hero archetype and lending a kind of unbalanced image to us to be very invulnerable rather than vulnerable and sensitive, to be very powerful and to be strong and forceful and not yielding or empathic and compassionate.
All of our celebrations are about war or truces or battles won. And it always is a division because someone loses and someone wins.
It's always good versus evil. Is it fantasy or is it reality?
I love comics just as much as everyone else. But I wonder, does our pop culture influence our violent behavior?
The World Health Organization has said that violence is a preventable disease, and it is. We're not born violent. Our culture teaches us how to be violent.
Here we are at the E3 show. We got cars, games, and I'm on a mission. I'm trying to find out, is there a peace game?
They teach you how to be a stone cold killer.
You sound like that. This is the new one. This is the 1942 game. No, I'm available on iPhone.
What do you think of the game?
Oh, it's a fun game because you can shoot things. So I always like to shoot things.
You like to shoot things?
Yeah. I'm not thinking pro war. I like to shoot things.
Look at this. God of War.
Are we human? Or are we dancing? My sign is vital. My hands are cold.
All the signs are pointing to the fact that we are indeed a violent society. But why?
Someone like this, no more God.
Could you ever imagine seeing like a peace, game? I looked throughout the halls of the E3 show, and believe me, there was no peace game. Delicious. Good old bacon, sausage, and eggs. Breakfast of champions.
This is causing potential for civilian harm that just can't be justified. Well, this or any other military operation alone will not eliminate the threat.
It's business.
There's a market for this. Can you sell more of these? Well, you can if there's conflict.
If we don't tell the stories of what war does and how long it's been doing it, if we don't talk about what that feels like, then we carry it forward.
I never talked about my experience living in the first Gulf War.
Early on January 18, 1991, the skies of Israel were lit up by Scud missiles fired from Iraq, retaliation for the American-led offensive to oust Saddam Hussein from Kuwait.
Within seconds, I was running into a bomb shelter. I looked over and saw a mother putting a gas mask on her child's face. I asked myself, how does a mother explain this? The next day, my mom called me in tears, wanting me to come home. The Gulf War only lasted 3 weeks, but for me, that one experience changed my life.
Where do we go from here? How do we carry on? I can't get beyond the question. Covering for the scribes and the shatter of us collapse. The
Good old bonsai. I didn't even know it changed my life. I was a student back at UMass Amherst. One morning, I woke in tears. I didn't understand why I was crying or what was happening to me. I had this crazy idea, though. I was going to save the world by planting trees. I rushed down to the Amherst Library and found the classic Robert Frost poem, The Sound of Trees. It spoke to me. I produced a fundraiser leaflet on recycled paper and named it The Giving Tree, Rooted in Peace. I was on a mission to plant trees. All right, you too. Why did I shed those tears? Why trees? For me, these emotions took root when I visited Hiroshima.
I visited, like you, Hiroshima. 1955.
Remember what to do, friends. Now tell me right out loud. What are you supposed to do when you see the flash?
How did Hiroshima disappear? Why did it disappear? I'm trying to understand why humans did this. And the other question is, why was Einstein afraid?
The only thing we have to fear is
Increasing the risk of World War III.
in a language that, in a sense, is new. That new language is the language of atomic warfare.
For a nuclear disaster spread by wind and water and fear.
The peril of nuclear war will be used to defend freedom.
And in the nuclear era, there is no rational alternative to accords of mutual restraint.
The danger is becoming greater.
Our security is based on being prepared to meet all threats. No category of nuclear weapons has received more attention than those in our strategic arsenals.
We're taking the next crucial step to lift the dark cloud of nuclear fear that has hung over the world for 50 years now.
It should make people nervous when non-transparent regimes that announce that they've got nuclear warheads fire missiles.
If we fail to act, we will invite nuclear arms races in every region and the prospect of war on a scale that we can hardly imagine.
Shockwaves from the underground nuclear test were felt far and wide.
The move further heightens tensions on the Korean Peninsula.
Tensions between the Islamic Republic of Iran and the West have reached a crescendo. Pakistan has tested its latest short-range missile capable of carrying nuclear warheads.
One of their major focuses is on their mutual neighbor, India.
People are stunned to realize we spend $54 billion a year on nuclear weapons, that we're planning on spending $7.3 billion. I'm sorry, that we're planning on spending $7.3 trillion over the next 10 years. $7.3 trillion? For what? To protect who? Against what? You know, it's out of whack. It's out of control.
Crazy the world we live in and how close we are to nuclear meltdown. Reflecting at the United Nations Peace Bell took me back 20 years. I was an overseas student studying abroad in Sapporo, Japan at Hokkaido University. One day, my friends and I decided to visit the Hiroshima Peace Memorial. Tears running down my friends' faces as we gazed over the horrific images. But for me, there were no tears. And I wondered why. Why didn't I cry? Why didn't I connect?
The first stage usually is one of a depersonalization, a shock that happens so that you feel like this can't really be happening. They have really cut off their emotions. A lot of emotion can emerge and a lot of the physical symptoms. You can get anger, and the flip side of that is depression. Over time, the final stages have to do with what we call basically resolution and acceptance.
It was all a blur. I mean, can one traumatic experience spill over in one's outer life?
Trauma is a common reality. It's a daily reality. It happens every day. It's very unlikely that somebody's going to live a lifetime without encountering traumatic events in their lives. The trauma vortex is a metaphor that is very expressive of the dynamic nature of trauma. Unhealed trauma, you don't just get a symptom and you're done. It keeps augmenting, it keeps amplifying. And so from something that just made a little part of your life dysfunctional, it just can spread to a bigger and bigger part of your life. And of course, the life of the people around you and the community that you're in, etc., etc.
Isn't trauma something we've all experienced on one level or another? Who could forget 9/11 and the trauma we all experienced as a country? My brother-in-law and my family lived through that day. I thought talking with him would help.
My wife and I, we would take turns taking our daughter to daycare, and her preschool is 3 blocks just north of the towers. On 9/11, it was my turn to stay at home, and I wasn't in a hurry to get to work, so I decided to cook a little dinner that morning, put it in a crock pot so we could come home and have dinner. And as I was doing that, I was watching the news, and I saw that the first tower had been hit. Watching it on the news as I was cooking dinner, and a horrible thing. I walked outside, and as we were standing there, I was watching, just looking up, and I saw the second plane come.
Straight into the second
The silence was deafening on my street. It was dead quiet, and nobody knew how to act. And as I was looking up, I noticed the top of the building tilt, and it just tilted a bit and just came down. I can't tell you how tough that was. Now I see this big waft of smoke, and everybody's turning and running, and I started running into it. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. I started running into it, and a cop grabbed me by my arm. Whew. And he grabbed me by my arm, and he said, "Stop, you can't go down there." And I said, "My wife and my daughter are there." And he said, "Go, just go."
My niece and sister survived that day. But until 9/11, did we ever think how any of these global incidents affect us both personally and globally? What does the 9/11 memorial serve for us? How do we transcend our trauma? Where do we go from here? I needed some inspiration, some hope. As fate would have it, I met the legendary folk singer Pete Seeger at the United Nations. Pete Seeger was one of the greatest icons of the peace and social justice movement. He was a true patriot serving in World War II. He never stopped loving his country, even after being blacklisted during the McCarthy era by the U.S. government.
Mr. Speaker, you specifically declined the protection of the Fifth Amendment and were refusing to answer the committee's questions. Can you tell us why?
For 70 years, he was on the front lines fighting for justice and human rights.
Bring on the war, bring on the love, and bring on the war.
After the UN ceremony, Pete invited me to join him in his hometown of Beacon, New York, a bit up the road from West Point, at the heart of the United States Military Academy, at a place where you can vote with your core horn for peace or for, well, it's not quite war, but it's certainly not peace.
How long has this been going on?
About 5 or 6 years, between 12 o'clock and 2 o'clock. Occasionally, I and others have gone over to shake the hand. When I go over, I always say, I'm glad that I live in a country where we can disagree without trying to shoot each other.
Okay, well, these guys are
Those guys over there who think they're going to bring peace and prosperity to the world by blowing bubbles and doing dances. Wars have been going on for 10,000 years. This is nothing new. Now, the guys are over there to fight. We got to support the troops.
So when you see those guys, you don't think they support our troops?
I don't know what they do over there.
Do people really know what they're honking for? Are they honking for peace? Are they honking for war? Or are they just as confused as I am?
That's the nicest car I've seen yet. Wow. That's a Cadillac. Two-door Cadillac.
God, this is so perplexing.
White color. Flat. That was
Why is peace so difficult to achieve? One of my favorite places to go as a kid was Corona Park, home of the 1964 World's Fair and the symbolic Unisphere. Are we numb by our pop culture to think that violence doesn't traumatize us? Are these polarized forces pulling our world backwards or forward?
The greatest exhibit of its kind ever seen, the symbolic Unisphere was the mecca of millions. It was a year of change, a year that called upon man to face new challenges, to shape the world he dreams about.
Does any of this make sense? Comics, video games? Is this insane? Hiroshima, 9/11, trauma vortex? I received a call from the organizers of Universal Peace Day. They've asked me to plant a tree at the Church of St. Paul and St. Andrew. Maybe it's not that hard. Maybe peace is as simple as putting a tree in the ground. I thought it was an important event, so I invited my brother-in-law and my nephew Gabriel to join. What is peace?
It's when he, like, if there's a lot of wars or something, it's when the wars stop.
I was so excited to return to my roots of tree planting. Turns out, nothing is as easy as it seems.
You know, that's like cement. That's not going to grow a root. It's concrete down there.
Unfortunately, I don't think this peace tree is going to take root yet. Maybe it's time to take a different approach. Maybe joining a larger movement, peace movement, is the answer. The World March for Peace and Nonviolence, we're celebrating Gandhi's birthday.
Parents for peace!
By reminding us of Hiroshima and carrying its torch around the world. Why not join them?
What inspired you to do that? I'm a long-time peace activist, 40 years now. And did you serve in the Army at all?
I was in the Army infantry. I was taught how to kill when I was 17.
And what taught you to want to make peace?
I began to seriously consider this whole business a just war. There is no such thing as a just war.
We're off. Me, about 700 people, and 3 peace parrots. Not the weather we were expecting, but we're here and we're going over the bridge. Is anyone aware about this World March for Peace? Does any of this really matter? Does one person or protest as big as this make a difference? Is anything in our world changing to a more peaceful way? When we reached the Manhattan City Hall building, I was a bit surprised as there was no welcome committee. We were informed the mayor was unable to attend due to a prior commitment. None of the U.S. news bureaus bothered to cover the event.
If you want to change the world, start with yourself, be a good example. Otherwise, you'll end up being an angry peace activist, which is a contradiction.
Perhaps I'm coming at it from the wrong direction. Perhaps I need to look within myself. Meeting Deepak Chopra really opened my eyes to this idea of inner peace. He talked about meditation, consciousness, and his old friend Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. I went online and read that Maharishi had his own university out in Fairfield, Iowa, and that the Beach Boys were coming to town. I didn't know who this Maharishi character was, or why he would have his own university. I thought, okay, maybe God is telling me something. My girlfriend's from Iowa, I could use a break. Maybe it would be a good idea to go away for the weekend. So I said, hey Britta, let's go away and have some fun.
I met Greg a little over 3 years ago. I was working at a PR firm.
I felt like she was looking at me like she was giving me the blank blank. And I was like, who is this girl? I was like, what are you doing? I'm like, I think she wants to go out with me. Maybe that was my arrogant self.
I had called him strictly about work. And out of nowhere, he took me off guard and he said, so are you dating anybody?
I think I sort of threw a curveball and took her like about a minute. She's like, yeah, sure. Britta and I had a great time together. There was a lot of talk about this guru Maharishi, transcendental meditation. I wasn't sure what it had to do with me. After the Beach Boys concert, I had a chance to meet up with Mike Love.
Creativity and more energy and clarity, that sounds like something everybody could use. It's kind of like you're on a spiritual safari. We've been on our serpent safari. We've done Good Vibrations and Pet Sounds album and all these great songs and had all these great experiences, but this is a whole different realm that I ventured into.
I was curious at this new realm when it all began for Mike.
We were invited to go to Paris in December of 1967 for a Christmas gala that was going to be televised and sent out all over Europe. And during the rehearsals, we met Maharishi, who was ostensibly going to speak on the program about world peace.
Modern psychology says man has been using only a small portion of the mind. Transcendental meditation is a way to enable every man, to educate every man, to make use of his full mental potential. Imagine the development in all fields of civilization when every man will be using his full mental potential.
Maharishi said that if the forest is to be green, every tree must be green. If there's going to be peace on earth, everybody has to feel that quality of peace. But for a moment we came to Maharishi, that house of light.
I always thought of peace in the 60s as hippies smoking marijuana and wearing tie-dyes. What does the forest have to do with peace? Mike mentioned a spiritual retreat in India with Maharishi, the Beatles, and the legendary folk singer Donovan. Perhaps Donovan can share some wisdom about this time.
People ask me why and what led me to India to study with the Maharishi Mahesh Yogi.
Far from the noise and pace of city life in the cool, clear air of Rishikesh, North India, Kathy News reports from the meditation retreat of Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. The the man who, through transcendental meditation, is currently bringing peace of mind to the Beatles.
When I met the Beatles, George Harrison and I would hang out, and we were looking. What we were searching for was a superconscious field. Like a star in my vast sleep, I opened my eyes to take a peek, to find that I was by the sea, gazing with tranquility. The human being lives on 3 levels of consciousness: sleeping, waking, and dreamless sleep. There is a 4th level, which once contacted links you and unifies you with all other levels of existence. It would produce in one an understanding of the unity of all. When we were looking, who can teach us? And then, one day, Maharishi appears in our lives.
Just this phenomenon that we meditate and we come out and we are more generous.
Years of sleep, time demands a turn around, and once again, the truth is found. Yeah, George. And singing the songs. Once you see yourself and the world from the 4th level, everything's different.
I was truly inspired by Mike Love, Donovan, and the Beatles, but I had a lot of questions. What is this 4th level of consciousness? How is everything different? Can we really resolve our conflicts by expanding our minds?
We have to start in our mind. And in our mind, we have this crazy idea that we can kill each other.
We've all got this ancient brain in us, 420 million years old. It's a reptile brain. Reptiles make war. It's win-lose with the crocodile. We've got to calm the reptile in us so that mammal brain, which is half as old, 210 million years old, can emerge, because it's a mammal brain that is about compassion, family, kinship, and getting along.
I went to visit Dan Siegel, founder of the Mindsight Institute, to learn more about the inner workings of the mind.
And what's really amazing about this brain is the ancient parts evolved and the newer parts grew. And amazingly, this front part of the brain, right behind your forehead, is the very part that we use to reflect on our own inner life. It's a natural thing from our evolution that with awareness, we can actually change the pathway of our society. When you do meditative practices like mindfulness meditation, you actually stimulate the activity of these areas and they begin to grow. The old thought was that when you're done with adolescence, your brain is done growing. We now know that's totally not true. It's constantly responding to input that changes its structure. These areas would be getting thicker, they'd be getting stronger, because it's like a muscle that the more you drive energy and information through them by the controlled attention you do in meditation. The idea of our human evolution is that the area of the brain where you have a meeting of automatic sensations that are coming with reflective, thoughtful things you've learned from the past, where those two meet in the layers of the cortex is actually expanded. And one of the implications of that is that you are allowed to manipulate with your own intention how you live on automatic or how you awaken your mind. You shift your state into a more receptive state rather than a reactive state. And that's the beginning of the neural process of love.
Expanding the cortex of the brain to achieve inner peace, this was fascinating. I started to examine my own behaviors, specifically my reactive side. and how I interact with others.
I was living with Greg about a month and a half, and I started noticing behaviors that I had never really seen in Greg before. He became very erratic. Our communication was breaking down. He was very hard to communicate with. He was like a ticking bomb just waiting to go off. And I think partially is because he was so stressed out about certain things.
I mean, I'm trying to find the answers to the world's problems, and now I'm supposed to focus on myself?
There were definitely conversations had of me saying, Greg, you have a problem. You can't treat people this way. And it wasn't even just me. This was somebody who I thought was a really good person, and I was seeing a very ugly side of him.
Yeah, okay, it's part of me, but, you know, like, my life is still working, everything's still fine, you know, I don't really need to change.
If you want to really create peace in the world, then you can't be angry, not even as a peace activist. The only way you can change the world is to be the change yourself.
He knew that he had a problem, but I don't think he knew how to fix his problem.
Her love just kind of like opened my heart. And I, you know, at a certain point, I just wanted to push her away. I didn't want to. And that was the turning point. That was the point where I realized, like, I can't do this to her. I can't do this to myself. It was the moment of truth where I realized, like, that way is gone, and I got to figure it out. It was time for a change. I didn't know how or where to even begin, but my heart was pointing me in a new direction.
The heart is much more than just a pump. As many of the poets have said for eons, that the heart appears to be the main access point to wisdom, to the higher self, to what we call heart intuition.
Our paradigm is that the brain controls the heart, but we're finding out that's not true. In fact, the heart sends more information telling the brain what to do than the brain tells the heart. With every heartbeat, it's putting out a very strong electromagnetic field. And in fact, the magnetic field of the heart is 5,000 times stronger than the magnetic field of the brain. These two centers are designed to do different things complementary, and the idea is to get them to work together.
Just put this on your earlobe. All right, just put it right there. Each one of these little pulses or bumps, that's a heartbeat. So what the program is doing is it's measuring the time interval between each of these heartbeats. And that's going to plot that up here on this top graph as your heart rate variability. HRV, which stands for heart rate variability, is beat-to-beat change in our heartbeat.
I am Houston Smith, Professor of Philosophy at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and I invite you to a conversation arranged by the Blaisdell Institute of Claremont, California, with Krishnamurti, who was raised by Annie Besant and the Theosophists to be a world teacher, and who, though he discarded the mantle of theosophy, did indeed become sage of our century. one whose voice is heard as much by the youth of today as throughout the world for the last 60 years. Krishnamurti, it may be that this morning I will have only one question, which in one way or another I'll be coming back to in various ways. In your writings, in your speaking, time and again you come back to this wonderful little word, lucid and lucidity. But is it possible, living as we are in this confused world, torn by conflicting voices without conflicting passions within, with hearts that seem star-crossed and tensions that never go? Is it possible in such a life, in such a world, to live with total lucidity? And if so, how?
I wonder, sir, what do you mean by the word lucid? I wonder whether you mean clarity.
That's much first.
Is this clarity a matter of intellectual perception? Or is it a perception with your whole being, not merely a fragment of your being, but with the totality of also so it is not fragmented, therefore it's not intellectual or emotional or sentimental. And so, is it possible in this confused world with so many contradictions and such misery and starvation, not only outwardly but also inwardly, such insufficiency psychologically, outwardly, there are so many rich societies. Is it at all possible for a human being living in this world to find within himself a clarity that is constant, that is true in the sense not contradict today? Is it possible for a human being to find it? I don't see why not. I don't see why it shouldn't be found by anybody who is really quite serious. Most of us are not serious at all. We want to be entertained. We want to be told what to do. We want someone else to tell us how to live, what this clarity is, what is truth, what is God, what is righteous behavior, and so on. That's not good. Discard completely all the authority of
And I think
psychological specialists as well as the
let it go.
specialists in religion.
I'll be there when you
could
call.
really deeply negate all authority of that kind, then one would be relying totally on oneself.
Well, now I feel like maybe right off I'm contradicting what you're suggesting. And you said that it is possible to achieve this lucidity. My impulse is to ask you how.
Nature.
But you say something to authority.
What is necessary is the freedom from authority. Not the how. The how implies a system, a way traveled by others, and someone to tell you, do this, and you do not closer, but the how implies that. The how implies a method. And the moment you have a system and a method, you become mechanical. You just do what you're told. And that's how clarity. Like a child being told by his mother what he should do from where he becomes entangled with his mother, or the father will be, and there's no clarity. So, to have clarity, the first essential thing is freedom. Freedom from authority.
But I also want to pick your brain and ask you how it was used. Am I moving away from my freedom?
Yes, and then you know the difficulty of that word, the implication of that word, the how. Not the one is wandering away from freedom or any other thing of that kind, but the word how implies intrinsically a mind that says, please tell me what to do.
And I ask again, is that a mistake that you must do? Is that a wrong question?
I should think that's the wrong question, they are. But rather if you say, what are the things, the obstructions that prevent clarity, then you can go into it. But if you say right from the beginning, please, what is the method? There have been dozen methods, and they've all failed. They've not produced clarity or enlightenment or a state of peace in man. On the contrary, these methods have divided man. You have your method and somebody else has his method, and these methods are not everlastingly quarreling with each other.
Are you saying that once you abstract certain principles and formulate them into a method, this becomes too crude?
That's right. The intricacies and the complexities and the living quality of clarity.
So that the how must always be anew from where one stands, the particular.
I would never put the how at all. The how should never enter into the mind.
Well, this is a hard teaching. It may be true, and I'm reaching for it, and yet I don't know that it's possible. I don't feel that it's possible completely to relinquish the question.
So I think you would be able to understand each other if you could go a little slowly, not into the how, but what are the things that prevent clarity? Through negation, come to clarity, not through the positive method of following a system.
Via negativa.
Yeah. I think that's the only way. The positive way of the how has led man to divide himself, his loyalties, his pursuits. You have the how of yours and the how of somebody else and the method of this, and they're all lost. So if we could put aside that word in the how for the time being, and probably we'll never put it out, and I hope. So what is important is to find out.
Tell me that your sweet love hasn't died.
What are the obstructions, the hindrances, the blocks that prevents clear perception of human anxiety, fear, sorrow, and hate, loneliness, the utter lack of love and all. First of all, I feel there must be freedom. Freedom from a heart.
Did I think I should have said and done? I just never took the time.
The goal of total freedom and self-reliance.
You were always on my mind.
We rely and should rely on all
You were always on my mind.
When I go to a new territory and I stop to ask
You were always on my mind.
as knowing more about that than I do. Isn't this the way?
Obviously, sir, obviously, the specialist knows little more than the layman. The experts, either in surgery or in technological, or they are obviously they know much more than any
Carafon.com.
other person.
What's
Not
next,
concerned
Tom?
with that
I have
particular
no idea. I'm making choices.
We are
to make.
considering
Well,
not
for the next hour.
Tell your
authority
friend to stop talking about
and
the
only a
latest diet.
particular line, but the whole problem.
Don't sugarcoat it. Bombay 0G sugar. Zero
In
sugar,
that
zero
area is
sweeteners,
the
all the flavor.
answer
Please skip the ads, though.
understand the areas in which there is specialized authority which we should
You should
accept.
accept where authority is detrimental.
Flix delivers the
Authority is
allergy and
destructive.
sinus relief you expect from
So there are,
supplements in just one daily
there are
dose.
two problems involved in this question of authority. There is not only the authority of the expert, let's call it that, which is necessary, but also the authority of the man who says psychologically, I know you don't. This is true, this is false. You must do this and you must not. So one should never to anyone. Because the church throughout the world, have said, give your life to us. We will do that. We'll shake. We'll tell you what to do. Do this, follow the Savior, follow the church, and you will have. But on the contrary, churches have produced terrible religions of every kind brought about fragmentation of the mind. So the question is not freedom from a particular authority, but the whole conceptual acceptance of No, I'm not talking of conscience. Our conscience is such a critical affair. No, sir. No. We have started out asking the question, why is it man who has lived for 200 years or more? Why is man not capable of clear perception and action? That is the question involved. I don't say that. No, I haven't come to that. I'm saying that we must approach this problem negatively, which means that I must find out what are the blocks, obstacles, which prevent clear perception. One of the major blocks or hindrances is this total acceptance of That's right. So you must be a light to yourself. And to be a light to yourself, you must deny every other light, however great that light. destroy the life of the both our ex-wives.
Perhaps accepted here or there, but nevertheless using the say-so as
No, sir, my own authority, my authority is the authority of the system. I'm conditioned to accept it. When I reject the authority of the outcome, I accept the authority of the inner. And my authority of the inner is the result of the conditioning in which I've been brought up.
All right, I thought I had this in place, and I guess perhaps I still do. The only point
Oh, you don't?
that I'm not quite sure about at this point is, it seems to me, Claude, assuming, accepting, affirming, and maintaining one's own freedom.
I asked, sir, how can a prisoner accept ideologically or theoretically accept he is free? He is in prison. And that is the fact from which we must not accept the vague, fantastic, ideological freedom which doesn't exist. What exists is that man has bound to this brutal assault.
All right, and this is the first thing that
Completely that must go for a man who is serious, who wants to find out the truth or see things very clearly. Now,
another?
That is one of the major points. And the demand of freedom, not only from authority, but the demand from fear, which makes him accept the authority.
So the craving for authority
is fear. That's it. And so the fear makes man violent. Not only territorial violence, but sexual violence and different forms of violence. So, authority, the freedom from authority implies the freedom from fear. And the freedom from fear implies the cessation of every form of violence.
Still they lead me back
stop violence
to the
No, sir, it's not a question of possession of fear. Let's put it out there, sir. Man is violent.
A long time ago,
psychologically, in daily life he is violent, which ultimately leads to war. And man has accepted war as the way of life. Whether in the office, whether at home, or in the playing field, or anywhere, war is accepted as the way of life, which is the very essence of life. And a Krishna always. So, as long as man accepts violence, lives a way of life which is violent, he perpetuates fear, and therefore violence, and also accepts authority.
So these three are a kind of
vicious circle. And the churches say be peaceful, be kind, and love your neighbor, which is all sheer nonsense. They don't mean it. They merely live the circle. That has no meaning at all. It's just an idea, because the morality of society, which is the morality of the church, is immoral.
You're gonna just let it play out. Just let it play out.
As we try to see then these things that
Who knows what
stand
comes down the
between
pipe?
us and
You don't know.
lucidity and freedom, we find the authority and
fear and violence working together to obstruct us. Where do we go from there?
Violence.
It's not going to some place, but it's understanding this fact that most of us live a life in this ambiance, in this cage of authority, fear, and violence. You can't go beyond it unless one is free from it. Not intellectually or theoretically, but actually be free from every form of authority. Not the authority of the expert, but the feeling of dependence on authority. Then is it possible for a human being to be free completely of fear? Not only at the superficial level of one's consciousness, but also at the deeper level, what's called the unconscious.
Is it possible?
Otherwise, you're bound to accept authority of anybody. Any Tom, Dick, and Harry with a little bit of knowledge, little bit of cunning explanation or intellectual formulas, you're bound to fall.
So you think you can tell
the question whether human being, so heavily conditioned as he is, through propaganda of the church, through propaganda of society, morality, and all the rest of it, whether such a human being can really be free from fear. That is the basic questions.
a smile from a veil.
Now, I say it is possible, not in abstraction, but actually.
You take it a train. Your heroes will come.
The phrase, you see, when you say, you cease to
come for change. And did you exchange? I want part of the war.
Because we are learning.
For Leroy in a cage.
Nature and the structure of human fear.
Weighing in at 175.
Deepest level and also the most.
Currently lives in Penticton, British Columbia, Canada. Originally from Hamilton, Ontario.
Learning, but you can't tell. You can't ask suddenly. How am I?
Mixed martial artist.
There's no how.
Drunk style.
Slightly intense. It has to be so. To live peacefully.
The drunken master.
There is no how. We say, let's learn about it. So the moment you bring how you move away from the central fact of learning.
How I wish you were here. Which is to the souls swimming in a fishbowl, year after year, running over the same old ground, and how we found the same old fears. Wish you were here. Me too. And make it easier. Ultra.
No, sir. Surely. Here is a problem of fear. I want to learn it. First of all, I mustn't condemn it. I mustn't say it's terrible and run away from it. I don't. I want to learn. And I want to learn about something I know. There's no condemnation at all.
Well, we were going after this negative.
Which is what I'm doing.
And fear is an obstacle.
Which I'm going to learn. I therefore can't condemn it.
Well, it's not good. You're not advocating.
I'm neither advocating or not. Here is a fact of fear. I want to learn about it. No, I learn about something I'm feeling. So learning matters. What is implied in learning? what is implied? First of all, to learn about something, there must be complete cessation of condemnation or justification.
All right. Yes, I can see that. If we're going to understand something, if we keep our emotions out of it and just try to dispassionately.
To learn, you're introducing words like dispassion, huh? And that's unnecessary. If I want to learn about that camera, I'll begin to look at it, undo it, go into it. It's not a question of dispassion or passion. I want to learn. So I want to learn about this question of fear. So to learn, there must be no condemnation, no justification of fear, and therefore no escape verbally from the fact of fear. But the tendency is to deny it.
To deny the reality of
the reality of fear. The reality that fear is causing all this. To deny by saying, I must develop courage. So, please, we are going into this problem of fear because it's really a very important question. Whether human mind can ever be free of fear. Which means whether the mind is capable of looking at fear. Looking, not in abstraction, but actually at fear as it occurs.
Thinking about making my way back.
We should do this. I agree with you.
To face
I'm in New York City, born and raised, but nowadays I'm lost between two shores.
No justification.
I'm going outside again. It's fine. New York's home, but it ain't mine.
I don't acknowledge it. There's the camera there. I don't acknowledge it. It's there. And that's why I'm careful of word, because the word is not the thing that I do. So, to learn about fear, there must be no condemnation or justification. That's right. Then the mind can look at fear. What is it? There's every kind of fear of darkness, fear of the wife, fear of the husband, fear of war, fear of storm, fear of so many psychological things. And you cannot possibly have the time to analyze all the fears. That would take your whole lifetime, by then you're not even understood anything. In a particular field. Wait, I'm not sure it's personal. Now, to learn about something, you must be in complete contact. I want to look at something. I want to learn about fear. Therefore, I must look at it. I must face it. Now, to face something implies a mind that does not want to solve the problem of fear.
To look at fear
is not to solve the problem. Having said that, this is very important one, because then if I want to solve fear, I'm more concerned with the solution of fear than facing it. I am facing it, but if I say I must solve it, I am beyond it already. I'm not much.
You say that if you're trying to solve the problem of fear, then not really face it.
see, to face fear, mind must be complete. You must give its complete attention to fear. And then if you give partial attention, which is saying, I want to solve it and go beyond it, you're not giving complete attention.
I can see that if you have a split attention where you're not fully.
So, in giving complete attention to the learning about fear, there are several problems involved. I'll not be brief because our time is limited. We generally consider fear as something outside us. So there is this question of the observer and the observed.
Batteries, lights, interior, exterior.
The observer says, I am afraid, and he puts fear something away from me.
I'm not sure that's when I feel afraid, I am afraid.
That's very much in here. But when you observe it, it is different.
When I observe
fear, there is a outside.
Because it certainly.
So at the moment of fear, there is neither the observer nor the observer. That's what I'm saying. At the moment of actual fear, there is neither the observer. The moment you begin to look at it, there is this division.
Something in your eyes calls to mind a silver screen and all your sad goodbyes. Never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. So it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. Should've known that you'd a friend. Wasted chance that I've been given. No one ever gonna taste again the way I dance with you.
And the observer who is going to learn about it.
Time can
that in that division is the conflict of trying to get rid of
careless whispers of a good friend.
Is it possible to look at fear without
ignorance is kind? There's no comfort in the truth. Pain is all you'll find. Never gonna dance again. Wait, what? Guilty feet? Nah, I'll dance again. Don't worry.
Experience implies going.
No, here's one thing that you don't know yet, but I don't deal with guilt anymore. That's something I don't wrestle with. Guilt's a stupid emotion.
We are using that word.
Why's that, Tom? You got something to be guilty for? No? Not at all. That's exactly what I'm saying. You can't put false guilt on someone, is all I'm saying.
Therefore, the observer is when the observer is absent, there is choiceless awareness.
Tonight the music sings around. I wish that we could lose this crowd. Baby, it's better this way. We hurt each other with the things we want to say. Could have been so good together. We could have lived this dance forever. But now it's gone. Come on, man. Please stay. We're never gonna dance again. I think I might, though. I think I might.
Yes, words can be a string.
Yes, that's what we are saying. So the word mustn't interfere. Beyond it. But is that possible to be done? Theoretically, we see it. We are slaves. I mean, the obvious, we are slaves. So the mind has to become aware of the soul slavery to God. Realizing that the word is never the thing. So the mind is free of the word to look. That's all in fact. So I want to understand, the relationship between two people, husband and wife, is the relationship between our image.
So good. Good try, bud.
There's no dispute.
Yeah. I really worked hard for that one.
That's how you make about it. The relationship is between these two images.
I'm tired. It was a good day. We got a lot done today. Why is this knife in my hand all the time?
In the same way, the relationship between
It's a built-up anger.
the observer and the observer
Don't worry.
ceases when the world is
I'm a pacifist. I believe that violence amounts to nothing except for more violence, more of the same shit.
There is fear. Now, there is fear.
So we're gonna try something
at a
else.
conscious level, which is one can understand very quickly.
How'd that work for you, Tom? Well, I got beat up by 6 RCMP officers across the road there for sitting in the park
Parts of the mind.
and tortured, held in their prison, and then chased in the woods to die.
That means
3 days
is it
later after they
possible
gave
to
me
be
a...
aware
It's a long story. Heart
without
attack. Never mind. Long story short.
analysis takes time.
RCMP. If you like what you see, please subscribe.
What they have a method. You said surely it's possible. You see, there is this whole reservoir of
There's a
fear,
new kid in town.
of the fear of the race.
You know who that is?
The whole content
No.
of the unconscious.
Really?
The
Cows?
content is the unconscious.
It's a new kid in town. What? He's 49 years old.
Be aware of it.
He can't be the new kid in town.
Not to
Well, let me
worry.
tell you a story. I haven't sung this song ever. And give it a shot
Now
though.
you're talking about
Eagles, live. I take to British Columbia again at the
full range.
Nah, I'm not gonna get into that.
Content
This
reach
time
of the
on the
mind,
street, it
which is
sounds so
conscious and
familiar.
there's the deeper levels. The totality of consciousness.
Great expectations. Everybody's watching you. Don't have any expectations,
I
please.
say it is possible. It is
People
only possible
you meet,
when you are
they
aware
all seem to
during the
know
day
you.
what you say, what
Now? They know me
the
now?
words you use, the
Ah,
gestures,
even your old friends treat you like you're someone new.
to be completely and totally aware of it.
Johnny come lately,
It's a total.
it's a new kid in town.
When there is no condemnation,
Everybody loves
when
you,
you are directly in contact,
so don't let them down. You look in her eyes, the music begins to play.
the light tends below, one tends above. It is possible.
Oh, there's romance here, here we go again.
During the day, if you are aware of your thoughts,
But
of
after
your
a while,
aware
you'll
of
look at the other way.
mind that's highly sensitive.
It's those restless hearts that never, never end.
When you say we can be aware, all the
Yes,
Johnny come lately,
I'm showing you. You're denying.
it's a new kid in town. Everybody loves you, so don't let them down. Better. Learning. Oh, I like this music. This is.
I see it.
Well, you got nothing else to do, bud. Your work is done.
Then I do not know what
There's so
then I
many things you should have told her. You should have. But night after night, you're willing to hold her. Just hold her. Tears on your shoulder.
To me, it's really.
we've been speaking of the
Then it doesn't matter which outside your home. Forget it. You're walking away and they're talking behind you. They will never forget you till somebody new comes along.
Indicates authority.
Where you been lately?
That says
There's a little kid in town,
which is in opposition to
and everybody loves him.
has no opposition.
Today, and he's not holding hands. You're not around anymore. You're not around anymore. The new kid in town.
Which I would have then.
There's a new kid in Nobody puts baby in a corner.
Now you're trying to say so.
But he's walking like a new kid.
Life is only in the present.
You're ridiculous. I'm ridiculous. I know. I don't want to hear it. There's a new kid in town, though.
Past, present, and future.
And there's a couple new kids. Me and Melanie, a couple other kids, a couple of my kids, a few other kids.
Well, again, it's so often.
Thinking we're going to do something different, man. I'm fucking working too hard.
It is a unity and it is present.
Karaoke night every night of the week at the Beaumont Motel.
It's a time-binding animal, as they say.
It is time. So, man is the result of time, not only evolutionary, but chronological as well as psychological. So, he is the result of time.
Same person.
The past, present, and future.
927.
He lives mostly in the past.
All right, listen.
He is the past.
All right. Again,
No, I'll say to you. He is the past. Because he lives in memory.
not totally.
No, wait, so follow it step by step. He lives in the past, and therefore he thinks and examines and looks from the background of the past.
Yes. Which is both good and.
We're not saying good and bad. There's no good, bad, or bad past. We are concerned with the past. Don't give it a name. I call it good or bad, then we're lost. He lives in the past, examines everything from the past, and projects the future from the past. So, he lives in the past. He is the past. And when he thinks of the future or the present, he thinks in terms of the past.
Come to me on a summer. All right, now see, it seems to me that most of the time that is true, but there are new perceptions, there are breakthroughs, there are new experiences that break through the
new
momentum of the past.
New experiences break through only when there is an absence of the past.
The fourth brain upon the novel itself, the music of the present.
If I want to understand, I must look at it clear out. I can't bring the past with all the recognition, all the memories, and then translate what I see.
May not think I care for you.
The man who invented
down inside that I really do.
must have forgotten completely familiar. And then there was an absence of knowledge in which he discovered the new. that's fine. That's the only way of it. Yeah. That is, I must be completely aware there must be complete awareness of the past. And absence of the past to see the new. Or to come up with it. Not you're conceding reluctantly, that's the thing.
I'm conceding reluctantly because I think I see what you're saying, and I think I
You
agree.
come to me on a summer breeze, keep me warm in your love and softly leads me. You need to show how deep is your love.
But we have to begin to know.
I really need to know,
because we have
we're living in a world of force, breaking us down,
and
in the ocean,
all that we have accepted.
we
We
belong
live
to
there.
you.
And we are saying to bring about a different quality, a different way of living. The past was therefore, the past must have no meaning.
Need to learn,
That is what the established goal says, I can't let go. And we young people say, let's revolt against you.
Did I tell you about the
Complications.
pair of new shoes I bought?
But they say, but what have you given us?
I didn't buy them.
Except
Style.
examination, job, and repetition of your own time. More and favorite wars.
And that's so true, and I don't want to in any way.
Past being the tradition, past being the pattern of morality, which is the social morality, which is not moral.
But at the same time, there's only one generation, namely ourselves, that separates the future generation from the caveman. And what
I agree on that.
were to be totally rescinded, then we would start right.
No. To break through the past demands great deal of intelligence, a great deal of sensitivity to the past. You can't just break away from it. Right. So, the problem really is, can we live a different way? A different way that there are no wars, no people.
Woke up cold one Tuesday. I'm looking tired and feeling quite sick. I felt like there was something missing in my day-to-day life. So I quickly opened the wardrobe. Oh, that's some jeans and a t-shirt that seemed clean. Topped it off with a pair of old shoes that were ripped around the seams. And I thought, these shoes just don't suit me. Hey, put some new shoes on and suddenly everything is right. I said, hey, put some new shoes on and everybody's smiling. It's so inviting. I'm short on money but long on time. Slowly strolling in the sweet sunshine, and I'm running late and I don't need an excuse. So I'm wearing my brand new shoes. Woke up late one Thursday. I'm seeing stars and I'm rubbing my eyes, and I felt like there were 2 days missing as I focused on the time. And I made my way to the kitchen. I had to stop from the shock of what I found. A room full of all of my friends all dancing around and round. And I thought, hello new shoes, bye-bye blues. Hey, put some new shoes on and suddenly everything is right. I said, hey, put some new shoes on and everybody's smiling. It's so fine and I'm short on money but long on time. Slowly strolling in the sweet sunshine. I'm running late, I don't need an excuse. So I'm wearing my brand new shoes. Oh, 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 oh. Take me wandering through these streets where bright lights and angels meet. Stone to stone, they take you on. I'm walking to the break of dawn. Take me wandering through these streets where bright lights and angels meet. Stone to stone, they take me on. I'm walking to the break of dawn. Hey, I put some new shoes on. Suddenly everything is right. I said, hey, put some new shoes on. And everybody's smiling. It's so refining. I'm short on money, but long on time. Slowly strolling in the sweet sunshine, and I'm running late and I don't need an excuse. So I'm wearing my brand new shoes. Oh, hey, I put some new shoes on and suddenly everything is right. I said, hey, put some new shoes on and everybody's smiling. It's so fine. I'm short on money for a long time. Slowly strolling in the sweet sunshine, and I'm running late and I don't need an excuse. So I'm wearing my brand new shoes.
His own conditioning. And straining, struggling, beating his head to be free. So, and again, we have accepted, with the help of religions and all the rest of the group, that effort is necessary. That's part of life. That's, to me, that is the highest form of blindness, of limiting man to say you must everlastingly live in effort.
And you think we don't have to?
Not I think, it is. So it's not a question of thought. Thought is the most.
Let's delete those two words and just say we don't have to.
But to live without effort requires the greatest sensitivity and the highest form of intelligence. You don't just say, well, I won't struggle and become like a cow.
Right.
But one has to understand how conflict arises, the duality in us, the fact of what is and what should be. That is the
No New Year's Day
if there is
to celebrate. No chocolate covered candy hearts to give away. No first of spring, no song to sing. In fact, it's just another ordinary day. No April rain, no flowers bloom, no random Saturday within the month of June. But what it is, it's something true, made up of these three words, and I must say to you, I just call to say I love you. I just call to say how much I care. I just call to say I love you. Oh boy, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Hey. No summer's high, no warm July. There's no wrong answer here. No harvest moon, no light one, tender August night. No autumn breeze, no falling leaves, not even time for birds to fly to southern skies. No Libra sun, no Halloween, Giving thanks to all the Christmas joy you bring. But what it is, so also new, to fill your heart like no three words could ever do. I just called, that's right. It's called to say I love you. Simple. You want some tea? Yeah, put some water. Just one of those days. Early night.
Love somebody.
I just called to say I love you.
I don't know. I don't know what very good. No, I do. I need it, and we are reading. It's love between man and woman. In that is involved possession, domination, authority, jealousy, all that's involved in it. Of course it is. And comfort, sexual pleasure, and the remembrance of all. So is all that. A bundle of all that.
And there's some positive things.
This is
left out, but
a bundle of all that. And is love jealousy? Is love pleasure? Is love desire? If it is pleasure, it's merely the activity of thought. Say, well, I slept with that woman, therefore she is mine, and the remembrance of all that. That's not love. Thought is not love. Thought breeds fear. Thought breeds pain. Thought breeds pleasure. And pleasure is not love. What is the positive? Which is, what is the positive thing that thought produces except mechanical things? So, love was the man feels something and puts it down. The putting down is merely a form of communication. But to feel is nothing to do with thought. To translate it then is necessary. Without having is there. Is relationship a matter of thought?
Nothing to kill or die for. Right.
Relationship is something more. It's no such thing as forgiving is I don't think there's no thought in free thought can never be free. Thought is the response of memory. Thought is the response of recall.
I'm not the only one.
Right words for articulated. That is
someday you'll join us.
Of cunning, of putting words together. But what we're talking about, and like the minor thing, also that's a minor thing. The major thing is to see the beauty of it, and to see the immensity, and to love, and to love.
Imagine all the people sharing all about you. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us. The world will live as one. Water's on. Tea? Does anybody want tea?
Search for the fugitive known as the Devil's Rejects resulted in a violent clash with police. J. Krishnamurti was born in South India and educated in England. For the past 40 years, he has been speaking in the United States, Europe, India, Australia, and other parts of the world. From the outset of his life's work, he repudiated all connections with organized religions and ideologies, and said that his only concern was to set men absolutely, unconditionally free. He is the author of many books, among them The Awakening of Intelligence, The Urgency of Change, Freedom from the Known, and Flight of the Eagle. In dialogue with Krishnamurti is the Reverend Eugene J. Shalit of the Society of Jesuits, the director of the Center for Sociological Research at the University of San Francisco, where Father Shalit is an associate professor of sociology.
I think we should perhaps start by exploring with each other the
Hello, everybody. How do you do?
most real.
We're here to sit and
How we
sing.
can see that we must be. Yes, I don't see how one can possibly explain anything that's relevant to what is in the absence of recognition. Somehow we feel that we are limited in some way or other. We are supposed to socioeconomic some of the beliefs when
considers the world is divided into
I would think in some sense that ultimate freedom is struggle for freedom is precisely the attempt to break through or understand that we can rely these very conditions each given day or 8 hours or each somehow or other to that of this.
what do you mean by conditioning?
Well, conditioning in objects throughout history and across space is quite varied, you know. Conditioning, for example, in the Western world of today, has been achieved primarily through the process of the enlightenment of rational logical processes. Because those are productive without rational processes, we wouldn't have television cameras like at the same time, with television cameras, we may not see anything. And so I suspect that what we're dealing with in our world as a primary conditioning agency is the whole world of the kinds of thoughts, or categories, or concepts, or constructs, I call them fantasy, that people deal with and some of them think of.
Those things condition separate.
And questions can separate man both within himself
And out
and out of the relative.
we are concerned with faith, with ending war, living in a world in which we never will have the separation between humanity and God. Is good. Seems to me that many serious religions, but I think a religion is the only factor that will not only economics and all that. The religion and instead of bringing man together, religion sets up.
I'm not sure that that's quite right. I think that religion has been defined by culture as a unifying force between men. There's not an awful lot of evidence in history that it's ever achieved a particular function. This may also be a function of the limiting dimensions of any given religion, or the inability of the religion to, in some way or another, transcend their own religious concepts. Legends, myths, dogmas, whatever you want to call it. And I think that there is in fact a deeper base for unity.
When conflict is I was going to see from their culture. I can't know my mind won't go very, very deep.
I think that's true in a sense. I think that there must be within man a sense, consciousness, experience, something, a sense of his own inner freedom before he can be appropriately religious, before he can allow religious categories as analytical categories that have particular meaning. For someone there must be human and free before he can ever think of these. And it was happening just the opposite.
Therefore, I think we are seeing what the book is actually, not conceptual, but the actual fact of separation or terrible violence of the world. I think it is the deliberate violence that will bring real unity.
I would say rather it's the human mind, or the seeing mind, that may be susceptible to some acceleration, if you will, not a sense of stimulus, some acceleration relative to the phenomenon of being itself that can somehow or other make people together for
What separates man? What defines
I think ultimately madness. I think what I mean by that is our tendency to think about ourselves as man or human rather than as being separates us from the world in which we live, from the tree, the flower, the sunset, the sea, the lake, the animal, the fish, and each other also.
that is from each other.
Yes. Ultimately, it's from each other.
From each other. And that is given strength by or through these separated religions. I want to get at something which is reality or truth. To be approached through any particular or is it approachable or seemable? Only when all
I'm not sure it's appropriate to say that it's completely wrong.
We're glad to be here because we get to sleep on our own beds tonight. And other reasons too.
because you see,
A lot of it.
of course, what is important in living is unity,
Trying to play bluegrass.
harmony between human beings.
that can only come about if there is harmony in each one. And that harmony is not possible if there is any form of division inside or outside. Externally or externally, if there is political division, geographically, nationally, religious, culture. And if there is inward division, obviously, it must be in a great culture which expresses itself in violence, brutality, so, pure rules are protected. Or a teacher or
I think what we're dealing with here is not so much the imposition of harmony on human beings without, or the imposition of disharmony. I think if my hands are perfectly harmonious with each other, my fingers move together, my eyes move together, but there may be conflict in my mind, insofar as I internalize certain concepts or ideas which then what I have discovered, if I am to be free, is that there is, in fact, harmony. And I think if I need to be one with you, I must somehow discover from my hand, and tell me what it's like to be a pocket subject, because my hand is already harmoniously existing with my arm and my body. And with you, then my mind sets up these strange dualities.
That's the problem. You are a transcendentalist, or I'm a communist, you are a that all they created artists. Because each society has its own vested interest. Each group has its own particular form of security. Or is the division created in oneself by the need and the need is not myself, my ambition, then it excludes, separates you from entering into that.
Really, the more one is his ambition, or on the other side of the fence, even his peace and the more unconscious he is, who is in fact already one.
The layers of corruption, the layers of hypocrisy, the layers of and gradually where you are
we're confronted with the discovery of social understanding, loving, trusting, all these primary sets of words, confronted with the discovery of these things. And peeling back layers do not look as the way of discovery. I think rather whether the layers of corruption, of goodness, of evil, whatever, that is not the way of discovery. That is not the way of the way. The sense of evil within himself or behind himself.
the most exception was distance.
Without effort, whether it's activity, behavior, so much conversation, but certainly not without expending enormous amounts of energy.
That energy can only come if there is no effort.
Precisely.
If there is no friction,
Friction destroys.
friction exists between what is right and what is wrong, between what is called evil and what is called good. If I am trying to do good, then I feel the problem is here. How do you have this abundance of energy, which will come without any problem? And that one needs a tremendous amount to discover.
Or goodness, I don't think we deal with goodness in the sense we use it. One tries to be good. We're dealing with codes, law.
No, I don't mean that. Goodness will be
So I think then if we're going to the inner meaning of freedom, we somehow would have to, and of goodness and of being, we have to say to ourselves, the reason we have not discovered this,
Sorry, I don't need to.
or one of the reasons why we have not discovered this, is because we have within ourselves the strange tendency to stop at the surface of things and never the end, to stop there and start.
come to this. Suppose you die. No life. No baby. No conception. No conceptual idea. I have no belief, no doctor, nothing. And I want to find to do that, I have to inquire. I have to observe. I can only observe. Observation is only possible when there's no
Observation exactly eliminates the division.
when the mind is capable of observing without division, then I can see, then there is difference.
You're saying in any scene that takes place that is more than perceptual or categorical scene or observing concepts, not concepts, in any scene that takes place, being the truth all the same. So the question is, why do I have to think about truth as though it was associated with the logical consistency of the category?
No, I
think about a truth as though it was associated with God being itself. If I have to somehow or other always partialize my work, we've spoken about it, to think of, as we think of the Catholic duality of body and soul, and good and evil, the incarnate and one strong another. We have to always think that way, and we can never find what it means to be good, to be good, or to be good, or to be all. This is the problem. And as you suggested, there are so many safeguards that go from all perspectives. It was difficult.
Yeah, but human beings have gone up to a dualistic way of living.
And maybe we could do this better if we could not consider the obvious dualities of good and evil, the sacred faith, right and wrong, Reality that resembles us the most, the reality that you, me, man and woman.
What is the source of this religion as me? And we
There can't be any source of this in us because we are one. Like the fingers in my hand, they're aware.
No, I know. When you say we are one, that's not something. That's not. If I know I'm one, actually, the division exists. And only when the division ceases, then I will say, I don't have that one. Maybe.
When you say I am, you are saying I am. You're adding one to the other.
Human beings. My God, is me. The me is the condition.
The me is the condition.
Let's go step by step. The me is my condition, is the condition. The condition then brought about through the culture, the society, conceptual ideology, me that is sensitive, me that gets angry, violent, me that says I love you. I don't want it always me. That me is the root of something.
Unquestionably, in fact, the very terminology you use portrays the substance of your idea. The word me is an objective pronoun. Once I have made of myself something out there to look at, I can never see anything, but I am not out there to look at. Once I make freedom something out there to consume, then I can never be free. Once I make freedom something out there that someone will get,
No, no, that's
then I can never be free.
As long as this living exists, and there's nothing conflict with you, but as long as you need
Once you objectify yourself, you must become
so
Yes, because it was obviously no so bad.
Not only as a consciousness, but deep unconscious roots of what's being.
I think it's not only possible, but I think it's the price that we must pay for being or being good, or being true, or being at all. Living. So to live, the price we must pay is to rid ourselves of need.
Is there a truth, a system of that?
No, I don't think there's a process for that.
Therefore, it must burn inside. This is very clear.
That's
because
done.
All the religions have maintained process. Whole evolutionary system, psychologically, that's process. If you say, and believe that's reality, that it cannot possibly be a process. Which means lack of time, then there is only one thing to end it is
to destroy the monster. Questionably, what must be done? We must destroy
the envelope with all the experiences, with all the experiences that opposite as a conscious and unconscious. Then the whole content not by effort, by me, because by me it is still there. Or if I put down my observed it is still the me. Now me to me.
It's not clearly in my mind, not an activity of the mind, or an activity of the will, or an activity of the feelings, or an activity of the body, which will help me to see that might help me to see. And since we in this world are still not nothing to do and act, we really don't understand reflectively found what takes place before we act, before we decide. I think it is incumbent on us to reflect backwards to see that there is seeing before the seeing takes place. In two senses, seeing. Just as there is love before one becomes aware of love, and certainly just as there is being before one becomes aware of being. That's something like if we make reflecting backwards deeply enough, this makes a difference because the need is at the conscious level, at a deeper level of consciousness. Can the conscious mind examine the unconscious movement? And it's true. All this now the self-transcendent may well be but it is not beyond. I'm usually about this. The higher self, the lower self, the soul, the God, all that is the content of my consciousness, which makes the true to me. It certainly makes to me that I'm questionably agree that it makes that objective self that I can examine, analyze, look at, compare, and that I can be violent and others about. It's explanatory of the summation of the whole thing. It's explanatory of the history, the whole multiplicity of the present relationships. But it's still not getting that reality. No. The reality cannot be got at. Or it cannot solve. If the need is there. Whenever, as I said before, whenever I insist upon viewing you as me, then the reality cannot come. Then the content of my thoughts, my ambitions, my dreams, all that is to be. My nation, my desire for security, my desire for pleasure, my desire for sex, my desire for business. All that is the content of my country. As long as those that content remains, there must be separation.
By way of Don Watson, by way of us.
Let's say the ending of that is what puts them.
No, it's accepted from methodology.
That's all.
That has not been helpful.
I would say maybe we could pursue this together. The content cannot be influenced by negative aspects. We must not send it to find out.
That's by denying, giving